For 100 years by Carbach Brewing Company. Carbach, it's crafted for fun. And by Little Woodrose. Little Woodrose is your local Texas watering hole.
McMahon looks left, throws left, caught and turned down the field. The 20, 15, Bradley the 10, the 5, middle of the end zone, touchdown, Rice Owls. Let's go!
This is the Houston Methodist Hospital pregame show. Live from the Little Woodrose broadcast booth. Here's the voice of the Owls, J.P. Heath.
Yes, indeed. Welcome to some Owls postseason football. The Rice Owls and the Southern Miss Golden Eagles here at Hancock Whitney Stadium in Mobile, Alabama. We're here in the Deep South as the Owls in the LendingTree Bowl. It's the first bowl game in 8 seasons. 8 seasons here. Pretty overcast and sun about to set type of late afternoon. And we're going to start this one here. ESPN has the national television broadcast, so we have an extra extended Houston Methodist pregame show with the Rice Owls and the Southern Miss Golden Eagles. Rice taking on the Southern Miss team that they're very familiar with. No, that is not us talking over the national anthem. We would not do that. But we have a guy that is near and dear to my heart and Owls fans and across Houston. Heck, I'm just going to throw out there America. It is the one and only my breakfast buddy, my companion. Had some great stories. Nate Griffin, how we doing, bro?
I want to tell you, man, this has been a wonderful trip, JP. It really has. We got in, we traveled yesterday, and we got in, yesterday morning, and we see people, and you could tell that the atmosphere here was just festive. And then we run into Bob. And what does Bob do last night? He put the cherry on top. A win today would be great from the Rice Owls, but, Bob kind of set us up for the day, and hopefully today will top last night, but I don't know. It's going to be tough, JP, but it's so good to see you. It's so good to be here, and not having called the bowl game since 2014 when we were last in Hawaii, all the trips and things that we could talk about, but this is really, really good, and to be playing Southern Miss in this, it's even better.
Yeah, I think the travel back is going to be a little smoother than it was Christmas Eve 2014, which we'll tell stories about that as we go throughout this extended Houston Methodist pregame, Rice and Southern Miss. How about the overall aspect of Rice being in a bowl? They study their books here on South Main, and the Owls with having the top APR score in the nation and the top 5-win team academically in the nation. Coach Blum, I'm not speaking out of turn because Coach Bloomgren said as much. He said, we want to earn it on the field. They did not do that. When we signed off, we still didn't know at the end of that North Texas game that where Rice would be if they would play. We had a good idea, which we said on the broadcast, but but it's a reward, like guys will hear from in the next couple segments, having those great seniors, having them be a part of this, that alone is worth it. Guys like George Nyaqual and company.
We got a chance to talk with Trey and George, and as you all know, we call Trey single digit because he's wearing he has actually been through 3 different number changes, and he's wearing the single digit. But to just kind of talk with those guys and get an idea of how they really feel about playing in a bowl game. Remember, they haven't been to a bowl since 2014, so they all get a chance to celebrate this together. But I had an opportunity to talk with them, and, of course, it was a fun time.
Yeah, we'll come talk about them coming up in the next segment. We have George Nyaqual, Trey Schumann, Nate, and I don't even know if you know this yet, but I hogged some of the limelight, too, with our special big bonus edition here of our Houston Methodist pregame. I talked to Ikena Inachukwu and Shea Baker as well. And even saying I didn't get a chance to talk to Jordan Myers, but as you and I were talking a little bit before we hit air, having a guy like Jordan Myers here is appropriate because he's a guy that kind of helped bridge things with Coach Bloomgren and company. He was here 6 years as well.
Yep.
And seeing him, it's great to see guys like that. Even though Wiley Green's not playing, seeing him get to be a part of the festivities and going back to Tuesday when the team got here, seeing the things on social media, they are just beaming ear to ear.
It warms the heart to see a guy like Jordan Myers here, who we got to see for 6 seasons at Rice University. You also have some other guys who played for the Rice teams of yore that I covered some years ago, like Donald Bauer. He's here.
Yeah.
And then you have Brian Gaines, who's also here. You got Gage, who's also here, and also Brett Wagner, who I flew on the plane with.
He stole our taxi.
Well. He did steal our taxi, and the way he left after stealing our taxi was classic. He was in the taxi, took off his hat, kicked back, and was waving at us. You know, he was giving you that queen wave in a parade type deal.
Honk,
you know, as we were laughing.
And we butter up into the Fortress hybrid with the supposed Alabama fan who thought Nick Saban got $100 million a year. It's like, okay.
Well, this guy's a big buffet.
Brett was living. Yeah, he told us about all the buffets.
All-you-can-eat buffet. I don't know how many times he said that, but I was so glad to see, Bobby Schlanger last night. I didn't know what to do. And Bobby T, he calls me Nate T, Nathaniel T, so I call him Bobby T. And it was so good to see him. But I got to tell you, man, it's really been a fun trip here. And I now remember, JP, I'm in the South. It took a little bit. You fly to Mobile, and I'm thinking all along, Mobile is only exactly 99 miles away from Hattiesburg. So it's sort of like coming home, but not quite, because Mobile is slightly bigger, as was pointed out to me yesterday. I knew that all along, so it didn't need to be pointed out to me, but it's the South, and you feel it, and you see it, and you can tell in the mannerisms and the way that people treat you down here, and the way they address you. All those things, they speak, nobody, they look at you, with eye to eye, and they actually say hello. And if they can't say hello, they wave. So I love being down here. Nothing but the South Alabama hospitality. The one thing I was shocked about, crossing last night, we crossed the bay. And I was shocked. Crossing the bay took longer to cross than going across Lake Pontchartrain.
And I'll say, folks, he did not see it on the way back. He was bobbing his head. Bob and I were asking Nate questions, and Nate's just bobbing his head.
Almost fell over on Walter.
Yeah, you fell asleep there in the back.
I did.
We had a little more room in Bob's rental, no surprise, than the Lyft driver's rental. Yeah. But stay tuned. We'll come back and new, crazy concept, actually talk some football coming up next year in our extended version here of the Houston Methodist pregame. Again, that's Nate. I'm JP. We've got Ashley back at the studio, Walter Engineering, and Bob with our stats. Young Jarrett is spotting here, but we got a lot to get to next. My talk with Mike Bloomgren, Nate's with George Nyaqual, Trey Schumann, and also I talked with Shea Baker and Ikenna Inachuku. Pretty chilly, 52 degrees, overcast, under the lights here at Hancock Whitney Stadium. More coming up here in our extended Houston Methodist pregame. This is Rice football from Learfield.
Build it, price it, own it. Shoppers and John Deere makes it as easy as 1, 2, 3 to get the John Deere tractor of your dreams. Number 1, go to shoppers at sfstractor.com. Select the John Deere tractor you want, add the attachments you need. Number 2, select your terms, see the price along with monthly payments, and apply for financing. Number 3, buy your John Deere tractor from Shoppers, and Shoppers will deliver it for free. Shoppers makes it that easy to purchase your John Deere tractor. Build it, price it, own it. Only at Shoppers. All things John Deere.
No one wants to fight the traffic to and from the stadium or arena. You don't have to when you go Win. Win Transportation. Enjoy the game, not fight the traffic. 5 people or 5,000. Win offers customizable group transportation with a wide range of motorages, minibuses, and vans, giving your trip an extra special touch. So when it's game time, remember, all you need is Win. Book at GoWin.com. GOWYNNE.com.
With MyFit Foods, meal planning isn't hard. We've got options on options for ready-to-eat meals. It's no secret why MyFit Foods is the best choice for meal prep. We have the best products, price point, and people dedicated to serving you. Stop by our store, only a mile down the road from Rice University, and fuel your body the Rice way today. MyFit Foods. Give a fit.
Another season of women's and men's college sports is underway. Follow your alma mater or favorite team in their pursuit of the prestigious Learfield Directors Cup at L Directors Cup on Twitter and online at thedirectorscup.com. Trophies will be awarded in June 2023 to the winning institutions in all competitive divisions. Learfield Directors Cup, the crowning achievement in college athletics.
Welcome to the LendingTree Bowl in Mobile, Alabama, featuring Rice and former conference rivals Southern Miss. Here's the voice of the Owls, J.P. Heath.
You know it. It's the Rice Owls and the Southern Miss Golden Eagles. Nate will throw to you a little on-air production coming up in a second. Nate will talk up to the George Nyaqua, Trey Schumann chat. Next segment, we have some scores from young Ashley. I am excited because I know you are not listening to my basketball broadcast, but we have been grooming Ashley into this broadcasting behemoth. So we can't wait to have her. She'll update us across the scoreboard. Nate, it looks like Florida. They spent a few too many minutes at the tables last night. You see what Oregon State was doing to Florida up there in the Las Vegas Bowl?
Yes, I'm looking at it right now.
It's a lot to a little.
It looks like 29-0. Is that correct?
It's, Florida was hitting on 16 when Dealer's showing a 10.
So you know who's coaching over there at Oregon State, coaching the running backs?
Your guy,
A.J. Stewart. There you go.
Former That's right. Yeah.
Coach Ed Rice,
BYU, and
is coaching up there. And you know, when you talk about good running backs, that's all he does. I just saw one of his guys pull away from a defender. It's pretty interesting. And his last name's Griffin.
But here we're to talk about Rice and Southern Miss as much as we we'll look at some other games across college football coming up later on with the aforementioned Miss Ashley coming up in just a second. But how about just the factor of playing Southern Miss in a bowl game? I joke with the Southern Miss friends. So does this count as like a game in the Sun Belt standings and half a game in the Conference USA standings? But it's really cool that the two worlds got their negotiated things, however it goes, way above our pay grades. But it's great to see that the two teams are playing again.
Don't get me started on that, but I will tell you, it really is great to see him playing again. I'm still a little bit perturbed that Southern Miss left Conference USA.
Oh, okay, from that respect.
From that respect. That it hurt. It really did hurt when I found out that we wouldn't be traveling to Hattiesburg to play Southern Miss because they have moved on to a different conference. I really did. I called a bunch of my former teammates, JP, and I got on the phone with them. And guys, did y'all know this? And they felt the same way as I did. But I guess it's a little different for me. But it's really great to see Rice and Southern Miss playing in a bowl game. And now they can really compare notes. Now you really get a chance to see how good you are against a conference foe. Because when you look at the conference in which they're playing right now, I got to tell you, they got a lot of good teams, and we saw, was that Troy? We saw Troy come up with a big win over UTSA.
Yeah, 5 turnovers for the Roadrunners yesterday as I was stumbling in and out of my nap. And then they didn't have young Cephas, not Joshua Cephas, their leading receiver. But, Troy put it on. They had a big comeback against,
But that is no surprise to me. And, you know, that is a team that is, I believe they are 12-2, 11-2.
Ended up,
Yeah, they've only lost 2 games in the season. So this is a conference that's really, really good. And Southern Miss, 6 games. They won last season. And they have some issues that we'll talk about, some things I think Rice can take advantage of today. But I think when you look at the two teams playing together, as was your original question, man, it's so good to see. And I'm glad that the two schools were actually able to get together and work things out so that they could play down south, not far from Hattiesburg.
And how about your guys talking to George Nyaqua and Trey Schumann?
Just incredible. And in the years that they have been at Rice, they've not had a chance to play in a bowl game. As you well know, we've not been to a bowl since 2014. But these get a chance to play in a bowl game and are very happy. And I couldn't decide on which one to ask the question first. Take a listen. Trey Schumann, George Nyaqua together on the pregame show. So I'm trying to figure out which one should I ask the question first. I think I'll come to you.
Okay.
No, I think no. We'll come to you, Trey. Okay, Trey. Finally, you get to go to a bowl game.
Right.
Here you are.
Yeah, man. I mean, it's kind of a crazy experience. Like, we keep looking around like, hey, obviously it's December, but it's 70 degrees out here, so you can't tell by the weather. But it's weird playing football this time. Usually I'm on my way home or taking finals, kind of bummed and watching other teams play. So it's been a cool experience so far.
Oh, I'm so grateful. Just the work that we've been putting in from us as players to the coaching staff to the staff in the building. We're just so grateful, and we're taking it day by day and just enjoying the time. Yeah.
See, here's the thing, though. I mean, look, 5 wins, right? Mm-hmm. But you guys studied hard, had the best GPA, also graduation rate, and you're in. What does that say?
I mean, I think that just brings in the importance of being a student athlete. At Rice, it's demanding both academically and athletically. And so for us to excel in both the classroom and on the field is just impressive to me and just everyone else. And it just brings back the importance of it.
Trey, we know that you just recently won an award. Don't be ashamed to tell us what it is. Go ahead.
I don't even remember which one. Which one are we talking about here?
As being very, very smart.
Conference all-academic team. Yes. I won conference all-academic team.
Yeah, congratulations. It took you a while to think of that, of course.
It did.
All right.
I mean, it's one of those things where it's like the struggle and strife of being a student-athlete at Rice University come to pay off. I mean, George has been here a long time. I've been here a long time. I'm in grad school now. Like, nothing about graduating from Rice University has been easy, and nothing about being an athlete at Rice University is easy. So it's nice for it to all come to fruition of really feeling like the student-athlete thing actually, pays off in the end, especially just because we've been through a lot. I mean, we've been through multiple coaching staffs, George and I, and a lot of struggle and a lot of difficult times. So to finally get the culmination of, like, being a true student-athlete, it really means the world to me.
Well, I know you have some stories combined. You guys ought to have some great stories. I need just one really good one.
Okay, so actually, our first sack was together. Our redshirt freshman year, Old Dominion, last game of the season. I think we'd only won one game at that point. That was the game that Jumo Taviano was just running all over Old Dominion, and I think it was third quarter. George comes off the edge on one side, I come off the edge on the other side, meet at the quarterback. And I remember it was very telling of our personalities, our celebrations, because I get up screaming and yelling, and George just walks off like nothing happened.
George, what was that moment like for you?
It just felt really good to make a play with somebody who I came in with, and just reflecting back on it 6 years later, it was probably one of my favorite moments being here as a Rice Owl, and one I'll never forget.
Well, as you get ready to play in this bowl game today, what are your thoughts?
Just going out and executing and doing our job. We know it'll be a physical game, as it always is, and biggest thing is executing and finishing through the whistle.
How about for you, Single Digit?
Yeah, I mean, it's funny because we're playing someone we're actually very familiar with, which I think is very rare in bowl games. So it's going out there and playing Southern Miss, who we know better than we know most teams in the conference that we played this year.
All right, speaking of fun, before we get out of here, you guys have completely different body structures. You're a defensive end. He's a safety. I want to know your favorite food.
Oh, man. I love fajitas, personally. Fajitas or chicken wings, which I think I share with George. I think that's one of his favorites as well.
I think he's trying to call you a chicken wing. What do you think?
Wings, burgers, and shrimp pasta for sure are my top three.
Good luck, guys. Congratulations.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
All right.
Appreciate it, Nate.
All right. That is Trey Schumann and George Nyaqual. I am Nate Griffin, and this is Rice Football on Learfield.
When you're high, you feel different. You think different, you talk different, you draw different, you listen to music different, but you probably knew that. Problem is, you also drive different, and not in a good way. That's why driving high is illegal everywhere. So if you're high, just don't drive. Make a plan to get a sober ride. Because if you feel different, you drive different. Brought to you by NHTSA and the Ad Council.
To protect his home and family from disaster, Steve used courage, wisdom, and his camera phone.
That should do it.
Way to go, Steve! By simply taking digital pictures of his family's important documents, Steve can always have them stored safely online, no matter when disaster strikes. Learn other simple ways to protect your home and family before a natural disaster at ready.gov. That's ready.gov. A message from FEMA and the Ad Council.
Chris Jakimick. I served in the United States Air Force, and I deployed 3 times. Being a veteran, it's interwoven into your DNA, is really the absence of the connection and the purpose that can really drive a lot of veterans to some negative thoughts. For those who are in a suicidal crisis, the window of time to save somebody's life is very short. Our duty is to protect ourselves and protect our families, and one way you can do that is store your weapons safely. Store all your guns securely. Help stop suicide.
Brought to you by End Family Fire and the Ad Council.
Hi, I'm Smokey Bear, and I made an assistant to help you prevent wildfires.
Dude, I've got this. I've been camping since I was 5 years old.
But I am a camping influencer.
You know what? I'll bet you $5. Assistant Smokey, what is the best way to put out a campfire?
To put out a campfire, drown with water, stir, drown again. Then make sure the fire is out cold by feeling with the back of your hand.
Wait, really?
I'll take the $5.
Learn more at SmokeyBear.com.
Brought to you by the U.S. Forest Service, your state forester, and the Ad Council.
Good afternoon, Owls fans, and happy Bowl Day. I'm Ashley Gentry back in the Learfield Network studios with your inside scoop and updates around college football. Rice and Southern Miss getting ready for kickoff in Mobile, Alabama for this LendingTree Bowl showdown. Owls finished off their regular season 5-7, and the Golden Eagles 6-6. Rice is 7-5 in their 12 previous bowl games, the last a 30-6 victory over Fresno State University in the 2014 Hawaii Bowl. Another CUSA Bowl game between UAB and the Miami Redhawks in the hometown Lenders Bahama Bowl early this morning. Redhawks down by 4 points, and time left for only one more play in need of 15 yards to win it all. A quick pass up the middle to Jalen Walker, not enough as UAB pulls off the stop at the 2-yard line to secure the victory, 24-20 over Miami, Ohio. Florida State getting totally shut out through the first 3 quarters and counting, with Oregon State leading 30-0 in the fourth of the SRS Distribution Las Vegas Bowl. Beavers have won 15 and getting very close to 16. A similar story in the Jimmy Kimmel LA Bowl, with Washington State trailing Fresno State 16-0 coming up on halftime. Bulldogs ended their regular season with an 8-game winning streak and hoping to send off senior quarterback Jack Haener with a win. Some Texas Bowl action with North Texas and Boise State under the lights tonight at 8:15. Mean Green versus Broncos in the Frisco Bowl. North Texas 7-6, Boise State 9-4. SMU take on BYU tonight at 6:30. Both teams averaging over 30 points per game for what will be a very entertaining offensive battle for the New Mexico Bowl title. And football at Fenway today, with 9-3 Cincinnati falling short to 7-3 Louisville, 24-7 at the Wasabi Fenway Bowl. Cardinals only touchdown coming in the second half. It was all Bearcats in that one. Taking a quick peek inside Rice men's basketball, with the Owls battling an 8-2 Northwestern State. Owls were 6-0 on home court and coasted past the Demons 110-73. An absolutely dominating performance on home court for your Rice Owls, who are now 8-3 on the season and 7-0 at home. That's it from me. We'll kick it right back to JP and Nate in Mobile, Alabama, where Rice is getting set for the LendingTree Bowl kickoff against Southern Miss coming up in just a few. JP, Nate, tell them what you got to say.
Well, Ashley, a lot of things.
Yeah, really.
Well, what we don't want to happen is you outgrowing us, because we're two media guys. We know our way around the business, and what I heard was a superstar in the making.
I have no issue with her outgrowing us, because you know what? We'll be right
That's
here.
That's true. True leadership.
To let her go.
You wish the best for others.
Take off and fly.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Nice job by you.
Outstanding job, no surprise. And right back at you, I had a chance to talk with 2 Owls that have paid their dues, Ikenna Ihechuku and Shea Baker, and that's where he led off in my conversation earlier last week. All right, Shea, first off with you, what's this mean, December playing in a bowl game after all this time?
It really means that, finally get to reap of what I've been sowing, for 6 years. But I still have to go out and prove it one more time, right? So it is fun. It will be fun, but it's still business, and it's a business trip.
Yeah, Ikenna, along that line, you told me earlier in the season what you came from in high school, and you wanted to hang around for a moment like this. What's it mean that it's finally here you get to play in a bowl?
Yeah, I just always knew that I wanted to earn it the hard way. I didn't want anything give it to me. I just wanted to go out with my teams, build something, just get progress and get the opportunity that we have here in Mobile to secure a trophy.
Yeah. Favorite Rice memory so far would be this game, or what would be another one if it's not this?
Favorite Rice memory? The easy one would be to say Marshall. I'm trying to think of another great one. The overtime win against La Tech was this year. That was pretty exhilarating.
So Shea,
I really love that.
Shea, you got it easy. You heard the question. Is this bowl game, is that the one, or is it one of the other ones he said, or what?
Well, I want to make this one a great memory, right? But past experiences, definitely Marshall in 2020, and definitely the overtime win this year, because it was a big step for us, because we had really struggled in overtime and we pulled through, and so I was just really proud of my team for pulling through on that.
Biggest improvement on the offensive line this year, what are you most proud of?
Really just proud of our effort every play and the way we've been able to mesh so well. and play together. I know we've had different lineups throughout the season, but that hasn't deterred us from playing our hardest and just moving the guy across from us from A to B. And that's what it's all about.
And Ken, on your side, you've had a productive season, obviously, but what's been the big thing for your unit this year? Because you guys have been pretty consistent.
I just really proud of my guys of being consistent, like of getting more sacks than ever. I still feel like there's more sacks to come on this next Saturday. I'm just looking forward to us, continue to help each other, like get better, help each other to like the trust on the field and just like guys like celebrating and just being there for each other,
All right, kind of finishing on this. I know you two probably don't go against each other too much in practices, but give us something about Shea we might not know. And could you beat him in a one-on-one match? I know it's difficult because you're not right. You wouldn't be right always over the top of him, but what do you think?
Nah, Shea is like one of like the most solid blockers we have on the team. Like, it's always just like awesome to go against him because he's just competitive. He's like oh, nobody can bull rush me. That makes me like want to bull rush Shea. And then but it's like the thing about Shea's like he just like uses he's just very good with his leverage. So like whenever you're going against him with him, like you have to just understand you have to out leverage him. Like you have to be knowledgeable in your plan of attack and not also bring the physicality because he's gonna bring it too.
And Shea, Ken has been a tough one to block, not just for you guys but other teams, hasn't he?
Oh yeah, definitely. Ken, he plays with so much, I guess the word is ferocity, and he creates so much chaos, and he wants you to panic. And so when he lines up against you or against the opponent, you have to be ready for whatever he's about to do because he has a plan, and he's going to go the hardest he can possibly go every play.
All right, Ikenna. All right, Shea. Been fun calling you all's games. Thanks a lot for everything, and let's go get a win, okay?
It was a pleasure.
Yeah, thank you.
Shea Baker and Ikenna Inuchukwu. More coming up. The Lending Bowl Houston Methodist Hospital pregame from Mobile. This is Rice football from Learfield.
We interrupt your top 40 hits to issue this alert from the Karbach Brewing Company. In our efforts to brew our distinct and popular Hopadillo IPA, we have unwittingly created a monster. A monster with an insatiable thirst. A monster that will not stop until it gets what it wants. An ice-cold Hopadillo IPA. Just like the one I'm holding in my hand. Bold, flavorful, dry-hopped, irresistible. Go, sweet Mary! Hopadillo. Find it before it finds you. Bravely brewed in Texas by the Karbach Brewing Company.
Hey, Oscar, wake up. Hi, this is Otis and Oscar, the talking spokes oysters for Acme Oyster House. You've probably seen us on TV. My friend Oscar is, sleeping. We oysters like our pets. Anyway, drop by tonight for a dozen raw, a dozen char grilled, a seafood platter or po' boy, and maybe a few laughs. Come Acme, bro. Not you. Acme Oyster House. Life's more fun with seafood.
Howdy Homemade Ice Cream is here. Howdy is an ice cream shop in Katy, Texas that makes ice cream in-house and has a unique mission to employ individuals that are differently abled. Stop by and enjoy some ice cream. With every scoop you buy, you help support employment for special needs. Coming to Rice Athletics venues in the fall.
Got my nachos, got my big TV, and my favorite chair. It's game time. But the only thing that would make it a little better is if I could listen to my local broadcasters while watching the game.
Hello. You must have wished for your game to be synced with TV and radio.
I sure did.
Do you have a DVR?
You bet.
Do you have a streaming device?
Yeah.
Blammo! Your game is now synced. It's that easy.
Oh, boy.
To see if you can get synced, head to syncmygame.com from Learfield.
Syncmygame.com?
Syncmygame.com.
Kickoff is moments away, which means it's time for a visit with Rice head football coach Mike Bloomgren. Brought to you by Yingling Flight. Raise the bar with the next generation of light beer. Now alongside the coach, here's JP Heath.
From the LendingTree Bowl in Mobile, Alabama, this chat with Dunleavy family head football coach Mike Bloomgren brought to us by Yingling Flight. Coach, good to be talking in December. What's this feel like?
Oh, it's awesome. It's been a great week for our kids. This city of Mobile
and the LendingTree Bowl have treated our kids so unbelievably well. And the extra practices have been awesome. We've kind of locked in when we needed to lock in every chance we got to work on this game. And it's all just been a blessing. It's been a lot of fun for these kids, and we're super excited to play this game today.
Yeah, speaking of 9 extra practices, how big is that? Obviously, today's about today, but growing with the future of the program, having the young guys get those extra reps.
Yeah, it's critical. It's what Coach Bowden always said. Like, the bowl season allows great teams to stay great and good teams to become great because of those extra reps, because it is essentially 2/3 of a spring ball practice. We've gotten those extra guys those reps in addition to getting them acclimated to our spring conditioning program. So they're all bonuses, but a big deal today is this game. It's the ability to have another game with our seniors and for them to get a chance to go out on a winning note and hoist this trophy up in the air.
Yeah, speaking of, this is game 13. You're reading my mind. What's it like to get, like I talked to Shea Baker, Kenny Nachukwu, Nate talked to a couple of the other seniors, just getting those guys this reward for what they've been through, where they've come from?
Yeah, I think especially when you talk about those 5 that have been here the duration, when you talk about Cam Montgomery, KK Orgy, Shea Baker, Trey Schumann, and George Nyakwa, who have been here the year before me or this staff was here and went through that 1-11 season. They've just been so instrumental in helping us every step of the way, from recruiting to setting standards and upholding standards to, again, just getting this team to believe, and getting an opportunity like this is just such a great reward for them. I couldn't be more happy for them.
I know health is always relative, but with the long break from the North Texas game, everybody is healthy as can be.
Yeah, it's been really positive. I expect Luke McCaffrey to be full speed today. He's looked great in practice, and that's obviously a big win for this football team in pregame. So it's great having Luke back, and really do expect all these guys to be the freshest they've been in an awful long time.
And what did you like from AJ in that season finale against North Texas and getting that extra reps? What do you need from him today?
Yeah, we need him to make sure he's protecting the ball, right? Like, we had a ball security issue in that game where it was an exchange issue and the ball got put on the ground, and we can't afford that. We understand, like, we all watched the game yesterday where UTSA lost to an inferior opponent because they turned the ball over 5 times. And we know ball protection, ball security, ball protection is such a big deal, and we've got to understand that we really do hold everybody's livelihood and their hopes and dreams in our hands when we possess the ball and when we have the opportunity to throw it, make a decision with the ball. And that's what we've encouraged these guys, make sure they understand the gravity of every time they touch the ball. And for our defense, we want to rip it away and get our offense another shot.
So I can't imagine there's any other bowl coach that's been to the opposing team's 1-year-old birthday party, their quarterback. So talk about Trey Lowe a little bit and that unique relationship with him and his
Lowe Jr. We're GAs together at Alabama, and Trey was born, and we got a chance to, like you said, go celebrate his first birthday, and hung out with some unbelievable Alabama figures at the time, guys like Sylvester Croom and Woody's dad and himself. It's been awesome to watch Trey develop. It's been awesome to watch him grow and fully get back from that injury. And like I said, I've been excited to watch him all year until today.
And I heard you tell Nate on Monday night, but they're using they call it a super back a lot. You're going to see a lot of things in that offense, aren't you?
Yeah, all the triple option stuff. Will Hall does such a great job. He's so innovative. I guess it's hard to say innovative and triple option in the same sentence, but when you utilize it in 2022 in the way that he does, it's pretty innovative. And putting Frank Gore back there as a Wildcat quarterback, a guy that truly can throw it a little bit, those are all really dangerous weapons. And, of course, Jason Brownlee has elite speed and is an elite receiver. Was in Conference USA last year and then in the Sun Belt this year.
And on their defense, Austin Armstrong, youngest DC in the nation, but looks like very aggressive interior and back line to the defense.
Yeah, he's a pain in the butt to prepare for. He's going to blitz you. It looks like Star Wars all the time. So they're going to be coming from everywhere. We've got a great plan to handle some of the movement and to attack some of the movement, quite frankly. And that's what we've got to do today. And AJ's going to be a huge part of allowing us to attack that movement, seeing the picture, seeing the keys Coach Dewey gave him, and then allowing him to take advantage of the things they give us.
All right, finally, Coach Keys, I know a good start is big. So what are some other big keys for this one?
Yeah, I think just understanding, like, these bowl games are really interesting. They have ebbs and flows like any college football game, but they seem to have more. And they seem to come down to the last minute so many times. And so we can't be surprised when we're in a dogfight in the fourth quarter. We've got to earn the right to be at first, and then we've got to go find a way to finish and win the game, because there's just too much on the line for these seniors. Like, we all want it so bad for them. So finding a way to win through taking care of the ball, creating takeaways, and taking advantage of situational football the way we need to should be big.
Thank you, Coach. Appreciate it. And go get that dub, all right?
Thanks, JP.
Dunleavy family football coach for Rice Owls, Mike Bloomgren. Rice and Southern Miss, the LendingTree Bowl here in Mobile. This is Rice football from Learfield.
Rice fans, need a place to stay while watching your Owls play ball? Located just steps from campus is the Hilton Houston Medical Center. Visit us today at HoustonPlaza.Hilton.com or call 713-313-4000 to get that special Rice discount. Again, that's HoustonPlaza.Hilton.com or call 713-313-4000 to get that special Rice discount now.
Build it, price it, own it. Go online and see Shoppers and John Deere's new way to get a John Deere tractor just the way you want it. Google Shoppers John Deere and let your John Deere tractor story begin. Build the tractor you want with the attachments you need to get your work done. Price it. No hidden costs and financing. Any budget. Own it. Deliver your John Deere tractor. Build it, price it, own it. It's Shoppers New Your Way. Shoppers, all things John Deere.
Friends, but craft them. Flight by Yingling is uncompromised refreshment from America's oldest brewery. With only 2.6 grams of carbs and 95 calories, this is premium refreshment. 6 generations in the making. Don't just raise a glass, raise the bar. Flight by Yingling, the official beer partner of Rice Athletics, and now available for purchase everywhere in Texas. The Yingling Company, Fort Worth, Texas. Please enjoy responsibly.
Your one stop for all college sports is the Varsity app and the brand new Varsity Network website, thevarsitynetwork.com. Keep up with your favorite teams and the rest of college sports, no matter where you are, with thevarsitynetwork.com. Live and on-demand broadcasts. Your favorite college-centric podcasts with stories and video around college sports and your favorite teams. Be sure to download the Varsity app and check out the brand new Varsity Network website, thevarsitynetwork.com.
Well, we made it back. Nate, Bob, Walter, and us. By the way, we are in the booth, our feeds, YouTube and Facebook right now. We have our in the booth feeds as well. You can see our bright shiny faces, and oh my goodness, Nate, what are they doing on the field right
now? They kind of freaking out. You know, you're like, what are they doing down there? You know,
I've never seen this at a football game.
Hey, man, they have traditions. They have traditions. I guarantee you, if you go to Alabama, you go to Georgia, you know, you're going to see them. You go to Tennessee, you're going to see them. You go to Southern Miss on a regular basis, you're going to see them. So they have different colored.
I wonder, it's like Easter-colored motif right now. They have light, there's peach, yellow, and purple dresses, and they're pausing for the anthem now. So we will take that break, too. We'll be back in just a moment. We have a lot to get to. Hugh, stay with us here. LendingTree Bowl from Mobile, Alabama. Back in a moment. It's Rice football from Learfield.
What do you do when you need safe, reliable team transportation? You go Win. Win Transportation is one of the largest group transportation providers in Texas, a leader in charters, shuttles, and special customizable team transportation with a wide range of motor coaches, minibuses, and vans. So, for safe, reliable team transportation, do like the Owls and go Win. Book at GoWin.com. GOWYNNE.com.
Have no post-game plans? You do now. Head down the street to Little Woodrow's in Rice Village and relax over indoor and outdoor games, sports, and drink specials that a college student can't refuse. All you have to do is bring your student ID to enjoy $2.50 domestic drafts. Also, don't miss out on our Thursday college nights, as we've got $2 domestic drafts and $3 shot specials. Follow us on Facebook and Instagram to stay up to date on all of our upcoming events and specials. Little Woodrow's, the official Rice Owls game day headquarters.
What's up, fans? This is Roddy Jones, co-host of College Sports Now. We're breaking down all the action from around the country weekly during the football season. We'll look beyond the box score and keep our finger on the pulse of college football from September all the way to the national championship game in January, from the East Coast to the West Coast. Listen all season long on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, or wherever you love to get your podcast. And while you're at it, be sure to give us a follow along on Twitter @CSNowTweets.
Hey, it's JP here to tell you that, yes, there's more Rice Owls content out there for you to consume. Subscribe and download the official podcast of Rice Athletics right for the best in Rice Owls content. Subscribe to Rice Owls Insider, the official podcast of Rice Athletics. Available on Apple, Stitcher, and Spotify.
Great reward for 4, 5, 6 years of hard work, in some cases, to play here today against Southern Miss. Shea Baker's been on South Main over half a decade.
Finally get to reap of what I've been sowing, for 6 years. But I still have to go out and prove it one more time, right? So it is fun. It will be fun, but it's still business, and it's a business trip.
And after
great 5 days of prep, and we're getting the game plan down. We are confident and excited.
And as Nate calls him, single-digit Trey Schumann. It's his last game as an Owl. Today, he scouts out the Golden Eagles.
Southern Miss is a great, multifaceted team. They have a great run attack. They have a couple quarterbacks who can throw the ball around, a really dynamic receiver in number one, and from what I've seen from their defense, they can fly around too, and very disciplined special team. So, it's a team that the personnel and schemes are very familiar with what we saw last year, so it should be another good matchup as last year's was. I'm looking forward to it.
8 years ago, the Owls were last in a bowl game. The waiting was the hardest part, but the Owls are back. Rice and Southern Miss in the LendingTree Bowl, live from Mobile. That's coming up next.
On the Rice Sports Network from Learfield, welcome to live play-by-play coverage of the LendingTree Bowl.
Play action, and Big Seven running it, cutting back up the middle. There he goes, 50 to 40. T.J. McMahon cutting it right side and into the end zone for the touchdown run of 64 yards. How about that?
Owls football is brought to you by the International Brotherhood of Electrical Workers, Local 716, lighting up Rice University and Houston for over 100 years. Carbach Brewing Company. Carbach, it's crafted for fun. And by The Parking Spot. The Parking Spot. We have airport parking covered.
Green under center, driving the end zone for right. Takes the snap, hands right side, punches into the end zone. Say it with me, touchdown, Rice Owls. That'll do it. That'll do it. Rice wins on the road in overtime.
Now, inside the Little Woodrow's broadcast booth at Hancock Whitney Stadium, alongside Nate Griffin, here's the voice of the Owls, J.P. Heath.
We are back. It's been 8 years since the Hawaii Bowl when Nate and I got stuck on Hawaii, but as I told him Christmas Day at a McDonald's or Christmas Day lunch, ain't nobody feeling sorry for us. And nobody's feeling sorry for us right now as we get to watch the Rice Owls against Eagles here as the Southern Belles in their multicolored, I'd say hula hoop dresses, as the term comes to me now as I've let that visual sink in. They exit to our right. They're playing an inner pregame hype montage where the Rice Owls and Southern Miss Golden Eagles get jazzed up. And not a bad crowd turnout. It's nowhere close to a sellout, and I think there's a lot more Southern Miss fans, that only being 90 miles away, but a lot of Rice fans came here as well. From Hancock Whitney Stadium in Mobile, Alabama, it's the LendingTree Bowl with the Rice Owls and the Southern Miss Golden Eagles. Hello, Merry Christmas to all. Happy holidays to you and yours, with Nate Griffin by my side, Bob back on the stat board, Walter Engineering, Ashley back at the studio. Young Jared is spotting many ways to consume this fine product today. The Varsity Network app, riceowls.com, the Owls Game Day app, and our YouTube and Facebook streams as well. And we're on ESPN. The big boys are broadcasting this one, but we will give you that special local flavor. If you like to sync us up, syncmygame.com. First off, Adidas Earn Your Stripe key to a Rice Owls win. I'm going to jump the line and go first because I know you have so much
exactly
content.
Where you're going to go.
I don't know. I think we talked about this. The Owls can't get down multiple touchdowns early. They're not playing catch up in this game, so I think they've got to make it a close game early on and then settle into this one. They've got to contain Brownlee. They can't let Frank Gore go off. That's obvious, but they cannot get down double digits in the first or second quarter of this one.
Well, here's the first thing. Southern Miss is not very good on third down. Right now they're at a little less than 40% on third down. I want to say lower 30, around 32, 33, 34% is what they do on third down conversions, number one. So you have to be able to get them in long second down situations. The other thing, Rice, do not turn the ball over. Do you know Rice is number 30 in the nation out of 31 teams? They are terrible in turning the ball over, but today they need to be good. And I think A.J. Padgett has a shot to make this team much better today. Don't turn the ball over, Rice, and you have an opportunity to sustain third down conversions and win this game.
Yeah, I'd be really interested to see as we see Padgett down in his gray uniform, whipping some spirals down there to Shoki Idris as they play some catch about 15 yards apart right down underneath this as Ryan Hayworth, video expert, videos them right now. But Padgett and McCaffrey, that connection, I'm interested to see that too.
Well, I need to correct myself. I said 30. Yeah. I meant 130 of 131, okay?
No bueno.
So there you go. So when you talk about, first of all, you're going to get number 10 back. I think that's huge. When you think about McCaffrey and all the things he does, he has changed the Rice offense, JP, so much so that it's opened up the running game. And I'm really, really interested to see how this is going to work out. You got A.J. Padgett. I don't want to talk about what they're going to do right now, but you got A. Padgett. You also have number 10, McCaffrey, Luke McCaffrey, and then you have Bradley Rosner. And I think with that combination of the three, not to mention Cam Montgomery and Juma Otoviano, who we know on any given day can go for 150. And I think the last time he played this team, he went for over 150. So this is a team he likes to play against. I just think you have so many good things working for you today. If the defense can keep USM in check, they're going to be in really good shape.
Right now, Southern Miss, as you probably heard, with the thousands that they brought and their big Southern Miss band to the far way, they exited onto the field. I mean, you got to talk more about Southern Miss. We talked about some of the high points, but they're 6-6 on the season, and they've got Trey Lowe as the starting quarterback. When they have the running back, gets far, but he also plays a lot what they call that super back. Load of carries for them, but Brownlee, their big threat. I was listening. I love Darian Mellon. I meant to talk to Cole Kublik. I was going to fanboy out. I love hearing his segments on national ESPN radio. But I heard it from Mel Kiper Jr.'s mouth. Jason Brownlee is going to be playing some football for a long time and getting paid for it. So, you know, the trouble the Owls have had in the past, even against Southern Miss, what was it, Stiggers?
Yeah.
Had the big game, so they can't let Brownlee get behind. The Owls have done a lot better here defensively this year against the big play potential, but they've got to do a better job of that today. They can't let Brownlee go off early.
Well, the thing I like about the Rice Owls secondary is that they have big corners. Dunbar and Trayshawn DeVones, they're going to need to play really, really well today against this guy, Brownlee, because Brownlee is a big-time player. You can't give Trey Lowe an opportunity to go at him with the ball or throw the ball down the field to him. But here's what we also know. Southern Miss has had a revolving door at quarterbacks with Trey Lowe, Zach Wilkie, as well as Jake Lane. And anytime you have that, you've got some uncertainty. So the thing that the Rice Owls defense has to do, they have to get pressure on Trey Lowe today. They're very, very good at doing that, very good at limiting teams on third down conversions. And so let's see how they get it done.
President DeRoche is down on the field for the Rice Owls on that coin toss. The Owls captains joining him, Trey Schumann, Josh Piercy, Shea Baker, George Nyaqual, and good to see Wiley Green out there as well. So the Rice Owls win the toss. They defer to the second half. So Southern Miss gets the football to start things. And the man in the white hat says Southern Miss will receive from our right to our left. Mentioned Lowe at quarterback. Mike Humphrey was at his first birthday party. How crazy is that? He was friends with Lowe's dad, Woodrow Wilson Jr., who the Woodrow Wilson, the Lowe family, great ties in Alabama. But Lowe, the starting quarterback, 6'2", 235, redshirt junior. Frank Gore, as we mentioned, Frank Gore Jr., his daddy, number 3 rusher in all time in NFL history. Got Brownlee in the out wide, Jacarius Caston from Natchez and Hines Community College. And they also have Tyquan Mims from Bay Minette, Alabama, who does a lot in the wide receiving core. Ramsey, the center. Bolding from Klein Oak, a Spring, Texas. Yeah, he's a right guard. Jerquan Scott, the left guard. Bryson Mays, the left tackle, West Virginia, transferred from West Virginia with Lowe. And Doss on the right tackle. The tight end, when they use one, is Cavallo out there. Now starters on defense, and we come back in just a matter of moments. But they got Brooks and Mims back there returning this kick for the Southern Miss. Going about ready to go, Nate Griffin.
Now, the one thing we know about Southern Miss, they've always had speed. Always
track
have had
speed.
Track speed. That's what. Right. Got to make sure you are coming. Your gunners got to get down there early. Make sure they don't give Southern Miss any good starting field position. That's where the game starts, right there.
About ready to go as Tim Horn, not exactly Hawaii weather, but he's getting ready to kick this one deep. The Southern Miss Golden Eagles young man deep is not listed on the roster, so that's not the best of omens, but the ball goes over his head and out of the back of the end zone, and Southern Miss bringing it out to the 25-yard line. Mentioned that starting lineup for Southern Miss just now. They've scored 19 points per game their last 4 games, 24 points per game on the season. The OC is the head coach, Will Hall, second-year busman. The Owls defense, though, Inachuku, one defensive end, Josh Piercy the other, Carroll and Floyd are the tackles. And yes, indeed, glancing down after, they do have Conti and Morrison, the linebackers. The Viper is Trayshawn Chamberlain, Nyaqual Taylor, the safeties. And the Owls start Miles McCord and Jordan Dunbar at the corners here, as they have Lowe out of the shotgun. First play of the game. Line of scrimmage, the 25, is a throw deep down the right sideline for Brownlee, and he catches it at midfield. I think he was interfered with, but no flag. And McCord drags him down there out of bounds, and they say he was out of bounds at the 48. 27 yards on that first play of the game. Is there an echo? You knew they'd go to Brownlee early.
Yeah, there's no question. You knew that they were going to go to him. 6'3" receiver. You're going to go man corners. You got bigger corners, so you feel a lot more comfortable with them if you're Rice. But they're going to have to get some safety help out there. Now, the only problem with doing that is that you leave the middle of the field wide open.
Cavallo out there as the tight end. They put young guy Caston in motion. Shotgun is low. Hash right side in Owls territory. The snap and a handoff. Bouncing right side is Gore. Zigs and zags 40. First down, 35. Runs over an Owls defender. Gabe Taylor absorbing that hit as they fall into the Southern Miss sidelines there, and all the way down. Officially going to mark it at the 33-yard line in that neighborhood. 14 yards. Little Frank can run like his daddy a lot of the time.
Over 1,000 yards rusher is what he is, and he loves to bang. I mean, he has no problem with that. So that is why he's been so successful at Southern Miss. They love to give him the football.
Yeah, little Frank, not really that little, 5'8", but 195 from Miami. First down, 2 back-to-back big plays to start for Southern Miss. Hash. And they've got Gore right by Lowe here. Man on the outside. Nobody on the near side for Southern Miss. 3 wide receivers set. Here's the snap. Lowe, RPO, gets hit, wrapped around by Josh Piercy, and sacked. He goes back to the 42-yard line. Great job, Quint Titt, getting some good penetration in there. Myron Morrison helping out as well. Loss of 4, and now second down and 14. Big play to try to calm down this Rice Owls defense.
Well, that's the big play you have to have from the Rice Owls defense to calm down the Southern Miss offense, because they came out with 2 really big plays. You have to be able to get pressure on Trey Lowe. If you can do that again and put them in long second and third down situations, you have an opportunity, but that's the way you have to do it. You got to get pressure on Trey Lowe.
Not even 2 minutes in, second down and 14 at the 38-yard line of Rice. Low shotgun in between 2 of the running backs. Takes the shotgun snap, long tight sleeves, throws a deep out route right side, caught by Brownlee. 25, first down, 20 on that far sideline right in front of McCord. They changed their route combination up just a bit, but to no avail. The Owls give up their 3rd big defensive play, 19 yards down the right sideline. Southern Miss first down in the red zone.
Almost looks as if they are willing to concede the middle of the field, and that is not a good thing when you concede the middle of the field. They go underneath.
Question, are they going to offer up some resistance? I hope so.
There will be some resistance. They got to figure it out very quickly.
This has been too easy for Southern Miss for their first 5 plays. 2.5 minutes in. Snap to the left side, stepping in front, Dunbar in front of Jones, incomplete in that red painted end zone to our left. So good deep breath, everybody calm down. 2nd and 10 at the Southern Miss 19. It's scoreless, 2.5 minutes in here.
Yeah, and I tell you what, that was a great play that time defensively, but you have an opportunity to pick that ball off. You're going to need to, because right now Southern Miss is coming at you. They're throwing. Will Hall came out with a plan. He said, this is what we're going to do.
Southern Miss 6-6 on the year. They have been regulars in postseason competition. Gore stands right by low. They've got Caston slot left, and by him is Jones on the outside. Snap, fake to Gore, lob it left side again. They're going high for Caston in the end zone. It is, they call it a catch for a touchdown. Dunbar is trying to say it was not in the back of that end zone. It wasn't a catch, but Caston hauls it in from 19 yards.
He was also saying that he was interfered with, and he was. There should have been offensive pass interference, but they didn't call defensive pass interference on the other side of the field. So I'm just wondering, how loosely are they going to call this game today? That's the big question.
Wouldn't we all like to know that? We can only know as the rest of the game goes. Southern Miss leads early by a 6-0 count as they march right down. What was that, 5-6 plays, Roberto? As the extra point try is up and good. Cap that 5-play drive to PAT from Briggs Bourgeois from St. Amant, Louisiana. Makes it a 7-0 game. Keeping this one here, so let's go over the starting lineups on the Rice Owls offensive side. Wrap that drive in a second. A.J. Padgett playing for a 3rd straight game, his 2nd straight start. True freshman from Frisco, from Reedy High School, the Lions at North Texas. Threw for 229 yards, his first career start. And the Owls will be receiving this kick in a second, but it's either Montgomery or Ottaviano in the backfield. Expect Rosner, Esdale, and McCaffrey to get a lot of the looks as a wide receivers. Clarkowski starting. Isaac Clarkowski at center. The redshirt sophomore. This is summer day for the redshirt sophomore from Green Bay. Shea Baker, the left guard. John Long, the right guard. Ethan Oniano, the right tackle. Conference USA all-freshman team. By the way, Baker, his 55th straight game played today. A team record over 3,000 career snaps. 2nd team lineman. Clay Servant, honorable mention all-CUSA. His 36th straight start today. I was joking with him in the elevator today. Said it's been a while since he has not started for the Blue and Gray, but he is out there as well. Bradley, the tight end for the Blue and Gray. Southern Miss defense coming up in just a scotch as Bourgeois puts the big right leg into it. A high end over end kick. Connors at the 5. Takes it across the 10. The 15. Stops and starts again. Actually, Tyson Thompson. Jay Jones coming up on special teams duty to lay down that big number. And yeah, Tyson Thompson getting the special teams return, but only got out to the 20.
Good to see him getting some run, and hopefully he'll have a big day. Let me wrap that drive for you. 5 plays, 75 yards, 2 minutes and 40 seconds. 19-yard pass play from Trey Lowe to Jacarius Karsten. And number 10 is back.
Luke McCaffrey out slot left side. And they've got Esdale left and Rosner right side. And it looks like they
First
have
play's going to be a pass.
Ottaviano starting with Montgomery. So a 2-back set. Snap. Looking left side. Thrown to McCaffrey. Get him warmed up. Slips across the 25-yard line. Falls down at the 27-yard line. They credited 8, maybe 7 yards. Yes, that first down play. Tackle made by the free safety, Jay Stanley. Let's get to those Southern Miss starters on defense. It's like they're playing Star Wars out there. They got a lot of guys going a lot of different places, but Booth and Habas, the ends. Williams and Bivens are the interior linemen. Gill, Latham, and Quiwan, some great linebackers. Shorts and Stanley, the safeties. Scott and Brooks, some great corners. 2nd down and 2 for Rice. Left to right. Snap, Padgett, hand to Montgomery. Cuts it right, dips it back left, and he gets squished underneath by Dalen Gill. A senior from Louisville, Mississippi. Ole Miss transfer. Gets stymied. Stymies Montgomery at the line of scrimmage, no gain. 3rd down and 2 at the 28.
Here's the thing I like about this game. On both sides of the ball, you got dudes. Now, which dudes are actually going to intimidate which dudes? And I can tell you right now, Southern Miss is coming out. This is the way they do. This is the way they play. We've seen this over the years. This is how they play, going all the way back to when they did what they did.
Padgett under center. The Owls have the heavy backfield. And a 3rd down and 2. Hergon there in as the fullback along with Johnson. The snap, hand to West. West surging right, broken arm tackle, and surges back towards the middle of the field. And he picked up the first down with 1.5 yards to gain. 4 yards on third down and very short. Malik Shorts, that weak safety there from Demopolis, Alabama. Their leading tackler, 6th-year guy. They're trying to petition to get him a 7th, but he was just a little bit late. First down, Rice, trailing Southern Miss 7-0. It's at the 32-yard line, not even 5 minutes into this.
Tough 2 yards to get for you, Rod West, but that's what he's supposed to do. At 240 pounds, you're supposed to be able to use your weight in that jumbo set, get that first down. Rice House did.
Big fella, his 47th carry of the season. First down, Rice up past the 30. Snap, Pageant, a design roll to the right side, throws to McCaffrey, and he got his legs cut out from under him by the liner Knight, that star safety, actually. Only a yard gain on that play. Second down and 9. They call it at the 33-yard line. Rice, left to right. Al's falling in that regular Texas 21-17. Al's offense has been sputtering lately. They've only averaged 11 points per game their last 3 games in this 3-game losing streak. So getting some offense early is really big.
Got to be consistent at quarterback. That's the whole thing. That's why they got a lot of turnovers. We'll talk about that later.
Second down and 9 at the 33. Left to right. Esdale is in motion. A snap, a play action. Wanting to throw is Pageant. Nothing there deep downfield. Tosses right side as Hobbs pressed Pageant out of the pocket there, but Bowden Gruen had that land incomplete as Latham was right by him in pass coverage. Third down and 9 yards needed for Rice at the 33-yard line.
Southern Miss has always had a good defense. They snuffed that out right there on that play action because they had a lot going on, a little motion. But Southern Miss is number 4 in the nation in pickoffs and touchdowns. So you got to be really, really careful if you're going to throw the football here on this down. It's a big down for Rice.
And top 10 in the nation in sacks and TFLs. Third down and 9, Rice. Back to passes, Pageant. The defense comes in around the sides. A deep throw left side. Interception dropped at midfield. It was way overthrown for Esdale up near midfield on that sideline. And Jay Stanley nearly had his team-high 5th interception. That would have been an early Christmas present for him. He was really upset he didn't pick it. Now the Owls have to punt it away.
Pageant threw it right to him. I mean, he was in the perfect spot to pick that ball off, but unfortunately for him, fortunate for us, he didn't pick that ball off. Got to be able to see that underneath coverage, and Pageant's going to have to get to the sideline and read the tablet early.
Connor Hunt's dad came to watch him play from Lihu, Hawaii Prep Academy. Hunt's had a solid year, averaging 41 yards on his punt. Takes the deep snap coming from Tholen, kicks it deep to Brooks, goes back at his 25, runs past Nyqual, the 30. Piercy chasing him down to the 35. Owls collide down there, and Barnett helping out on that special teams tackle after Brooks returned it up past the 35. I think they'll say the 37-yard line. After that 42-yard punt, it was a 9-yard return. Timeout on the field. Southern Miss 7, Rice nothing. 9:36 of this first quarter. This is Rice football from Learfield.
You've got a lot going on, so how do you find time to take care of you? At Houston Methodist, we work around your busy life. There's same-day primary care appointments, online scheduling to see our world-class specialists, access to all your records through and video visits 24/7 if you need urgent care, bringing you Houston Methodist's expertise wherever, whenever you need it.
Visit HoustonMethodist.org to find the care you need at locations throughout Houston. Houston Methodist, leading medicine.
With MyFit Foods, meal planning isn't hard. We've got options on options for ready-to-eat meals. It's no secret why MyFit Foods is the best choice for meal prep. We have the best products, price point, and people dedicated to serving you. Stop by our store, only a mile down the road from Rice University, and fuel your body the Rice way today. MyFit Foods. Give a fit.
Still very early. The Rice Owls and the Southern Miss Golden Eagles here in the LendingTree Bowl here in Mobile, Alabama. Rice taking on Southern Miss. They're no strangers. 13th meeting all time. Each team has won 6 in the series. It's the first non-conference meeting between the two, though. In 2020, up the road in Hattiesburg, about an hour and a half away, the Owls won 30-6. That snapped a Southern Miss 5-game winning streak in the series. Last season in Houston, Owls won 24-19, and what we thought would be the last game in quite a while. But hey, the football gods converged, and here you have an old friendly foe. You're duking it out, and a late arriving crowd coming in here. They have packed it nicely as we look across the way for the Southern Miss folks, and the Owls fans and local Mobilians, just made that up on the fly, they have filled the blue chairback seats beneath us.
Nice job of making that up. Yeah, I mean, hey,
Jared, is that right? That's what you call them? Let's see.
Mobilians?
That's what he calls them.
Well, it only makes sense. I mean, you are J.P. Heath. You've been announcing Rice Sports for quite some time, so it's rubbing off on you. But I will say that, Southern Miss people travel pretty well, especially when it's not that far. And this is a Saturday evening out for them, if you will. So Mobile obviously has lots to offer in regards to restaurants and, fare. And so, yeah, they're here. But, I can tell you right now, Southern Miss has been the bully on the field. And so Rice is going to have to figure out a way to turn that around. And I do mean quickly. Very quickly, and
like
they need
yesterday.
to do it on this drive. Yeah, like yesterday.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So this is not the Southern Miss team in the last few years that we had seen at times where they're rebuilding things and getting Coach Hall in there. It is a pretty quick flip for them. They beat Tulane earlier in the year. Tulane, the best group of 5 teams. So they have a lot of similarities when you look at the trends and ebbs and flows deep inside. Precise, right to left. Southern Miss leading Rice 7-0 in the black unis and gold stripes and white lettering. Snapping a handoff around the left end. Caston turns it up outside the hashes. He's hit at the 45 and down at the 46. George Nyaqual laying down that lumber. 9 yards though on first down. Let's see if they go deep here. 2nd and 1 to 46.
Jet sweep on the first play, and they're trying to turn it up early. And you saw Gabe Taylor actually come up to make the play. And he had some help.
7-0. Southern Miss leads Rice here. Appreciate you tuning in wherever you are. We love to hear you, hear where you're from. As Lowe's out of the shotgun. Twins right, one single receiver left. Snap, play action, pressure comes in. He avoids that, steps up the middle away from Chamberlain. But then his big bad Owls defense right behind him. Braylon Carroll, among others, helping out on that defensive line, and Blake Banish and Myron Morrison there to play some good defense there. I got to get this shout out in early. We're not watching the game. We're a little bit preoccupied here, but Braylon Carroll's team playing tonight, I guess it's coming up in a little bit, in the 6A title against North Shore for the, what we counted on the trip, 4th time in the last 6 years?
Yeah, and it was back in 2019 with the Hail Mary. Man, that was either 18 or 19. I want to say 19 with the Hail Mary. That was the game.
He's got
North Shore won it.
Got Devones on his defense. Couple North Shore guys on the Owls roster too. They call it a first down at the 47-yard line. Back to pass is low. Pressured. Throws it left. It's caught near the sideline by Jones. And then Dunbar drags him down. Friendly spot into Owls territory at the 48-yard line. It goes as a 5-yard reception. 2nd down and 5.
We talked about it earlier. Southern Miss is really good on 4th down. 62% on 3rd down. They are at 35%. You don't want them to come in today and change that. You have to be able to get them in long 2nd down situations.
Got Caston and Jones out of the huddle to the right side. Guess really they don't huddle, but just for this next offensive set. 2nd down and 5 of the Owls 48. Southern Miss lead 7-0. Snap, RPO. Gore took it at the last instant. They were both getting mauled by the bookends, Orji and Inachuku there. No gain. The Owls have made some good adjustments this second drive. Actually a loss of a yard for Gore back to midfield. So 3rd down, the Owls trying to tighten their belt on that defense and need 6.
Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. 3rd and 6. And that's what you have to come in. Put them in a throwing situation. They could go with Gore. They could go with a fly sweep or some kind of RPO. But I think right now they want to throw the ball and test Rice.
Caston left, Brownlee out wide to the right side. Man coverage on him on the outside. 3rd down and 6 at the 49. Here comes the snap from Lowe. Finally puts those hands together. The snap comes back. Pressured around both sides. Looks left. Goes to the tight end. Cavallo incomplete at the 45. Ponce right on him like white on Rice. Trey Schumann. Great pass pressure coming in there to make him throw that a little earlier than he wanted to. And just what the Owls needed. They force a turnover on down. Here comes the deep snap back to Hunt coming from TJ Harvey. It's a straight into the wind. Knuckler comes down, lofting down to Tyson Thompson at the 19-yard line. McGee, Rice football football coming back, trailing 7-0 when we come back here in Alabama from Learfield.
Hey, Oscar. My friend Oscar is sleeping. You know, we oysters like our pets. Anyway, drop by tonight for a
on the horizon? Before you depart, you gotta park. The parking spot is a simpler, easier way to navigate airport parking, and you can save when you book online. You're guaranteed a spot, and we even pick you up at your trunk in our yellow and black spotted shuttles and take you straight to the terminal. Parking and saving come full circle at the parking spot. The Parking Spot, proud sponsor of Rice University. Visit theparkingspot.com to reserve your spot today.
Owls, Golden Eagles, closing out the 2022 season. Now let's head back to Mobile, Alabama.
The Rice Owls and the Southern Miss Golden Eagles. Owls coming into this game with a 5-7 record, and Southern Miss coming into this with a 6-6 record. Good to see the Owls back in the bowl side of things, and you forget how much you miss it when it's been a while. But this is the 13th ever bowl game for the Rice Owls. Owls, of course, have played in 4 Cotton Bowls, a Sugar Bowl, an Orange Bowl. First ever for the LendingTree Bowl. Owls are the 28th different team to play the LendingTree Bowl, and their 13th ever bowl game. You never take these for granted, do you?
No, you never take them for granted, because last time we were here in a bowl game, 2014, stuck on an island.
Nobody is feeling sorry for us.
No one. You know, you brought up a great memory. We were having lunch, whatever it was, at McDonald's, and I remember thinking, it's not bad. You know, we're in Hawaii at McDonald's.
Christmas Day lunch at the Oahu McDonald's.
Yeah, a little different.
In 2014.
You know, but for these guys, this has been a great trip, and I can tell you that, you know, they will always remember getting to a bowl, especially Nyaqual and Schumann, as they get ready to leave Rice. They will definitely remember.
Owls be setting up shop, coming back right at the 20-yard line, coming from our left to our right. Juma Viano the back to start this series. Owls in their gray jerseys. They've got the blue shiny helmets with the thick white stripe down the middle. Owls have the navy pants. Southern Miss, the black jerseys, white numerals, and yellow lettering on the back with the names. They have that Southern Miss emblem on the side of those black helmets. Here comes Rice. Ottaviano to the left of Mr. Paget. 6:55 first quarter. Owls trail 7-0. Hand to Ottaviano, and he plows his way right tackle and got his way for about 4 yards before meeting the cornerback Brooks and the linebacker Gill there. Ole Miss transfer, the ladder there, Gill, middle linebacker. 2nd down and 6 there, the 24.
Look who's on the field. Giovanni Johnson.
There you go.
Giovanni Johnson, converted quarterback to wide receiver. Love seeing him out there because he causes mismatch problems, and looks like he's going to the slot position near side here.
And you got Rosner out to the left, and Southern Miss brings in nickelback Daniel coming in now. They got 6 in the box right now. 7-0 Southern Miss leads. Owls a 2nd down and 6. Snap Paget. Quarterback Heaper to the right side really cradles that football. Very valuable to him as he moves his way to the right. Booth got a hit on him. So did Harrell, the linebacker there. So give him a yard. 3rd down and 5 coming up at the 25. One thing that Coach Bloomgren told me pregame about Paget, he's got to value the football. Like, pretend it's a baby. His football need
that the Rice Owls have had. You know, the one thing that you want to do, you want to make sure that you do cradle that football.
Owls are 0 for 2 on 3rd downs. They need a big one here. They're 1 for 2, I beg your pardon. They still need a big one here. 3rd and 5 to 25. 5 to snap it. Here it comes back to Paget. Looks right, throws right. Caught by his security blanket. McCaffrey there. Gill hauls him down to the 35-yard line. Good to have you back, 10. And he gets 10 on that play. Luke McCaffrey, Nebraska transfer, did not have a catch at Western Kentucky, did not play against UTSA and North Texas in those losses, but he gives you a couple extra pages in that playbook just having Big Luke out there.
Yeah, you talked about turnovers committed, 13 turnovers in the final 4 games of the season and worse, 4 different quarterbacks with 19 picks. So AJ has to really good job today and make sure he gets the ball. And you saw the nice throw he made to number 10.
The scoreboard goes out. That could be an issue. Okay, now it's back up. 1st and 10 to 35 snap. Padgett wants to throw, looking left side. He led Ottaviano a little bit too long, but Harrell hit Ottaviano and spun him down, only for a gain of 3 there. 2nd down and 7 for the Rice Owls.
AJ has to be careful now. You got to know when to deliver the ball to your guys so that you don't get them in trouble. He wanted to go deep. There was nobody open because of the coverage that Southern Miss is playing right now. And I don't care how bad they have been. It never really matters. They always have good defenders, and that's what you saw. They can keep up with just about anybody because they have track speed on the corners.
Padgett 3 of 5, all of his completions to McCaffrey. 4:18 to go, first quarter. Rice trailing 7-0. Big tight end Gruen in motion. Here's the snap. Handoff right side up to the 40, 45. Big hit coming up at the 50-yard line. And the late flag comes in, targeting as Daniel goes and blasts the Owls ball carrier, as Shorts actually was the one laying down the big hit.
Yeah, that was a huge run that time, and you knew automatically what was going to happen when that flag was thrown, because I tell you what, that was targeting. There's no question about that. And
Brandon Hey, that was
that was number 16 for the Rice
Quentin
Owls.
Jackson.
That's right.
That first career carry for Quentin Jackson. We saw him a lot in the summer.
Little bit of a wrinkle for the Rice Owls, if you will, in the backfield. They got different guys you've not seen in a number, so you don't have a scouting report. It's kind of cool to do that. I love the thought of the coaching staff.
I said, wait a second, who's that?
Yeah.
As you could probably hear in the call. But here we have the targeting discussion.
Personal foul, targeting, defense, number 9, using the crown of the helmet. This play is under further review.
And I think he's clearly going to get the old showers early. Malik Shorts coming in. That's big. He's their leading tackler, so that could take a lot off their defense. But you got cameras in every nook and cranny here.
That targeting call is going to be upheld because of the way he came in. It's hard for a defender, even being an off player. It's hard for a defender to try and not get at the same level.
The defender did not use the crown of the helmet. Therefore, there is no foul for targeting.
See, there you go. That's exactly. It only makes sense because it doesn't make sense.
Yes.
We saw the same thing.
Right.
Our opinions were backed up. So up is down, black is white, and Bears do not go in the woods.
Defender was the running back was going down. Running back was actually heading down. He was losing his balance, and he was going to fall. Defender came in low.
And thankfully, Jackson was okay after that. His first career carry went for 11 yards. The Owls have big Cam Montgomery coming in the backfield right now. So
they're using different guys to kind of change things up, keep them fresh.
Padgett checking the wristband here. Look down, trying to find those play clocks. They're nary to be found, but the clock is marked. There it is, up high. 15 seconds to snap it. Southern Miss 7. Rice nothing here under the 4-minute mark of this first quarter. Right smack dab the middle of that field of the LendingTree logo there. And a timeout call. Seems to be confusion from the Owls offense, and a timeout is called.
Rice, they're first of the half.
Line up, and A.J. Padgett wanted him to line up in a certain position. And they didn't have motion going there. And you also had a slot. So now you got a whole lot of confusion right there.
3:47 first quarter. Southern Miss 7 and Rice nothing. Back in a moment. This is Rice football from Learfield.
Flight by Yingling, the next generation of light beer. For those who don't follow trends, but craft them. Flight by Yingling is uncompromised refreshment from America's oldest brewery. With only 2.6 grams of carbs and 95 calories, this is premium refreshment. 6 generations in the making. Don't just raise a glass, raise the bar. Flight by Yingling, the official beer partner of Rice Athletics.
Today to have access to hundreds of national podcasts as well as your favorite team-focused podcasts. The Varsity Podcast Network, now available for free on the Varsity app. Download from the App Store and listen today.
Great for those extra practices, and so we put an emphasis on our young guys to practice every day, was getting those guys some individual, getting them some live tackling work, getting them 9-on-7 or 7-on-7, so they really get a chance to enhance those skills. And when you think about it, us getting 9 extra practices, you only get 15 in spring ball, so it's almost 2/3 of spring ball, an additional spring ball, and that growth is starting to happen. Some guys are starting to have more confidence in some of the things they're doing.
That's Mike Bloomgren Monday talking to Nate about the huge benefit of the bowl practices and getting those extra reps out there. So huge. And coming up, Al's defense had a big stop after Southern Miss could pick its yardage in the opening drive. They went up early, 7-0. The Owls defense they call the timeout.
So you can't get it right because it could be a scoring play. And the last thing you want to do is make a mistake on a play where you possibly could have scored. So all plays are potential scoring plays. And so just get it together. I mean, A.J. Padgett, still a young quarterback, but, probably the quarterback of the future for this Rice Owls team. He's got a solid core of receivers out there in this play. And so you want to take advantage of that. You see what's happening now. It's a different lineup.
Trips to the left side, and Southern Miss looking at one safety back deep with Shorts, who stayed out there. Back by Padgett is that Montgomery again, or is that Quentin Jackson? I believe that is Montgomery. First down and 10, Rice its own 49, trailing 7-0, 3:47 first quarter. McCaffrey in motion. Here's the snap to Padgett, looking right, and he throws towards Bradley. It's caught at the 30. He gets cut down. The ball pops out as Daniel and Rutherford were there around him, but we'll see if this is ruled in Southern Miss favor. They're acting like it was a fumble recovery, but it looked like Bradley was down after he had made that catch. Shorts there with the football, but we'll see what these Zebras say.
I think Bradley was down, but I could be wrong here, but I think he was down. Looked as though he was down.
McCaffrey went in there with the foot. It's their ball. No official signal yet, though. To get a look at this.
To break their hearts.
Replay coming up.
Play.
Be a 26-yard pass play if it stands.
He took a pretty hard hit, but looks like the ball came out once he got down. Once he was actually taken down to the ground. Ground can't cause fumble. He completed the play, so he completed the process of the catch, and that's usually what they're trying to figure out. Did he complete the process of the catch?
What do we got to do to get a look at it? We still haven't seen it in how. So they haven't shown. But I think the look at this Rice extra good look, but we just haven't seen one from the TV folks.
Don't know if you want to use a challenge in this instance, but I will tell you You know, that was a pretty good lick. Turn the ball over, man.
I guess the replay. Now we'll get a look at it here. Looks like the TV feed a little bit behind us, understandably, but Shorts coming away with that. Eagles have the ball. The out Gore, big fella, goes left, but he meets the waiting arms of and he is 30, still shy of the chains, but a 4-yard gain there. Third down and about 3 coming up for the Golden Eagles.
Crowd going nuts because Gore was taken down to the ground. You got to bully him. They want to bully you. Bully them back. I mean, that's what you have to do. You have to bully them back. It's not, and you know, so far, you know, you talk about being able to stop them on third down. This is where you got to make your stand right here.
Southern Miss 0 for 1 on third down so far. They're about to cross the 100-yard mark. Rice has 68 total yards. Third down and 3, the 33. Clapping the snap to low, handoff to Gore, sprints up the middle, glides to the right after picking up the first down. He is dragged down around the knees by Gabriel Taylor after a 6-yard LendingTree Bowl in Mobile.
That was almost too easy. It looks like they're going with a little bit of a tempo here, JP. Rice House defense is not set. They need to hurry up.
Gore is a great gliding back. Brian Smith telling me in the past, great vision, can creep through those holes, run some of that super back as well. First down to 39. They motion out of the backfield, snap to Gore, speaking of, and he runs straight up the middle. It's the first time we've seen that super back. He goes across the 45 to the 46. 7 yards. They're doing a lot of what they want to do. The Owls have had a couple, maybe plays, but it's mainly been advantage Southern Miss. 2nd and 3, the 46.
Yeah, they can change up that offense on you in a minute and go wildcat. And that's what we're seeing Gore in there. And he can throw. So they have to be really.
Yeah, Gore over a 1,000-yard rusher near career high. 199 yards rushing last game. Here's the snap. Play action. Runs around, goes box up the first down. Past the 50, eventually is the one who at the 4-yard line. Also, Southern Miss so far, 7-yard run, and probably won't in this order.
It's in the middle where you're going to have defense.
So probably be play. Gore's 3 receivers set in Owls territory. First down, the 47. Snap, Gore fakes the jet sweep. Now he bluffs a throw. Glides to his right and then throws it down the right sideline over the shoulder play down at the 12, incomplete. George Nyquil almost had a nifty interception. I think they're trying to get it to was that Jones or Caston down that right sideline.
What we don't know is why that holding or why the flag is being thrown now. Right now you got a pass interference, so you got 2. So one, it could be. You could have a call against Southern Miss and a call against Rice, a holding call and a pass interference call here. So we'll see what they actually call.
One by each team. Nailed the receiver downfield. Offense, number 0, was covered up. Prior to holding, defense, number 2. Those fouls offset. Replay, first down.
Like it a lot.
Okay.
Like it a lot. It's kind of like a do-over.
Yeah, just a little mulligan there. 10 seconds left. First quarter. 1st and 10 at the 47 for Southern Miss.
And since you're getting that do-over, now you need to kind of understand what you're up against. And right now, again, the Rice House defense, they're running man on the corners because they feel like they can get it done. Trayshawn DeVones and Jordan Dunbar, believe, on the other side. And so they know you got 2 deep safeties. Don't let those receivers get behind you.
And Tavius Willis from Camden, Mississippi out there is one of the wide receivers. There's 4 of them. Southern Miss 1st and 10. The Owls 47. Leading 7-0. Snap and a show to Willis, who crept down to at the line of scrimmage, and he moves back to the 48-yard line. Trey Schumann helped loss on the play. Back in an 11 when we come back. Southern Miss.
You know, it's a team that the personnel and schemes are very familiar with what we saw last year, so it should be another good matchup as last year's was. I'm looking forward to it.
So great hearing Trey Schumann. I was a fan too. I had a little basketball game. I was almost upsetting number 7 Texas, but I tuned in to Trey Schumann Monday night in the Mike Bloomgren show with my right-hand guy, Nate, discussing these Golden Eagles. And I'll be asking Trey Schumann for a loan here in the coming years. This megastar he'll be in commercial real estate coming up. The Owls trailing these Southern Miss Golden Eagles by 7-0 count. And Owls had a turnover in that first quarter. We'll have the Houston Methodist stat board coming up here in a scotch. But Owls gave them a freebie, and they adjusted defensively. But some things to like, some things not to like after that first quarter, but still only 7-0.
Well, I'll tell you this. Southern Miss came out with a little more fire. The Owls, I know they want to stay even keel, but you have to sometimes be able to match fire with fire. Or you have to be able to match, the intensity with intensity. That's what you say. Match their intensity. And I've seen it, a little bit of it defensively. From an offensive standpoint, you have to be able to hold on to certain passes that you catch. You can't hold on to the ball, you're going to be in trouble. Like we saw the turnover. You got to be able to hold on to that football. And I know some catches are going to be tough. You're going to take some really, really hard hits. But when you turn it over, time of possession for the other team becomes critical because now your defense is out in the field a bit longer than you'd like. So you got to know who you are, and you got to play that way. And tonight, the Rice House just have to step it up just a little bit.
Southern Miss 115 yards in the first quarter, 68 for Rice. Owls just 20 rushing yards in that first quarter. Southern Miss had the ball about 9 minutes. Owls about 6 minutes in that first quarter of action. Now they flip it left to right. They only had to walk a few feet to change directions. 7-0 Southern Miss, second 11 at the 48. Gore back in there as the running back. The quarterback is low. Snap, shows to Gore, pulls it back, whips a tight slant over the middle, incomplete as DeVones was trailing Brownlee, but a flag comes in. I don't think that play will count. The
illegal
substitution, maybe?
Yeah, man downfield. Extra man downfield.
This will go against Southern Miss. So you'd imagine it'd be a 2nd and 16.
Eligible receiver downfield. Offense, number 71. That penalty is declined. 3rd down.
So they'd rather have the 3rd and 11 than 2nd and 16. That does make sense. 3rd down at the 48-yard line behind the chains.
Well, as long as Rice keeps getting them in long 3rd down situations, now you can become predictable, and Southern Miss is going to throw the ball.
Southern Miss bottom 25 in the country in 3rd down conversions, 35%. They're 1 out of 2 here tonight. 3rd down 11 to 48. Brownlee going back to the tunnel there, getting helped by an Owls trainer I see. Here's the snap, back to low, looks middle, looks left. Now he sprints to the left, on the run, throws back across the body, incomplete over the middle to Brownlee. Trey Schumann forcing Lowe to throw it back across the middle, and Gabe Taylor there in the pass defense area as well. As Owls do another good job defensively. Thompson back to return this Mason Hunt punt coming up.
If that happens again, Will Hall's going to tell his guy, pull it down and run it. Because he had about 15 to 20 yards in front of him where he could have gotten all of that, and they would have had a big-time 1st down.
10 seconds into the 2nd quarter. Hunt lots of time to punt, kicks a high one with the wind behind him that Thompson lets go, bounces at the 5, and Southern Miss will kill at the 1. That was as tailor-made as it could get. Daniel, Lacavius Daniel back there to down that 47-yard coffin corner. That's the 26th punt by Mason Hunt this year that he's pinned inside the 20. And that's inside the 1. And we have a timeout on the field. 14-40, 2nd quarter. Southern Miss 7 and Rice nothing. Back after this. This is Rice football from Learfield.
DoubleTree by Hilton Houston Medical Center Hotel and Suites is the preferred hotel for anybody visiting the medical center, the museum district, or Rice University. We offer the largest suites in the medical center, complete with full kitchens, and our full-service restaurant and outdoor pool will make your stay complete. We look forward to having you experience the DoubleTree by Hilton Houston Medical Center Hotel and Suites soon. If you need a group rate or tennis, don't forget to call 713-528-7744. That's 713-528-7744.
Another season of women's and men's college sports is underway. Your alma mater or favorite team in their pursuit of the prestigious Learfield Directors Cup at L Directors Cup on Twitter and online at thedirectorscup.com. Trophies will be awarded in June 2023 to the winning institutions in all competitive divisions. Learfield Directors Cup, the crowning achievement in college athletics.
It really means that, finally get to reap of what I've been sowing, for 6 years. But I still have to go out and prove it one more time, right? So it is fun. It will be fun, but it's still business, and it's a business trip.
That's Shea Baker. When I talked to him last week, I asked about the years of hard work that led up to making this bowl, as we've talked about in our Houston Methodist pregame and so far. Right now, it's rewarding, but now that there's a game to play to, it's about winning this football game, which Rice trails Southern Miss now 7-0 in the opening seconds of this 2nd quarter.
Well, the good thing about rewards is that when you do it in the classroom as well as on the field, you get a chance to play in a bowl game. When they're less than a number of 6-win teams, and you get a chance to represent your school because you were a 5-win team, and you made better grades than just about everybody else. That's not bad.
All right, let's talk about the playbook here. Inside your own 1-yard line with a true freshman quarterback. You try sneaking it to give a little more daylight, or how do you manage this this precarious spot here?
You have Juma Otobiano. You have a lot of guys that you can count on to get in there and run the football before you get those tough yards. You have Uriah West also. You got Cam Montgomery. I probably wouldn't use Cam right now, but Uriah West and Juma Otobiano would be my guys.
All right, yeah, they are. Looks like they are going short yardage here. They do bring in West. This is backed up inside the 1-yard line. Baker in at the center for the Owls. Under center now is Padgett. First down, I formation behind him. The snap, some movement came from Southern Miss. At least I thought.
No, I think it came from Rice.
I saw Jones flinch, but they're going to say Baker moved early or what?
I'm not real sure. It's going to be a toss up here.
False start.
Yep.
Offense. To the goal. First down.
That's Ethan Onionwa. So the only good thing about getting a false start there inside your own 1 is you're only moving an inch, so you didn't really move it that much.
Onionwa is going to have to get better at hearing the snap count. He's a beast. He's got to get a little bit better.
I formation behind Padgett again. Here's the snap, the turn, hand to West, plows left side, and he gets a yard. So that's better than a poke in the stick with a poke in the eye, as our old engineer Frankie would say. Jay Jones makes that tackle. 2nd down and 9. It looks like barely 2nd and 9.
That's a horrible analogy.
But better than a poke in the eye?
Yeah, that's a horrible analogy. But I'll tell you what, you got to be able to get out of there and get a comfortable 5, 6, 7 yards to get yourself in position to get a 3rd down, convert a 3rd down. And this is what the Rice House should be thinking. We have to convert 3rd down. We got to make it easy. It needs to be a 3rd and 1. Something like that to be able to convert.
Minute into the 2nd quarter. Southern Miss 7, Rice nothing. Owls 2nd down and 9 near their own 1-yard line. Some movement jumping inside that box. Snap, play action, roll out to the left side. Padgett wants to run past the 5. Now the 10. Big fella got the first down as he turned around the right end, right by Avery Hobbs. He got 9 yards. Hobbs from Iowa Western Community College. Josh Ratcliffe there around there to chase Padgett, but Padgett beat him around the right corner. Now, that's what you needed to give you a little more breathing room.
A little play action where you can throw the defense off just a little bit, and now you have a little breathing room to get, some plays in and convert on 3rd and 1.
Second longest play of the game so far for Rice. That 9-yard Padgett rush. 1st and 10. Their own 11. Rice down 7-0. 13-15. 13-14. 13-13 in this 2nd quarter. Padgett shotgun. Takes the snap. Hands to Montgomery. Wiggles his way to the left, and they squat down on him. That is Broderius Lewis from Prattville, Mississippi. I believe you say it. And no gain on that play. 2nd down and 10, the 11.
It's near Alabama. But I'm wondering what the call was on that play. I saw a hole as large as a dump truck for Cam to run through, and looks like he ran behind, a much tighter hole. So I'm not quite sure what the call was there. It looks like they created a crevice for him.
All right, now they still have Padgett, of course, out there. West comes in as the back. Esdale bunch there to the left side. We haven't heard much from Rosner so far. He's out wide to the right. Snap Padgett. Quarterback draw. A little tentative as he approaches the hole, and he gets smacked and slammed back at the 10-yard line. Jalil Clemens from Starkville. Memphis transfer. Southern Miss folks tell us he's been a good sack guy for them and getting in behind the line of scrimmage. He does it there, forcing a 3rd down and 10.
Well, that's what you do, man. 3rd down and 10. Now you're in an obvious passing situation, and what they may have to do is play it safe and punt, but make sure that you don't lose yardage on the play.
So 3rd down and 10. Owls 2 out of 3 on their 3rd down so far. Owls this season 42%, about middle of the Conference USA Pac. Top 40 in the nation. 3rd and 10, their own 11. Pretty noisy here from the Southern Miss fans traveling about 90 miles away. Snap, Padgett, nowhere to go. He gets crunched down and sacked at the 5. All-out safety blitz. Jay Stanley bringing him down for a loss of 5. Gill helping out there in the backfield as well for the Golden Eagles. Check mark for defensive coordinator Austin Armstrong. By the way, the youngest DC in the nation in his 2nd year. They had 15 guys on defense there. Looked like
it seemed that way, didn't it? But yeah, you could tell that Rice was settling for the play, for the easy play. Let's go ahead and get out of here with a punt and not turn the ball over, and that's what they wanted to do.
11:08 of this 2nd quarter. Southern Miss 7 and Rice nothing here in the LendingTree Bowl in Mobile, Alabama. Back of the end zone, Hunt takes a waist-high deep snap from Tholen and arcs this one high against the wind. It spirals down. It's bobbled at the midfield mark. Comes back to the 45. Brooks going back to chase it. A couple Owls near there as well. He did not call a fair catch, and he lost the football, but it went back to the 41. And Clemens saves the day for them, recovering that loose ball out there as Brooks fumbled it at first.
Yeah, George Nyakwal had a play on the ball. He did. He just did not see where the ball was. I clearly believe had he been able to see where the ball was, he would have been able to recover. You can see in replay there, he looked at the runner, and the ball was actually behind him, and he had an opportunity to recover.
Ends up being a 54-yard punt for Hunt. On the season, his longest was 64, but now it is Southern Miss ball, but you give them the ball starting at their own 41-yard line. Southern Miss 7 and Rice nothing. A chilly here mid-December night here in the LendingTree Bowl. First bowl for the Owls in 8 years. Southern Miss a mainstay. Their 23rd bowl game in 28 years. Snap to low, fakes the handoff, throws a slant over the middle, caught by Caston up the middle of the field to the left. Now the 20 outside of the hashes, and he gets drugged down by Miles McCord, the 39-yard line.
There is a flag on the field, though, JP. We'll
Good
have
catch.
to see
I
what
did not see
is.
that.
And I'm hoping that it's a holding call. Southern Miss is walking back.
Eligible receiver, downfield,
twice.
Offense, number 79. 5-yard penalty. Repeat. First down.
Big fella Tykeem Doss from Aliceville, Alabama, East Central Community College. Brings it back 5 yards, so first and 15.
So that's the second time tonight that they've had an ineligible receiver downfield. And what you got, you actually have guys going downfield blocking. That's what they're doing, and that's why those big offensive linemen are getting caught downfield.
So 23-yard difference on that play. This was an 18-yard gain, and they move it back 5 here to the 36-yard line. Left to right, Southern Miss. Gore switching sides over to the left of Lowe, the West Virginia transfer. Twins left, snap, give to Gore, sprints right up the middle, pass Morrison, right side 50, the 40. Owls have an angle on him, down the 20, the 10. Gabe Taylor could not catch him as he sneaks inside pylon for a 64-yard touchdown. And Southern Miss going up as the lights have gone out here with those new LED lights by design. Southern Miss goes up 13-0.
That's unbelievable. I can't believe how he hits the hole like that. He hits too old, and it's off to the races. And really, they had the play covered, and then we're in position. But Gore showed you his speed that time, and once he got in front of the defense, the Rice House defense, it was pretty much lights out, camera action.
For Gore, his longest run of the year, his previous long was 46, believe it or not. And the point after try is up and good. A 64-yard touchdown for little Frank, who is not so little. And he might not be as good as Daddy yet, but you can tell he trains with him, as we've read in articles in past years. Daddy teaching him that breakaway speed. It came with him, but he's enhanced that. 10-14 to go. Second quarter, Owls have a big hole to dig out of here at the LendingTree Bowl. Southern Miss 14, Rice nothing. It's Rice football from Learfield.
North Star Pressure Washing, the only power washing company you will ever need for all your commercial and residential properties. Serving Houston and the surrounding areas for over 10 years, and now a proud sponsor for Rice University sports programs. Call us today for a free quote at 281-989-9244, because at North Star Pressure Washing, we never forget that your image is our business.
Hey, it's JP here to tell you that, yes, there's more Rice Owls content out there for you to consume. Subscribe and download the official podcast of Rice Athletics. Rice Owls Insider. Rice Owls Insider provides a unique new look at a variety of head coaches, players, and other integral voices inside the Rice Athletics department. Plus, you can find archive coaches shows as well. For the best in Rice Owls content, subscribe to Rice Owls Insider, the official podcast of Rice Athletics. Available on Apple, Stitcher, and Spotify.
What's been the biggest difference from year 1 to year 5 as you prepare for this bowl game?
Oh, man, there's so many differences that you couldn't even list them. Like, the show's not long enough. Like, the way this team works, the way this team comes into every week and attacks things the right way, the fact that we can talk about player-led leadership and really have it, that we can have Trey Schumann holding people accountable and telling them how much this will mean to him, instead of a bunch of coaches begging people to work and begging people to come to practice. You know, it's just so different than it used to be in such a good way. These guys have really taken some really positive steps, and it's been really cool to be a part of.
Well, tell you what, Southern Miss Golden Eagles have gone up on Rice 14-0 here, 10-14 remaining in the second quarter on the strength of a one-play, 59-yard drive. It was a 64-yard touchdown run by Frank Gore Jr., and he got out in front of the defense, the second level, and good night. He really took that one.
Good
to the
night
house.
and good luck.
Yeah, good night, good luck catching.
Yeah.
You know, and you saw a defender had an angle on him. I remember when I'm trying to remember what game it was, but it was Bert Emanuel Jr.
Oh, you're going way back.
Yeah, I'm going way back. When he was playing with the Tampa Bay Bucks, no, Atlanta Falcons, and a defender thought he had the angle on him, Bob, and Bert could outrun angles. That's what the defenders had to understand. He ran a 4.240, and that's what that looked like. You know, it's like you catch me out of an angle you have. You're not catching it.
You knew when he hit the 50. Well, that's
later.
That's probably church, but
yeah. It's over.
Yeah, it looked like the Owls had the angle. Owls football this year brought to you by Houston Methodist. Houston Methodist, the official healthcare provider for Rice Athletics. Visit HoustonMethodist.org. Houston Methodist, leading medicine. Southern Miss 14, Rice nothing. Not going to say I told you so, but one of my big keys before the game was you can't get down by double digits in the first or second quarter. The Owls offense just not at that stage just yet.
I've seen them come back before. This game is not over. You know, there's still a lot of time left in this game, but they got to score right now.
Kick is deep. Thompson waiting, calls for that line drop, fair catch at the 2-yard line. And they'll bring it out to the 25-yard line. Coming back right to left. And, he just it looked like he had an angle, a lot of green here to the left side, but he elected to call that fair catch.
Yeah, I don't quite know. They're showing right now on the screen, they're showing, and probably running it on the broadcast, Frank Gore highlights when he was his dad was playing at the University of Miami. Maybe he was he was all world at Miami. Yeah, they're actually running him on ESPN right now.
Cam Montgomery is the back. Padgett is the quarterback. Snap, a fake to Walker. Back to pass. Padgett hit hard as he throws deep over the middle, and it's incomplete between two Owls at the 50. The tight end Grun was actually deeper than Montgomery over the middle, but Cooley made a really big hit underneath. Tolles running in coverage back there in between the Owls' two receivers there. Big hit, though, by Southern Miss.
Boy, if he had been able to see Grun, oh my goodness, that's 6 points. He was wide open over the middle of the field, and I don't know what AJ saw at that point, but Grun was, oh my goodness, that'd have been 6 points.
Second down and 10. 25-yard line. Padgett out of the shotgun. 4 wide receiver sets, but to Grun in motion. You got Rosner to the right. And slot right side is McCaffrey. Owls trailing 14-0. 5 minutes in second quarter. Play clock got down to 0. And Padgett, you could tell, upset with himself there.
Yeah, they got to get straight in a hurry. Again, it's still early. Here we go with the call.
I think we had the call, but the man in the white hat, like us in our audio business, David Siegel, did not have his mic on. So that's my advice to young Jared in the booth. And any of the young broadcasters, always assume you have a hot mic around you.
I'm telling you.
Right? Anyway.
Always.
Second down and 15 coming back to the 20. How the penalties stacking up here. Our stat monitor is a little bit behind, but second penalty for the Owls, so not too bad. 5 wide, it's empty. 14-0, Owls in the hole. Second to 15, they're 20. Padgett out of the shotgun. Hard snap to his right, takes it, throws a tight one right side, caught the 25, up to the 30, 35-yard line. And McCaffrey is chunked down past the 40-yard, near the 40, got that first down. It's been all McCaffrey on the offense, 19 yards, his 4th catch. Brought down by the safety Stanley there at the 40.
Yeah, that was really a big play for the Rice Owls. It really was. They're going to have to get some other people involved. You need to get Kobe Campbell involved. You need to get Isaiah Esdale involved. You need to get number 2 involved as well. I mean, you got some playmakers on this Rice Owls offense, and it's just a matter of getting them involved.
Tolles checking Rosner out here to the left. 4 for 39 for McCaffrey. Snap Padgett around the left end. They go to Braylon Walker, the 50, the 45, into Southern Miss territory. Harrell gives him the escort out of bounds, but an Owls first down after we saw Braylon Walker, the true freshman from Sulphur, Louisiana, hit it big with 4 catches on the first time he'd ever play in a Rice game, including a long touchdown catch. He runs it for 20 here. New dimension, young speed. We've already seen Jackson, now we see Walker.
Yeah, it's actually good to see him in the offense, and we saw him against North Texas a little bit, and he showed you what he can do.
Back-to-back 20-yard plays for the Owls. And speaking of Jackson, they put him back in the backfield. Snap, play action to him. Roll to the left, throw back to the right side. Caught by Jackson, 45 for the sideline, 25, and hit out around the 21-yard line. Jackson bumped out by Latham there. Third straight 20-yard play for the Rice Owls. Thank you, ma'am. Down to the red zone for Southern Miss.
I like that speed. That speed is scary. And you saw Southern Miss. They were getting ready to collectively gasp that time. You got to turn that speed on, but unfortunately, you have some defenders out there. You need more of that. You need more of that.
Quentin Jackson, 5'7", 146. His first action as an out. True freshman, went to North Crowley High School out there by the town of the Cow in Fort Worth. 8 to snap. First and 10 at the Southern Miss 20. Snap. A give to Ottaviano. Dips that shoulder. Gets hit right past the line of scrimmage. You got a couple of yards there. And he moves back. Second down and 8. Officially inside the red zone now. Southern Miss against the Rice Owls. 8 minutes to go in this second
cutback on that time, and of course, Rice Owls trying to get some points on the board. Look, 7:52 remaining. I'll be going downstairs in just a few minutes, but when you have guys who can run the ball like Juma Ottaviano, you can pound it.
Owls looking to cut this deficit in half. Rice trails 14-0. A huge drive here as we're at the halfway point of the second quarter. Esdale in slight motion. Snap back to Pageant. Hands Ottaviano. And Juma taking that handoff inside the 15-yard line. Now 3 more yards. Maybe count it 4 to bring up a manageable third down coming up. McCaffrey going to bring this play in. 14-0.
Yeah, 3rd and 5 here. You could go with some jet sweep action, or you could try to hit something on the boundary. But you've been running the ball pretty well here last couple of plays. Count.
3rd down and 5 coming up under the 7-minute mark. Ball's at the 15-yard line. See if they're in 4-down territory here, as they really need 7. Snap, Pageant, handoff Ottaviano, chopped down in the backfield. And he is brought down at the 16. Tylen Knight comes in. Ole Miss transfer, teaming up with an Oxford guy, Christian Booth, for a loss of 2 yards on that play. Not in 4-down territory, but Christian Van Sickle will come on for the field goal attempt.
Yeah, they're going to cut into the 14-point lead with 3 points. You like to get 7 if you can. But 3 is better than nothing, and it does give you some hope there.
34 yards, middle of the field. Van Sickle made his first 10 attempts of the season since he's been missed 4 of 5. Here's the snap. The kick is up, end zone to our left, and it is up, and it is good. A helmet comes rolling off somebody, and no flag. It's John Long, the big fellow on special teams, and it will count for 3 on the Rice Owls. Actually, Cedeno looks like on special teams there, had his helmet knocked off. But the Owls are on the board, 14-3. Southern Miss leads Rice, 6:04 this second quarter. This is Rice football from Learfield.
Buy the best for less at Shoppers. Shoppers has the lowest prices on John Deere tractors. Don't leave money on the table with the best tractor at the best prices of the year. Shoppers makes it so easy with just a few clicks at our website. We dare you to compare. Go see our specials by Googling Shoppers at SHOPPAS. Build the tractor package of your dreams with our Build It, Price It, Own It tool. And we'll deliver your John Deere tractor for free. The best for less at Shoppers. All things John Deere.
Woo! Got my nachos, got my big TV, and my favorite chair. It's game time. But the only thing that would make it a little better is if I could listen to my local...
Hello. You must have wished for your game to be synced with TV and radio.
I sure did.
Do you have a DVR?
You bet.
Do you have a streaming device?
Yeah.
Blammo! Your game is now synced. It's that easy.
Oh, boy.
To see if you can get synced, head to syncmygame.com from Learfield.
Syncmygame.com?
Syncmygame.com.
Owls, Golden Eagles, closing out the 2022 season. Now let's head back to Mobile, Alabama.
59 yards, 4 minutes and 10 seconds. 34-yard field goal by Christian Van Sickle. That means your Rice Owls are on the board. 6:04 remaining in the second quarter. And right now the score is Golden Eagles 14, Rice Owls 3.
still get the ball to start the second half. You have a good defensive drive here and get the ball back. Maybe you could play in that middle 8 minutes like the coaches like to sneak in those extra points. And scoring is better than not scoring situation for the Rice Owls. Reminder that here's to Red Beans and Rice University, Acme Oyster House, a proud sponsor of Rice football. After the game, can come join us for a fried seafood platter, shrimp po' boy, or a dozen char-grilled oysters. Acme, the best little oyster house in Texas. Nate Griffin, thank you so much for filling in my basketball quirky schedule. The last 3 shows of the regular season, and then the bowl special this past Monday. Nate, a regular now at Acme.
I love doing that show.
For kickoff returns.
I love doing it. The last
Southern
4.
Miss number 21 is wearing 37.
If I can get the 4
for kickoff returns, Southern Miss number 21 is wearing 37.
Hey, we can make that
really
happen.
Good enough. 4 is good enough. It's your show, and I appreciate you allowing me to do it.
Well, it's the Mike Bloomgren show, to be technical.
Yeah,
I know what you mean.
I can get in there and ham it up with Mike and the guys and get fun with them. I love doing that.
Get on there, talk a little bit, sign off, right?
Yeah, that's it.
Eat some
that's
seafood in between.
Yeah.
Southern Miss 14, Rice 3, 6:04 this second quarter. Horn checking his fellow special teams members as he will approach and boot it deep down to Mims. He solved that jersey riddle earlier. It is Mims across the 20-yard line and meets a big wall of blue and gray at a smaller LendingTree logo near that 25-yard. Josh Piercy on special teams. 21-yard return for Mims. 5:58 of this second quarter. Have I mentioned I'd like a defensive stand here to give the Owls a ball back?
You haven't mentioned it, but I'm sure you would. I mean, I would too.
I hinted at it.
I'd love to see a fumble. I'd love to see a pick. I'd love to see a tackle for loss and a fumble. I'd love to see a fumble recovery for touchdown. I'd love to see any one of those plays by the defense, and they should be thinking that. And I'd love to see them stop playing 89 yards off the receivers as well.
A lot of confusion on the Owls defense. Into Chukwu and Piercy racing out on the Owls defense. I'm in favor of leaving them on there, but they have other guys out there. 5:58, 1st and 10 to the 24. Left to right, and they've got Lowe as the quarterback still. Gore takes the handoff, sprints by Taylor, the 30, up near Chamberlain, and Nyakwa helping out on the tackle after the first down run. It went for 11 yards straight up the gut. Looked to be some confusion from the Rice defense, but sarcasm not intended. It hasn't mattered who's out there for Frank Gore and Southern Miss tonight. They've got a lot of big chunk plays.
Edge was not set. That's where that play was run. If you watch the play goes right to the edge. There's nobody there. So that's where the confusion was right there.
Southern Miss 14-3 lead. 5:30 to go in this cold second quarter here in the LendingTree Bowl. Snap to Low, play action to Gore, throwing deep shelf over the middle and stride the 20-yard line. Great catch made by Caston. His momentum stumbles inside the 10. Where are they going to mark him down? I'm going to say at the 4-yard line as Lamont Narcisse got beat deep.
That's unbelievable. That was the middle of the field, and that should never happen. Not in the middle of the field on a post route. That's where your free safety's supposed to roam. And Nyquist should be your guy there.
I beg your pardon. It was 55 yards, but Chamberlain is the one that they got behind. And
Nyquist was not on the field.
Yeah, Caston. They attacked with George Nyquist, the big bad wolf, as Coach Bloomgren's called him. This is what hurts when you don't get sevens and you don't win games with field goals, folks. And when you get the 3 and then a big strike offense comes back. Snap to Gore. He gives a little pop pass over to Caston. He sweeps around the right side at the 10-yard line into Chukwu, brings him down. 1st and goal now at the 2nd and goal, at the 9.
Yeah, and so you saw right there, when you have speed, you can get some things done. And certainly on that particular, that's Antavius Willis, who actually, ran that play that time.
Okay, it was 11.
He's really, really fast.
Sorry, I thought I saw 15.
Yeah, that's okay.
But they have Lowe back in there as the quarterback, and they put Cavallo, the tight end, in motion right in front of Gore and Lowe. 2nd down and goal. Say at the 10-yard line. Southern Miss leading 14-3. Low back to pass. Throws back over the middle. It is, Southern Miss says he caught it, but the Zebras in Rice say that was not caught by the young man Latrell Jones. There's also a DeMarcus Jones out there. But incomplete, third down and goal at the 10.
Well, you got to defend here. You know, that they keep piling points upon you. They go up 21-3. You know, and then you start feeling like, okay, now we got to hurry up and try to come back. You only have 3:48 remaining in the second quarter, and that's a horrible feeling.
Yeah, and it's not the Owls' nature of that quick strike approach. Third down and goal, officially they say at the 9, but on the field it says at the 10, so I'll go with what the field says. Shotgun is low. Mike Bloom was at his first birthday party. I'll tell you about that in a second as a timeout is called by Southern Miss.
Charge timeout. Southern Miss. Their first of the half.
Looks like we'll keep it here. 3:48 of this third quarter. Yeah, good timing. Trey Lowe's played for his dad, Woodrow Lowe Jr. at Bolivar Central in Collierville, Tennessee. Well, Trey Lowe's dad was close to Mike Bloomgren. They were GAs on Dennis Franchione's staff at Alabama. And when Trey Lowe was born, he was on the coaching staff with his dad. Later had that first birthday. Mike Bloomgren was at the first birthday party, as he told you, and he told me a little bit more in his pregame chat. He considers himself friends with Lowe and the Lowe family, and right now, young Lowe and the Lowe family tree is bragging rights in this one.
One of Mike Bloomgren's fellow coaches was at practice yesterday, who, when Mike Bloomgren was a GA at Alabama, this particular gentleman was one of the assistant coaches and on Dennis Franchione's staff.
Third down and goal at the 9. They snuck the TV timeout guy on in front of us, so we'll take this break too. Back in a moment. Southern Miss 14, Rice 3. It's Rice football from Learfield.
Howdy Homemade Ice Cream is here. Howdy is an ice cream shop in Katy, Texas that makes ice cream in-house and has a unique mission to employ individuals that are differently abled. Stop by and enjoy some ice cream. With every scoop you buy, you help support employment for special needs. Coming to Rice Athletics venues in the fall.
The newly renovated Houston Marriott Medical Center Museum District is a proud new sponsor of Rice University Athletics. For visiting families and fans, the closest hotel to Rice University is delighted to offer preferred rates. Guests will enjoy 2 new restaurants, an indoor pool, a new exclusive M Club lounge, and complimentary shuttle service within 2 miles of the hotel. Visit Marriott.com to learn more.
Dare you?
A fight almost breaking out in the break. Something I thought I knew you, brother.
How dare you?
Somehow we will manage the rest of this game.
I don't understand.
Broadcasting together.
I thought I knew you. I don't know you anymore. You don't eat lettuce on your tacos?
I don't eat lettuce except if it's a salad. If I want a salad, I'm going to eat a salad like you saw last night. I'll eat me a Caesar salad. I'll drop a salad on you. But don't pile on a hamburger, a taco, or nachos.
It's not a salad.
Lettuce does not belong
it's
on
shredded
other
lettuce, which is an American delicacy. Don't you know how hard it is to shred lettuce?
Wait a second. I thought Ashley was on my side. Now she's agreeing with you.
She's not on your side. No, you're not, Ashley.
No lettuce.
I'm glad they can't hear
lettuce. Yeah. Anyway, we have a little game going on down here. Third and goal at the 9. Southern Miss 14, Rice 3. Southern Miss 1 out of 3 on third downs. Lowe cupping his hands over his mouth, belting out the play call. Comes back to pass those in the end zone. High in the middle of the end zone. Cavallo, though, interfered with Chamberlain there on the pass coverage. This will be pass interference against the Owls, and another flag comes in to boot.
If anything, it should be pass interference on Southern Miss because Chamberlain actually had he had inside position. And when he had inside position, all he had to do was don't put his hand on the receiver.
The MAC crew talking things out.
What are they calling down there?
We'll see.
Pass interference. Defense, number 8. Ball be placed in the 2-yard line. Automatic. First down.
I need to see. It must have happened prior to him getting inside position on the receiver, because that's the only way it could possibly happen. It must have been it was a slant play, so you had far side coming near side on the slant. So Chamberlain must have done something. I just missed the replay there.
Happens a lot, doesn't it?
Yeah.
Got 95 monitors around us, but we don't see the one we want to see. Backup tight end Ladner in motion. Gore, quarterback, first and goal to 3. A handoff right side. And stuff there is Dean. Janari Dean is squashed underneath. No gain on that play, but second and goal at the 2 coming up. Southern Miss 14 and Rice 3.
Yeah, again, you have to make one of those unbelievable stops if you're Rice. And can they do that now? You know, it looks like, you know, they're favoring Gore. So they're favoring, goodness.
Gore going to be that super back. He's got Gene as the running back. They put Cavallo, the tight end, in motion to the left side. Brownlee, their stud receiver, to the right. Snap, Gore, handoff, and Dean plows his way right. Gore moving the pile forward to try to get to that red painted end zone. And no, sir, no, ma'am. He stopped at the 1. So he did gain maybe a yard. It's Ken Anachuku there with JoJo Jean playing the run on the Owls defense. But now they finally mark it. Jean guy taking his time, moving it. He actually goes down to the 2 now. The scoreboard has it at the 1.
Going on the field is the runner was short of the goal line. It'll be a 3rd down. There's a 30-second charge timeout. Rice, their second of the half. Please set the game clock at 2:49. 2:49.
Yeah, you can't take him with you in the locker room, and the Owls still one more timeout remaining, and thinking that they can get the ball back.
Well, you got to give you guys a blow. You know, that's what they're doing right now, giving those guys a blow on the goal line. They're gonna have to come up with some unbelievable energy just to make a stop. You know, at the 1-yard line there, and I'm sure basically what Southern Miss has done is set up a play for Frank Gore to run the ball. That's what they've pretty much done.
Yeah, we've seen enough of the game already and seen enough of them the last couple seasons that, you know, Gore is going to get this here, whether it's the handoff from low or just taking out of that super back spot.
In the game, Frank Gore Jr.
He is out there.
I believe he's out there.
Yeah, he's going to be at that. Call it the super back. They played low a lot at quarterback, but their number 2 option at quarterback. And they got guys Zach Wilkie and Jake Lang, back Lang, but they used Gore more as the backup quarterback.
Better set the edge here.
3rd and goal at the 1-yard line. Shotgun snap coming back to Gore. A little hop pass over the middle of Tim Tebow style was incomplete. Gore jumps up and tried to find one of his tight ends there, the Nyquil there, near that football. Southern Miss getting a little cute there. Now they'll a good hold for the Owls to hold them to 3. They just got to score on the other end.
Well, now wait a minute. They're going for it here, aren't they?
You got the kicker out there. Not saying they won't go for it.
That's 4th down.
Bourgeois.
They're going for it.
We play with.
Is the kicker out there?
He is. We play with 4 downs too. But now Bourgeois lining up. They've got the holder there, Jake Lang, and they'll be on that right hash. On the season, Bourgeois 17 of 18, near automatic.
Boy, he's tight.
9 of 9 on his 20 to 29 yard range. This will be a 23-yard attempt, right hash. Deep snapper Harvey's from Columbus, Georgia. Trying to make it a 17-3 game. Snap was a little off, but the hold is put down by Lang, and the kick is up and good by Bourgeois. And they match the Owls field goal with the field goal of their own on the next drive. 17-3 in favor of Southern Miss. So you hold, you only give up a 3. It could have been a lot worse.
Yeah, that's good that they did that. That's kudos to the defense. I mean, that could turn some things around for you. Man, if you could score, 7 points right here and go into the locker room, sit down 7, how great would that be? With 2 minutes and 40 seconds, you run your 2-minute offense, and hopefully you get some going. Because the Rice Owls do have they have a 2-minute offense. So will they employ that 2-minute offense here?
Spotter Jarrett saying that Angel Alway close to getting that one, trying to block that one underneath, but just a little bit short. That was an 8-play, 75-yard drive. It took 3 minutes and 18 seconds. So not all bad for the Owls defense here in this LendingTree Bowl, but Frank Gore already 108 yards rushing in the first half. And the Owls back deep. How about a kickoff return, Nate? I would not turn that down.
I'll take it.
2:40 to go. And it goes over the head of Thompson and out the back of the end zone. 2:40 to go. Owls right to left. They will have it right now. Last drive. Remember, the Owls had 3 straight 20-yard plays in succession, so it looked like the offense started to percolate. But as they've done a lot this year, they stall in the red zone getting a touchdown. They settle for a field goal there.
They got some guys who can run. They have some guys who can run. And I tell you, man, you got to test Southern Miss's defense. You have to test their secondary. They got guys who can run.
I'm going to expand on that in just a second.
Yeah.
Rosner single coverage here near side. Montgomery the back. 1st and 10, the 25. Owls down by 14. Now they put the tight end Gruen in motion, coming back down on the line. Snap. Give to Montgomery, trying to run around the end, and he got brought down 5 yards behind the line of scrimmage. Knight, star safety from Pearl, Mississippi. I've been there a few times. Latham helping out. Right outside of Jackson, right?
Correct.
I believe.
Number 3 of the defense must leave the game for 1 play due to his helmet coming off. Please reset the game clock to 2:35. 2:35.
So
it will start on my signal.
That's Knight who made that tackle. But you mentioned something before that last play. We haven't seen that gunslinger. Padgett, he's been set on throwing it to McCaffrey, but he's not been his same aggressive nature that he was against North Texas.
Way too conservatively for me. And I like Rosner. Get it to him. 2nd
and 15 at the 20. Snap. Padgett looking right all the way, trying to set up a screen. It's way too high and incomplete, but a flag comes in. Scott there on that coverage on the screen, but Booth there forcing that one to throw that early. We could have an offensive pass interference here.
Yeah, I'm afraid that's the direction the referee was actually pointing to Rice. So we'll see what happens here.
Yeah, you look at Southern Miss, they've got 2 timeouts remaining. Would they decline this and want to get the ball back?
Nels, the receiver, downfield, offense,
okay.
Number 76. The penalty's declined.
So they did decline. It was just the wrong penalty. It was an ineligible receiver. The 3rd time that penalty's been called tonight between the 2 teams.
Well, you got downfield blockers. That's what they're trying to do, and unfortunately, they're in the play when they're moving, running downfield to block. So they get that flag thrown on them. It hurts every time, and kills your momentum.
17-3, all Southern Miss this first half. Rice the ball, 3rd down and 15, they're on 20. They bring in their short yardage back. West back there, trips to the left side. Let's see if they air it out for Padgett. Back to pass. Safety blitz comes in. He arcs it deep down the right side for Rosner, but way high, incomplete. Out of bounds. Take a number. Cooley and company on the defensive line chasing.
There's no foul for intentional grounding. The quarterback was outside the tackle box and threw the ball beyond the line of scrimmage.
Thank you very much. But Brooks in coverage of Rosner around that right end. Austin Armstrong has Padgett guessing left when he wants to go right, and it's just the young DC has called a superb game for the Golden Eagles tonight.
Natron Brooks that time. Brooks with the pressure on Padgett and actually took him down, and that's unfortunate because they don't have enough guys to block the 5 or 6 guys they have coming.
Full start. Offense. Number 44. 5-yard penalty. 4th down.
So Garrett Hergon goes back 5 yards for the Owls as he's called for that infraction. 4th down and 20.
Just the little things right now killing the Owls. I mean, they got penalties. They can't move the ball down the field, but the little things.
Hunt kicking it high, turns over near midfield. They want to return this. This is Brooks kind of doing a tap dance routine, it looked like, at the 45-yard line. And eventually they're tired of that and brought him down. Didn't it look like that? He was just kind of stammering back and forth. 40-yard hanging punt in the air. No return for Brooks. Sammy Davis Jr., that Anyway.
Oh my goodness, you went way back that time.
I'm hip with the kids, by the way.
Sammy Davis Jr., Frank Sinatra,
Josh Piercy on that special teams tackle.
Dean Martin. You may as well go ahead and name them all. The Rat Pack.
The folks inside the booth view are getting an interesting display here, but he just kind of, I don't know.
I've never decide where you want to go.
I've never had the capability of moving that fast.
Yeah.
That's why it looked interesting to me. Southern Miss has it. Now, again, they got 2 timeouts and plenty of time. 2:06 to go. Out of the shotgun is Lowe. Receiver to the right side in motion is Caston. Back to pass is Lowe. Nothing there. Runs up the middle. Does a side swivel away from Lloyd. Back up the middle to 40. After picking up the first down, he does a somersault down at the 36. Josh Piercy and Gabe Taylor track him down after that big gain. Oh, by the way, Lowe can run it as well.
Well, they had a defender, a holding. I mean, he grabbed
Floyd,
him and not able
Floyd,
to hold
excuse
on to
me.
him.
Yeah. Isaiah Floyd on that tackle. First down at the 37. Back to pass now. Lowe hit as he's throwing it. The ball pops out. Inichuku hit him as he threw it forward. Iron Morrison there hops on the football, but Southern Miss may retain possession here.
Yeah, this will be interesting what they call.
Good job.
They called it for Rice.
Don't turn that down. This will probably be reviewed.
If they decide they want to challenge it.
Rolling on the field is a fumble recovered by the defense. 1st and 10 for Rice.
Good job by Inichuku knocking that one loose for the Rice.
Finally got to him, and you saw the pressure that time coming from the Rice House defense. There's a good chance that they may challenge this if it can be challenged, because that quarterback's right. Well, wait a minute.
Myron Morrison recovered that fumble. The Owls offense coming out there. And just like I was surprised, Rice didn't challenge in the first quarter. I'm surprised Southern Miss doesn't challenge here. The cascade of boos from the Southern Miss folks. But this was a more definitive fumble than that one in the first quarter, I thought. Anyway, Padgett shotgun. He puts Esdale in motion. Snap, swing out to Esdale. He wants to throw it, and now he puts it back in his holster and runs past the line of scrimmage near the sideline. And he stays in bounds. He's hit at the 41 by Dominic Kwewan from Minneapolis, Minnesota. It's a nice summer night for him here. 2-yard gain there, 2nd down and 8.
They have not let that play work all night long. Esdale wants to go deep.
Owls have to go no huddle. 2nd and 8, the 41. Snap back to Padgett, and flags come in. Somebody moved. I think it could be our guys serving. Here we go. By the way, I'm getting good response on my lettuce comment from earlier.
Illegal snap. Offense. Number 54. 5-yard penalty. 2nd down.
I'd be curious to see or know what they're saying, but that penalty was illegal. Obviously, 5-yard penalty.
So 2nd down and 13 right now. As the Owls going backwards a bit here. It's now their 4th penalty already. The Owls cannot afford those first half mistakes. 2nd and 13 to 36. Back to pass Padgett. Airs it deep and out route. Hey to Rosner, and it doinks off his helmet, incomplete. As Brooks was there, some good coverage. And Rosner trying to run away from the Southern Miss players. And they're woofing and hollering. He's getting into it with Cameron Harrell. But Rosner just trotting back to the huddle there. But either way, however you slice it, however you dice it, 3rd and 13.
Yeah, Rosner come back to the ball and give that defender a chance to get in there. He's talking smack to him. That's what they do. Brooks is talking smack to Rosner. Rosner's not having any of it, but he needs to play football right now because they are down 14 points.
3rd down and 13 for the Owls on 3rd downs today. Rice just 2 of 6. A snap, a handoff, and they just run it. Flag comes in past the 40. This might be a good sign for the Owls, as that was Cam Montgomery.
It could go against Rice.
See if it's a post-possession flag or if it's they call a hold there.
There's a lot of shenanigans going on the field right now between the players, and they're going to have to end that if they're going to have a shot at winning this game. Right now, it's a time eater. It's eating up all your time to be productive.
That's what I was surprised about that run there. But I guess you didn't want to stop the clock with a pass, potentially stopping the clock. But.
Now, the initial provocation was started by Southern Miss, but then Rice you got a Rice player who decides, no, I'm not having any of that. And so now, the flags come out, see what they call.
Officials still discussing it around the 40-yard line, keeping us in suspense. Could have offsetting fouls here, giving some kind of indication. Could have a hold against Rice and an unsportsmanlike. This would never happen, but I would be interested if they actually called the penalties on what actually happened first.
Well, you got to break it down for people so that people understand exactly what happens.
Young Will Hall over there on the Southern Miss sideline. He's talking to the officials.
No, well, now they're going to talk to Mike Bloomberg.
And now they come here to the near side. The side judge is talking
against Rice.
After the play, personal foul, unnecessary roughness, offense, number 58. 15-yard penalty, enforced at the dead ball spot. It will be 4th down.
Goes on
that
Shea
clock,
Baker.
that foul caused the clock to stop under 1 minute. Southern Miss has elected to decline the 10-second runoff. The clock will start on the snap.
A lot of feedback in that message from the Zebra.
A whole lot of feedback.
If you could make that. We need Walter Engineering there, but we don't want to lose him here. But it'll be Southern Miss ball after let's put it this way, a lot of bad stuff happened against Rice there.
Yeah, I mean, in back-to-back plays. You got a penalty, then all of a sudden you have another penalty because of the penalty, and then you get angry and a little provocation, and you try to retaliate. That's back-to-back plays. You're trying to retaliate, and that's what they want to do. That's what they want you to do. They want you fall prey to them.
Fall right into their hands.
Yeah, you fall right into that trap.
Yeah, Shea Baker, the guilty party there. But 4th down and 24. Ball's at the 25. Rice in its own end. Trailing Southern Miss 17-3, the 55-second mark. And Hunt going to punt this one. 5 on the clock, 4 on the clock. Get the snap off, and this one is kicked high. Coming up is Brooks, calls the fair catch at the 38-yard line. Remember, Rice gets the football to start the second half. What you don't want to have happen is a big strike play here after that 37-yard Hunt punt.
Especially now, with 49 seconds remaining, Southern Miss has them right where they want them. They have them emotionally disturbed. You got to calm down. So Bloomberg has a big job in front of him right now. Calm your guys down. He's talking to his guys down there. Calm your guys down. It doesn't matter what they said to you. You're losing the battle and getting charged 15-yard penalties because you wanted to throw a punch after the first guy threw a punch at you. Just hang on. The flags will come.
Put low in there at quarterback. Southern Miss starting at its own 39-yard line. Dean the back there and not Gould. 4 receivers. Here's the snap. Back to pass. A pump fake. Looking deep. Right side. Guess who to Brownlee? And incomplete inside the 20-yard line. And Taylor turns. And he's doing some woofing with Brownlee underneath. But a flag is back here at the line of scrimmage. Now I see. I think that one could be on Bolding. He's the Spring, Texas native.
Holding. Offense. Number 51. 10-yard penalty. Repeat. 1st down.
Are we in a canyon or where are we?
Going Bryson Mays.
Yeah, finally a call goes for Rice instead of against them.
Look at Walter shaking his head back there.
Yeah, pretty sure.
You need to go talk to these folks here, Walter.
Oh my goodness, that's funny. Walter's sitting back there shaking his head because of the technical problems.
Strong silent type. First and 20. They're on 29-yard line. Southern Miss up 17-3. Shotgun snap. And they hand to the big guy, Dean. Slides to his right. Then he explodes up the hashes past the 35 into the around the 38-yard line. Marcus Williams playing about 3.5 hours from his home of Helen, Alabama. Teams up with KK Orgy on that tackle. But they get back near the line of scrimmage. But it's 2nd down and 11 at the 38.
Yeah, Rice Owls have to hold firm here. Clock's moving. 17, and Southern Miss may be content to just, run it into the locker room up 14, 17-3 at the half. Rice with some things working on, JP.
That'll do it at the half. Southern Miss 17, Rice 3. Bob comes back with his Rice update, and we'll have scoreboard look at the half, and then we'll also have a breakdown of the Mike Bloomgren Show. Strength coach Hans Straub, a recap of that coming up next. It's Rice football from Learfield.
Whether running a marathon or walking your dog, every movement matters. But when you're in pain, simple activities can feel unbearable. At Houston Methodist Orthopedics and Sports Medicine, our specialists can help you heal faster using the latest technology, minimally invasive procedures, and advanced physical therapy. As the top-ranked hospital in Texas, we have the expertise to keep you moving and help you get back to doing the things you love. Houston Methodist, leading medicine.
Rice teams and traditions are legendary. Our team as strategic wealth designers are proud to be a partner of Rice Athletics. What an honor to be working together. When you're ready to discuss your financial future, call the team the Owls trust. We look forward to creating your winning strategy for retirement. Visit us at swdgroup.com today. And go Owls.
We interrupt your top 40 hits to issue this alert from the Cock Brewing Company. In our efforts to brew our distinct and popular Hopadillo IPA, we have unwittingly created a monster. A monster with an insatiable thirst. A monster that will not stop until it gets what it is. An ice-cold Hopadillo IPA. Just like the one I'm holding in my hand. Bold, flavorful, dry-hopped, irresistible. Go, sweet Mary! Hopadillo. Find it before it finds you. Bravely brewed in Texas by the Karbach Brewing Company.
Hey, Oscar, wake up. Hi, this is Otis and Oscar, the talking spokes oysters for Acme Oyster House. You've probably seen us on TV. My friend Oscar is, sleeping. You know, we oysters like our pets. Anyway, drop by tonight for a dozen raw, a dozen char-grilled, a seafood platter or po' boy, and maybe a few laughs. Come Acme, bro. Not you. Acme Oyster House. Life's more fun with seafood.
On the Rice Sports Network from Learfield, welcome to the IBEW Local Union 716 halftime show. Coming up, scores from around the country, highlights and stats from our first half. Now, with a look at what's going on across Rice athletics, let's go back to the stadium and join Bob Schlanger.
3 at the half right now, and of course Rice has some work to do. They are in the locker room as the head coach Mike Bloomgren is being interviewed. Now we turn to Bobby and Bobby Schlanger.
Yep.
And of course a lot of things going on the campus.
A lot of things going on
Rice
campus,
University.
but you know what? This game's not over yet.
Nope.
Because that last drive, Rice had 3 consecutive 20-yard plays. We can come back out, score, and start this second half. We'll be all right.
Get the ball back in the second half. Yes, sir.
Since we last met, Nate,
Yes,
volleyball finished up their season, another phenomenal season. Finished with a record of 27-4, won the conference tournament, defeated Colorado in the first round of the NCAA tournament, and lost a tough 5-setter to Baylor in Waco. But finished with a great year, 27-4. This afternoon, you know, the bad news is the men's basketball team hadn't scored in a couple of hours. But during the 40
Is that
minutes,
the bad news, Bob?
the 40 minutes of the game, they scored 110 points. They defeated Northwestern State. Northwestern State, I think, came in with an 8-2 record, and Rice defeated them 110-73. The Owls can score some points. Quincy Oliveri, I think, was the leading scorer last time I checked, and Max Fiedler had another really good game. A nice rebound. They lost in overtime at Austin to number 8 UT. Had a shot at the buzzer to win it in regulation. Came back, had a win Thursday night, and another win today, 110-73. Women's basketball, undefeated. They're now 9-0. They're 9-0. They finished the non-conference season 9-0, including wins at A&M and home wins against TCU and U of H, and they defeated Sam Houston State yesterday. So they're back in action. Men are back in action on Monday night, 7 o'clock against Jarvis Christian, and the women open conference play Tuesday at noon at Tudor Fieldhouse. So come see the women. The They have a lot of great freshmen. Lindsay Edmonds has gotten some players. Their depth is tremendous. Malia Fisher, Ashley Austin, and Destiny Jackson scored 33 against U of H, and as the Owls defeated U of H. So they're back in action Tuesday. They start conference play against Middle Tennessee.
Wow.
So it's been a good weekend.
Yeah. You know, I tell you what, you know, that and that's really what you want. Are we up to date? So much going on. Geneva Opie. I mean, I can't say enough about her.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, no.
Yeah.
All right.
I mean, you need to come out and see the women play, and the men are worth watching. It's been 110 points. I don't know. It's been a while since they scored 110 points. So.
Sure has. I really want to watch Quincy.
And they're back in
play.
Action Monday night.
Monday night.
Be there.
Monday night. All right, guys.
Thanks.
All right. 17-3. Eagles leading the Owls right now. Golden Eagles leading the Owls right now. Owls got a lot of work to do when they come back, but I think they got a shot to get it done. We will see you on the other side. I'm Nate Griffin. JP Heath will be back in the booth, and we'll have scores and highlights and whatever else we need. Stay with us. You're listening to Rice Football right now on Learfield.
It's time for today's STEM tip. Okay, you know recycling is important. No one wants plastic in the ocean. Here's a cool way to repurpose a plastic bottle. Build an awesome terrarium. Cut a large plastic bottle in half and fill the base with sand, pebbles, potting soil, and your favorite plant. I chose an African violet. Put the top of the bottle over your base and place it in the sun. Your plant will grow sealed in its own ecosystem. Fun, right? Learn more at She Can STEM. A message from the Ad Council.
This is your captain. We are going to be experiencing some slight turbulence. Please fasten your... Oh, hold on. Just got a video of my cat.
Imagine the pilot of an airplane was as confident as you are texting and driving. Seems kind of crazy when you put it like that.
Visit StopTextsStopWrecks.org. A message brought to you by the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration, Project Yellow Light, and the Ad Council.
Here's a fun fact for you. The average chameleon can point their eyes in 2 different directions. On the other hand, the average human can't. So unless you're a chameleon, there's absolutely no way you can focus on texting and driving at the same time. So don't do it, unless you're a chameleon.
Visit StopTextsStopWrecks.org. A message brought to you by the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration, Project Yellow Light, and the Ad Council.
Guys, it's me, Isabella Gomez, filling in for Smokey Bear because he's got more to say than just...
Only you can prevent wildfires.
Like, if you're outside enjoying a barbecue, don't let a hamburger distract you from fire safety. Make sure you aren't dumping your hot coals or ashes onto the ground because that could start a wildfire. So take wildfire prevention seriously and let's save the world one day at a time. Juntos con Smokey Bear, podemos hacerlo. Go to smokeybear.com to learn more about wildfire prevention.
Brought to you by the U.S. Forest Service, your state forester, and the Ad Council.
You're listening to the IBEW Local Union 716 halftime show. And this is what happened last time on the Mike Bloomgren Show.
We're now with the head strength and conditioning coach, Hans Straub, his 5th year. How do you motivate the kids to want to learn half as much as you know? How do you get them to where they need to be? And what's your motivating key?
That's a great question. I mean, I think really for me, I always challenge myself to stay in the know of what we're doing in my profession. And I am not the person who says, well, in 2012 this worked here and in 2010 that worked here, because every single roster is different. When we walk on the field on January 1st, 2023, this is a different program. These 2 young men will no longer be with us. So now we have to define a way, in the best possible way and manner, to get our team ready to prepare for August of 2023. So for me, I'm constantly getting certification. I got 2 new certifications this season. You know, I spent countless hours studying and, injury resilience for high performance athletes, as well as high performance training for professional athletes, professional football conference. So that's where I come in, as I try to make sure we have something new, something different, and not just to do something different, but to bring them something better every single year. And I think that's something they appreciate, is that it's not the same stale, recycled program every single year. It's like, hey, we're going to do this like we've done in the past, but we're going to add this and this, and here's why we're going to add this and this, because we need to do this as a program, and we've built upon this every year.
Well, speaking of stale, we know that the food is different too.
Correct.
Okay, so I know that the checks that Mike Bloomgren is writing for the food is a lot more than it has been in the past. And we talked about this. In terms of the food, how do you get the players? Now, you probably don't have to because they like to eat anyway. But obviously, what they're doing now, their dietary supplements, so much different than what they've been in the past. What are they doing now, and how are you preparing these guys to go out and play every Saturday?
I mean, really the biggest thing has been the administration just opening up and saying, look, what do you need and how do we get this moving forward? And we've talked about it at length in the previous years, but this year having the ability to go out there and create a relationship with MyFitFoods. And then also they gave me the money to go out and hire another staff member, and I was able to go out and hand pick a person who had a strong background in running a fueling station at his previous university. He also worked with the dining services at his previous university. So when I interviewed him and he answered those questions like, hey, this is what we did here and this is what we did here, I was like, okay, he's a great fit for us to have someone who actually cares about like a fueling station and is going to be able not just like, hey, like just throw the snacks out. It's like, no, we're going to do this here. We're doing this here. He said this weekend recruiting presentation was like, if I gave you chocolate cake every day and that's your favorite food, you're going to get tired of it at some time. So literally he's online looking at like what other schools are doing for snacks. Okay, let's bring this in. Hey, can we do this? Hey, this bar company's going to work here. And he's trying to build relationships with outside vendors to get these guys something new, something different, so they don't have taste fatigue. But at the same time, we have our staples. We have our training table performance breakfast in the morning every day in the Monday through Friday. And then we have post-practice dinners for our guys. And then intermittently between that, we have the MyFitFood they can take and go. And it's whole foods. It's made in a kitchen. It's shrink wrapped. It's not frozen. It's not processed. And it has an expiration date. It's only like 4 days. So like we're giving them food that is actually healthy for them and they put in their bodies.
Listen to the Mike Bloomgren Show Mondays at 7 during game week, live from Acme Oyster House on the Rice Sports Network from Learfield.
What if your preferred hospital could also be your primary care provider? At Houston Methodist, we go beyond hospital care, offering you everything from flu shots to well woman exams to managing your weight and cholesterol. And our primary care doctors and specialists are connected all across the city. So whatever the need, wherever you live, we can be there for you.
Visit HoustonMethodist.org to find the care you need at locations throughout Houston. Houston Methodist, leading medicine.
Build it, price it, own it. Shoppers and John Deere makes it as easy as 1, 2, 3 to get the John Deere tractor of your dreams. Number 1, go to shoppers at sfstractor.com. Select the John Deere tractor you want, add the attachments you need. Number 2, select your terms, see the price along with monthly payments, and apply for financing. Number 3, buy your John Deere tractor from Shoppers, and Shoppers will deliver it for free. Shoppers makes it that easy to purchase your John Deere tractor. Build it, price it, own it. Only at Shoppers. All things John Deere.
Big trip on the horizon? Before you depart, you gotta park. The Parking Spot is a simpler, easier way to navigate airport parking, and you can save when you book online. You're guaranteed a spot, and we even pick you up at your trunk in our yellow and black spotted shuttles and take you straight to the terminal. Parking and saving come full circle at the Parking Spot. The Parking Spot, proud sponsor of Rice University. Visit theparkingspot.com to reserve your spot today.
Have no post-game plans? You do now. Head down the street to Little Woodrow's in Rice Village and relax over indoor and outdoor games, sports, and drink specials that a college student can't refuse. All you have to do is bring your student ID to enjoy $2.50 domestic drafts. Also, don't miss out on our Thursday college nights as we've got $2 domestic drafts and $3 shot specials. Follow us on Facebook and Instagram to stay up to date on all of our upcoming events and specials. Little Woodrow's, the official Rice Owls game day headquarters.
This copyrighted broadcast is an exclusive presentation of Learfield under the broadcasting rights granted by Rice University. Reuse of this presentation is prohibited without the express written consent of Rice and Learfield. Announcers are provided by Learfield and approved by Rice University.
All right, glancing at our Houston Methodist stat board, Nate, looking at the break. As far as the total yardage goes, it's not a total landslide, but Southern Miss has 9 yards per play, though. That will not cut it. 30 plays, 272 yards, and the Owls have 138 yards at the break. So as that came and rolled off the tongue. That was a little more worse, as they have almost doubled Rice in the yardage column. They've got 12 first downs to Rice's 7. Owls just 50 rushing yards at the break. Southern Miss 146. Time of possession in favor of the Owls, almost 15.5 minutes. Southern Miss almost 14.5 minutes. But Owls have not been able to maintain drives, just 2 of 7 on third downs. And Southern Miss is 2 of 4. They've had so few third down conversions because they've had such big gains on first and second down.
That's correct, and that's the thing we talked about. You wear your defense out like that. And as a result, Frank Gore, if they're not careful and the offense cannot maintain possessions, Frank Gore is going to have a big second half. Rice Owls are going to have to figure out how can we maintain some possessions here, what kind of plays do we want to run, and take some chances. Go down the field. Don't be afraid to throw the ball down the field. You're already down 17-3. Go ahead and take some chances. This is the last 2 halves of football you're going to play. Last 2 quarters of football you're going to play for the rest of the year until next year. So you may as well see what you got. See what
some careers.
Absolutely. You got 2 that we know are over after tonight.
So looking at some of the individual totals, Braylon Walker, you'd give me 100 guesses. I probably wouldn't guess Braylon Walker would lead you in rushing at the first half, but I guess I would because he's on the roster. But 1 carry, 20 yards, and 11 yards for Quentin Jackson. So 2 freshmen have 31 of their 50 rushing yards. A.J. Padgett, 7 of 13 at the break for 88 yards passing. No touchdowns. He was sacked once. Frank Gore, 9 carries, 108 yards at the break. And Trey Lowe, not very accurate, 5 of 10 passing, but he's hit the big play balls, 125 yards passing. Caston, 75 yards on 3 grabs. And Brownlee, 46 yards on 2 grabs in that first half of action. Any other big ones jump out at you?
Well, I mean, are you talking about Rice or are you talking about USM? Because right now, everything is everything points towards Southern Miss. Everything. So how do you if you're Rice, what does head coach Mike Bloomgren do? What does he do to try and get his Rice Owls back on track? Instead of look at the negative, look at the positive. And right now the positives are A, you have 2 quarters of football left. And B, you got some players who can make some plays.
Stay tuned. Second half coming up next. Southern Miss 17 and Rice 3. Second half next. Owls have the football coming up after this. It's Rice football from Learfield.
Rice fans need a place to stay while watching your Owls play ball? Located just steps from campus is the Hilton Houston Medical Center. Visit us today at houstonplaza.hilton.com or call 713-313-4000 to get that special Rice discount. Again, that's houstonplaza.hilton.com or call 713-313-4000 to get that special Rice discount now.
Flight by Yingling, the next generation of light beer. For those who don't follow trends, but craft them. Flight by Yingling is uncompromised refreshment from America's oldest brewery. With only 2.6 grams of carbs and 95 calories, this is premium refreshment. 6 generations in the making. Don't just raise a glass, raise the bar. Flight by Yingling, the official beer partner of Rice Athletics, and now available for purchase everywhere in Texas. The Yingling Company, Fort Worth, Texas. Please enjoy responsibly.
Your one stop for all college sports is the Varsity app and the brand new Varsity Network website, thevarsitynetwork.com. Keep up with your favorite teams and the rest of college sports, no matter where you are, with thevarsitynetwork.com. Live and on-demand broadcasts, your favorite college-centric podcasts, with stories and video around college sports and your favorite teams. Be sure to download the Varsity app and check out the brand new Varsity Network website, thevarsitynetwork.com.
The true teammate takes on every day with a winner's attitude, gets up when they fall down, and leaves it all on the field. There's a group of teammates who do all these things every single day. But they're more than your typical athlete. They're kids dealing with life-altering diagnoses. Team Impact pairs these kids with college athletic teams as part of a 2-year program, getting them off the sideline and into the game. The collegiate student athletes gain a new teammate, a new friend, and a new perspective. For more information, visit teamimpact.org. Team Impact, all in, all together.
Well, the Rice Owls trailing going into the start of the second half, 17-3 against the Southern Miss Golden Eagles. And what do you say we take a gander at a cross college ball today? And games going on right now. They just got started in the New Mexico Bowl. I'm sure it's a little chilly out in Albuquerque. SMU leading 3-0 at BYU. It's the Scott Satterfield, was that the coach's name that went from Louisville to Cincinnati?
That is correct.
Well, in the Satterfield Cup, it's Louisville leading Cincinnati. They beat Cincinnati. This just in, 24-7 final in the Fenway Bowl. Did you see a picture of that with them having a football field right in smack dab at Fenway Park?
I saw
Crazy.
that. I remember thinking.
I know they've had it a few years.
The configuration, you really have to work hard on that configuration. But yeah, I did see that. I thought about the Green Monster as well.
How about Oregon State? Florida State at the table's a little too long. 30-3, Oregon State beats Florida. Fresno State all over Washington State, 29-6 in the Jimmy Kimmel Bowl in Los Angeles. The Frisco Bowl tonight, North Texas playing Boise State there. A little bit of a home turf advantage, but North Texas, the visitors. Boise State 9-4, North Texas 7-4. And coming up in the Myrtle Beach Bowl, Monday, it'll be Marshall and UConn. Yesterday, Troy beat UTSA 18-12. Battle of the Conference USA and Sun Belt champions went the way of the Sun Belt boys. And UAB had that last moment win. See, they had that tackle at the 2-yard line. They beat Miami of Ohio 24-20.
That's how you make plays.
Bourgeois, the kick, and a return for Thompson across the 15-yard line. And he is stymied at the 20 as we get this second half started. Across the Lakevius Daniel, that special teams tackle for the Southern Miss Golden Eagles. All right, Nate, kind of like we do the keys to start the ball game. Big key from starting the second half, you have to start strong with an offensive drive, says Captain Obvious.
You got the first possession of the second half. It's time now to test that secondary. Test them. They haven't been tested all night long. At some point, you got to start testing the secondary, just like the other team always tests our front four.
Southern Miss does not score a lot of points coming out in the third quarter. Owls 68 points on the season in the third quarter. The first play is a handoff to Cam Montgomery, and he is stuffed on that right offensive side of the line of scrimmage. Jalen Williams, calling their best overall defensive lineman. Let's give him a friendly 2-yard gain. Second down and 8 to the 22-yard line.
A lot of teams have had a chance to scout the Rice Owls, and certainly Southern Miss has had plenty of time to scout the Rice Owls, to know what they're going to do with Cam Montgomery when he's out there.
They'll give him 3 on that last run. Padgett has Montgomery by him. They stack the receivers, Rosner and McCaffrey to the left. Second and 7 to 23. Padgett back to pass, throws over the middle. Little drag route, we call that to McCaffrey. 5 yards on the gain and a first down as Scott drags him down to that Hancock-Whitney Stadium turf. 8 yards on that gain to the 31.
Yeah, a little short slant route, if you will, over the middle of the field finally. But they actually hit him at the hash mark for a near hash. So that made it a little bit easier for him to make that catch and not throw the ball so much into traffic.
Good to have McCaffrey back after missing the last 4 games, averaging about 66 yards a game receiving. Made it look easy going to that new role. Shotgun snap back to Padgett. Looking over the middle, caught by Gruen, the tight end. Moves to his right, past the 40, brought down by Shorts and Latham. The Southern Miss defense, 10, 11 yards. They give it out to the 41-yard line. First down for the Rice Owls.
I like it. They can play pitch and catch on both sides of the field. You got some weaknesses on both sides of the field. They're not looking for you to do that. So, you can also stretch it a little bit too and go a little bit deeper. But the receivers have to remember, come back to the football when you're running those routes, especially inside of the hash marks.
McCaffrey and Esdale to the right side. Rosner, the lone receiver, to the left. He's not had a catch in this ball game. Shotgun snap, Padgett, first down the 41. Handoff Montgomery, and he will sputter his way to the left and spin his way around the right end past the 45, where Jalen Williams there to meet him on the stop. 5 yards on that gain. Good to see for, actually might give him close to, 5 yards to the 41. Second and 5.
Nice job by Cam to be able to run a little bit. You got to soften up this defense, and because the Rice Owls offense hadn't been out on the field much to affect change here, you really haven't given them a gut punch. They don't feel it yet.
Owls the ball, first possession, second half, 17-3. They trail Southern Miss. Paget shotgun, turns, immediately fires right side. There's the ball. We've been waiting for Rosner as he skirts his way up the sideline into Southern Miss territory, the 40, and down to the 37-yard line. Shorts at a weak side safety, bringing down Rosner. Welcome to the proceedings, a 17-yard gain. Owls, a good mix of things here in this start of the second half.
They have all the plays in the playbook, and there's no sense in going back home after this bowl game saying, wow, we had a great game plan, but we weren't able to use it. And so now is the time to go ahead and put some points on the board with those plays.
Paget's got the big fellow West next to him. Montgomery, little fella to his left. 3 receivers set. Here's the shotgun snap. Paget fakes the handoff, give an end around to McCaffrey. Run around the left side, the 40, 35, the 30. McCaffrey, hard to catch him from behind, and Brooks doesn't, but he is close to him after that 11-yard end around run. Stanley and Brooks there, near to rush him out of bounds to the near side, and another Owls first down.
Boy, I tell you what, Southern Miss's defense came so close to make it, to busting that play up, but they were able to get it done. And now, you got Southern Miss sort of on their heels because they don't exactly know what to think. Man, I tell you what, something near side here with Groom.
11:27.
Work out well.
Third quarter, not even 4 minutes in. Rice trailing Southern Miss 17-3. Paget out of the shotgun. They put McCaffrey in motion. Snap. Paget looking right, throwing right, looking deep. He's got Esdale inside the 5 and in for a touchdown. Touchdown, Rice Owls. Touchdown, Isaiah Esdale from 26 yards out. He got past Stanley and Shorts to the right side and gets his first touchdown of the season. Caught down, Isaiah Esdale.
Yeah, you can see the quarterback actually got caught looking into the backfield. So he was looking at AJ. AJ delivers it on a perfect route to Esdale. Esdale makes the catch in the end zone. That's a touchdown. Now the Rice Owls offense got a little something going, and that's where you want to come out and score, right?
Newsom came on a blitz, and a good job by Esdale dodging that to fired it up. And how about Esdale getting the touchdown? The point after try is up and good for Van Sickle. Rice Owls back in this one. 17. I think they counted. Yes, they did. They finally put that one on the board. 17-10. Southern Miss leads Rice. Timeout on the field. 11-12 to go of this third quarter. This is Rice football from Learfield.
Flight by Yingling, the next generation of light beer. For those who don't follow trends, but craft them. Flight by Yingling is uncompromised refreshment from America's oldest brewery. With only 2.6 grams of carbs and 95 calories, this is premium refreshment. 6 generations in the making. Don't just raise a glass, raise the bar. Flight by Yingling, the official beer partner of Rice Athletics, and now available for purchase everywhere in Texas. The Yingling Company, Fort Worth, Texas. Please enjoy responsibly.
With MyFitFoods, meal planning isn't hard. We've got options on options for ready-to-eat meals. It's no secret why MyFitFoods is the best choice for meal prep. We have the best products, price point, and people dedicated to serving you. Stop by our store, only a mile down the road from Rice University, and fuel your body the Rice way today. MyFitFoods. Give a fit.
Got a different ball game now. All you got to do is get a stop. 11-12 remaining in the third quarter. Rice Owls come out and take the ball with the first possession of the third quarter, and they score. Didn't take them long either. 7 plays, 80 yards, 3 minutes and 48 seconds. It's all took 26-yard pass from one A.J. Paget to Esdale, and Esdale gets on the board. Isaiah Esdale gets the Rice Owls on the board. It's now 17-10. And again, JP, when you look at how A.J. came out in the second half, 4 for 4 on that drive. So that's what you want to do, create some confidence for him. Let's see if we get something going here. Now the defense should be ready to go out and stop this Southern Miss team in 3, get them off the field.
Yeah, and see the adjustments to the adjustments. See how they started this second half, even though you're obviously adjusting the whole way. Owls football brought to you by Yingling. Yingling Flight by Yingling, the next generation of light beer for those who don't follow trends but craft them. Don't just raise a glass, raise the bar. Flight by Yingling, official beer partner of Rice Athletics, and now available for purchase everywhere in Texas. That Paget touchdown, remember, just his third game playing And that's his third touchdown pass in as many games. And for Isaiah Esdale, gets his first touchdown ground. We haven't talked a lot about this. Esdale's been pretty reliable the whole year, but Esdale, a guy that transferred from West Virginia. His older brother Malachi played for the U.S. rugby team in 2020 in the Tokyo Olympics.
Wow.
And for 2 seasons for the Houston SaberCats of Major League Rugby. So I remember Esdale telling me that was one of the big reasons he had family connections. Hey, they liked the city of Houston. That was his brother who played some rugby, and he certainly warmed up to Rice, and he's been a good addition via the portal in that receiving corps.
He really has been a good addition to this team, and he brings that veteran leadership as well as the savvy that this team needs, especially at the wide receiver position.
All right, big defensive drive needed for the Rice Owls coming up here as Horn will kick this one deep. You got Mims going back deep. Right now. It is to his right. He squats down to make that catch. Comes across the 10-yard line to 15, the 20. No flag out there, but Mims spinning across the 30. I thought we'd have legal use of hands on special teams, but to no avail. So the Miss brings it out after that return by the Golden Eagles. 17-10. Southern Miss leads Rice. Yeah, Mims. Yes, he didn't have his body turned too much. Looking at it in that replay when they showed it out. But 17-10, huge defensive stand needed for the Owls now.
Yeah, that was too good of a return, JP, on that kick. So you need to be able to get a stop here, see if you can get them 3 and out.
Trey Lowe, the redshirt junior from Collierville, Tennessee, former teammate with Isaiah Esdale, takes the snap and hands to Gore, and he kind of bobs and weaves his way around the left end past the 35 and to the 37 for 4 yards. That first down run. 2nd and 6. Braylon Carroll and Josh Piercy combined on that tackle for the Scholars. 2nd down and 6.
Yeah, let's see if they can, again, they're in a short 3rd down, 2nd down situation here. 2nd and 6. So see if you can get a stop here, it'd be big.
2nd and 6, the 37, left to right. Southern Miss in this 3rd quarter. 10:30 to go in the 3rd. Owls have 4 down on the line as they put back in motion Pittman. Shotgun snap back to Lowe. Comes hard at his knees. Looking right. Pats comes down, and Isaiah Floyd grabs a hold of him, and the ball popped out there. That hacky sack was thrown by the umpire. Isaiah Floyd says the Owls have it. Banish, Floyd there around that football, and Rice will get the football back. Yes, sir. Thank you very much. Ikenna Inachukwu slamming his left hand against that ball gripped in his right hand. Kirk Lockhart helping out on that play as well.
It almost looked as though the ball was given to a defender by Lowe. And I want to ask you, there's a phrase you came up with after the Rice Owls defeated UAB. Do you remember that phrase?
Who's the bully now?
Who's the bully now? Rice Owls looking like bullies.
Asking me if I remember my own phrase. Come on, man.
Just so this, certain.
This is huge as the Owls get the ball starting at the Southern Miss 32-yard line. And Juma Ottaviano will be out there for the Rice Owls in the running back corps. 1st down at the 32.
This is sort of what we asked for. Be careful what you ask for. We might get it.
Padgett at the shotgun has Ottaviano to his right. Tight end hand down left side is Grimm. Remember, Bradley left in the first half of the injury. Snap, play action. Padgett looking in the middle. Hit from behind as he throws deep to Esdale. Back to back. He goes deep. Back to back touchdown catches for Isaiah Esdale. He hadn't had any the whole year. He gets 2 on 2 straight plays. This one from 32. And the Owls an extra point away from tying it up here in the LendingTree Bowl.
Rice Owls showing some bullyish, and I love it. Showing some bullyish, and I love it. That's what you have to do. Although, could have been a call there for holding, but I'm glad that there is no call. And so that was big time. A.J. Padgett showing you what he can do. And Isaiah Esdale finally coming up with some big plays here.
Hey, better late than ever. And he's been solid the whole year, but how about back-to-back scores after not scoring the whole season? Point after try from CBS. Christian Van Sickle, it is up, and it is good. Just like that. Not even 5 minutes after the start of the second half, Rice ties it up. Southern Miss 17 and Rice 17. Don't go anywhere. Come back We'll be back in just a second here from Mobile, Alabama. It's the LendingTree Bowl here. This is Rice football from Learfield.
You've got a lot going on, so how do you find time to take care of you? At Houston Methodist, we work around your busy life. There's same-day primary care appointments, online scheduling to see our world-class specialists, access to all your records through MyChart, and video visits 24/7 if you need urgent care, bringing you Houston Methodist's expertise wherever, whenever you need it.
Visit HoustonMethodist.org to find the care you need at locations throughout Houston. Houston Methodist, leading medicine.
Hey fans, this is Wayne Cook, co-host of College Sports Now. We're breaking down all the action from around the country every week during the football season. We'll look beyond the box score and keep our finger on the pulse of college football from September all the way to the national championship game in January. Listen all season long on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, or wherever you'd love to get your podcasts. And be sure to follow along on Twitter at CSNowTweets.
Welcome to the LendingTree Bowl in Mobile, Alabama, featuring Rice and former conference rivals Southern Miss. Here's the voice of the Owls, J.P. Heath.
I'm not JP, but I tell you what, we told you this could happen.
Not as good looking either.
Yeah, okay, whatever. But anyway, we told you this could happen. 10:08 of the third quarter, and just like that, the Rice Owls are back in this game. Tie score at 17 apiece. And this time, A.J. Padgett, it looks like he's forming a partner here, and I'm loving it. To Isaiah Esdale, yes, I did not record the same the shot from a few minutes ago. One play, 32 yards, took 5 seconds. A.J. Padgett to Isaiah Esdale, and now you got a tie game here. 17 points apiece for both, and it's just lovely. It's lovely to watch because we knew they could do it. We knew they could do it.
Yeah, the ball has not hit the turf in the second half for Padgett. 5 of 5 passing for 97 yards. And just the last drive plus one play there.
I don't know what he told him. I don't know what Bloomgren told him at the half. But I can just about imagine. I can imagine. Let's stop this crap and go out there and play football. You guys know how to play football. You can play with Southern Miss. They're not better than you. They're not. We got guys just like they have guys. Show you have guys, and let's go play some football.
The Saturday sermon from Brother Griffin. He's laying it down here and getting riled up there.
I'm just saying.
I don't mind.
I'm not using the same words, but I guarantee you that's the bottom line. Stop with the crap. The crappy play, you did that. Okay, you got the crappy play out of you. You did it in the first half. Now you need to come out and show them who you are. You are the bully. And so far, that's what we've seen. They are the bully.
So Owls 2 touchdowns in the span of 64 seconds of this third quarter to tie it back up just like that. National TV audience watching in, worldwide audience listening in here as Tim Horn about to tee this one up.
If Isaiah Esdale catches another touchdown pass, you know what's going to happen, right?
Well, they're going to score 6.
Not only that. Well, you've been all year, young fella.
Hat trick. Horn kicks it deep. End over end kick that looked up. And Mims will return this one past the 15, past the 20, and he is stopped. All the momentum on the blue and gray side of the field, and the Owls fans that are here getting some chance to cheer about it after that kickoff return.
Wouldn't you love to see the defense come up with a big play here and a score? That would be classic. I mean, to come up with a big play here and a score. We're not having any more of this. Time for you guys to go home. And I love you, Southern Miss. I played there, but I'm telling you right now, Rice should not walk out of here without a W. Shouldn't do it, man. Not today.
The way Andrew Alway on that special teams tackle. See how the Owls can respond here. They took a turnover and immediately took it to the house. 17-17 game. First down, Southern Miss at its own 20-yard line. Shotgun snap to Lowe. Hands to Gore. Glides to the left and cuts it back up the middle past the 25-yard line. And Trey Schumann single digit with the tackle after the 5-yard gain. Second down and 5.
And right now, you know, you need a play on defense to let Southern Miss know you're here and you're doing it right now. And you got something you want to tell us?
I thought they had a flag out there.
No flags.
Officials are talking about something. Oh, we have a down player here. This near side.
They're slowing down play is what they're doing.
Myron Morrison has to leave, gives way to Andrew Alway. And audio was too loud in the first half, too soft in the second half.
I'm wondering if they had to change the time on the clock also to stoppage of play.
17-17, brand new ball game. Back-to-back touchdown catches from Isaiah Esdale for the Rice Owls after not scoring any the whole season. Low out of that shotgun, next to Gore. Receiver left is Brownlee, twin receivers near side. Shotgun snap, hand to Gore, powers his way around the right side. A good juke of Chamberlain across the 30-yard line. Makes the first down carry for the 31 as Schumann, former Burleson Elk, playing his last Owls game, makes the tackle. Sure going to miss single digit there.
I'm telling you, I really am. I love his leadership.
6 years here.
He's been a great student since he's been here. He's also been making a great student. I don't think you knew that.
Oh, you only tell me every 5 minutes. So.
Oh, okay. Okay.
Every dinner. 1st and 10, the 31, and an infraction comes in. Banish, I think, moved a little early.
He did.
Middle of that Owls defense. It was right over the top of Ramsey there. Well, how about Banish's season this year? Even though he committed that infraction, and Floyd comes in for him. Owls found a big fella for the future.
Offside. Defense, number 75, with contact. 5-yard penalty. First down.
Right now, Bloom's talking to him, kind of like in a fatherly mode. Listen, young fellow, we're trying to win this ball game. You can't help your team if you're going to jump off sides like that.
I'm going to take that Big Sexy off that shirt he wears around. You got that mechanic shirt, you know, with that inscription and the
Big Sexy?
Yeah. And Cedric Calhoun had told me earlier in the year, yeah, I just called him Big Seth. He wasn't worthy of the Big Sexy.
Right.
Now he's back to Big Seth. 1st and 5 at their own 36. Got Gore back there. It's turned into a great game here. Lowe belting out the snap count. Gets the clap, the snap, the handoff to Gore. Runs up the middle, right into Floyd. Trying to strip the football away again. Morrison coming out to help Floyd there to stop him for a short gain. Only goes for 2. But 2nd down and 3 coming up for Southern Miss, the 38.
You have to put a pop on somebody. Gore's going out right now. You got a new back coming in, Dean. So you need to put a pop on somebody, make them feel it, and see if you can turn the momentum around one more time.
Brownlee out to the left. You mentioned Dean there in the backfield next to Lowe. Played for his dad at Bolivar Central, Collierville, Tennessee. One of 5 semifinals for Mr. Football in Tennessee.
Got to move over.
8:07 to go. Snap. Backs crossing the backfield. Lowe's going to keep it. Bumps into a lineman. Runs to the right. Tries for a stiff arm. Gets hit hard by Nyaqual at the 35-yard line, but dodges some more contact coming back. And then Morrison finally brings him and stops his forward momentum. They right now say it's no gain on the play. And yeah, that's how it's going to stop on that play, 3rd and 3.
That's the pop I wanted to see, JP. That's the one. That's it right there. You got to deliver the blow, man. And once you deliver that blow, they'll listen for the rest of the game.
Halfway through the 3rd quarter, definitely some extra intensity has been pumped in here to the LendingTree Bowl. 17-17. All Rice in this 3rd quarter. 8 to snap it. Clap of the hands, comes back to Lowe, looking to pass right side, throws a slant over the middle. That's incomplete at the 50. Brownlee hit hard by Chamberlain there. And Brownlee a little bit late getting up, but suddenly after a 1st down and 5, they'll punt it now on a 4th down and 4.
I'll tell you what, that defense bringing smoke now, JP. They are coming out and laying the wood.
Smoke's a good thing.
Yes,
in this
sir.
Case,
and that's what you wanted to see. You wanted to see him coming out and lay the wood now. And I tell you what, everybody's getting hit, whether you catch the ball or not. You are getting popped. If the ball is being thrown your way, it's coming.
Back to return this punt is Thompson at his 22. Snap comes back to Hunt, and he just gets it off in front of Orji. The kick is deep, spiraling back to the 11-yard line, and a fair catch called by Thompson. They might say he's back to the 10 where his heels were. So 7:06 of this 3rd quarter. Southern Miss 17 and Rice 17. And yes, we have a timeout on the turf there. 51-yard skyscraper there for Mr. Hunt of Southern Miss. Back in a bit. 7:06 3rd quarter. Brand new ball game, boys and girls. Don't go anywhere. Rice 17, Southern Miss 17. It's Rice football from Learfield.
Houston, we have a cocktail. All Hands canned cocktails are made with 6 times distilled craft vodka at a sturdy 10% ABV to ensure you never have to sacrifice the quality of your provisions. Now available in 6 natural flavors, including raspberry lemonade, ruby red grapefruit, cherry limeade, cranberry and vodka soda, and vodka tonic classics. Follow the adventure on Instagram at @DrinkAllHands and try these bar-strength cocktails for yourself at the next game. All Hands, damn fine cocktails. Proud sponsor of Rice Athletics.
Build it, price it, own it. Go online and see Shoppers and John Deere's new way to get a John Deere tractor just the way you want it. Google Shoppers John Deere and let your John Deere tractor story begin. Build the tractor you want with the attachments you need to get your work done. Price it, no hidden costs and financing options available for any budget. Own it, and Shoppers will deliver your John Deere tractor. Build it, price it, own it. It's Shoppers' new way to get the John Deere tractor you want your way. Shoppers, all things John Deere.
I'm just really proud of my guys of being consistent, of getting more sacks than ever. I still feel like there's more sacks to come on this next Saturday. I'm just looking forward to us, continue to help each other, get better, help each other to, the trust on the field and just guys celebrating and just being there for each other,
Ziausi Kena Inachuku telling me last week before the team left the improvement on his defensive line, and that's certainly been the tone in this second half, barely over halfway through the third quarter. The worm has turned, Brother Griffin. 17-17 game. In this third quarter, Rice 112 yards of offense already compared to just 11. I could count to 11 really quick if you wanted me to, but that's not a lot of yards so far. But still a lot of time to go in this game, but momentum definitely for the guys from South Main.
Iron sharpens iron, and now these guys are playing like iron, all of them. And that's what they should be doing. To a Southern Miss team, and I can't tell you enough how much I love Southern Miss, but they're not as good as this Rice House defense right now. I'm just telling you, they're not as good. When the Rice House defense decides they really want to play, they can pin their ears back and bring it. And we're seeing a little bit of that. But that's because the offense now, they're scoring and they're taking the pressure off the defense. And that's what they have to do the rest of the night for the Rice House to really play the defense, the kind of defense they want to play.
There's not another football game going on. I guess there are a couple other across the country, but the national audience is getting a nice show here as a noisy Southern Miss contingent here, belting it out. A.J. Padgett, 12 of 18 passing, 82 yards, 2 touchdowns to Esdale. He's out there. 5 of 5 in the second half. A snap, a handoff. Montgomery sprints up the middle, 20, up to the 30, right side, up to midfield. Cam up to the 40, now to the 30, and he rolls down. Cam Montgomery beats Corral and tolls around that right side. The big play offense come into play in the second half for the Rice Owls, down to the 31, 57-yard run by Montgomery.
A nice cutback run by Montgomery that time, and that's what you needed early in the game, but you finally got it. Timing is everything, man. 6:52 and ticking here in the third quarter. Rice Owls getting everything they want, and that cutback run by Cam, I thought he was going to take it to the house, but you have some guys on that speedy defense, on that Southern Miss defense who can get it done.
How about Cam's season-high rush right there? I was just trying to get him that first touchdown of the season. 1st and 10, down to the 31 of Southern Miss. Shotgun snap to Padgett, hand to Ottaviano, and he will curl and kind of dip down inside the 30. And as Juma usually does on his worst runs, he gets at least 2. He meets Radcliffe there. And, second down and 8 coming up.
Yeah, Juma's next. But right now it's Cam going back in the game. And they want to be able to break something. So now you got Jack Bradley going in the game. And I talked with Jim Jackson before the game, and I asked him how much would the tight ends be involved. He said a lot tonight, and they have been.
Yeah, that's Welsh, not Bradley. Bradley left with an injury in the first half. Got Baker and Philippi in there on the Owls offense, subbing in. 2nd and 8 at the 29-yard line. Shotgun, right hash. Coming back to Padgett here. Snap, looking right, going top shelf, trying to go high for Gruen, the tight end, and he's double covered. Brought that safety over the top, and Tolles helping out there. Shorts that safety that crept over there. Brings it to a 3rd and 8 to 29.
I know if I'm an offensive coordinator, if they're going to double cover my tight end, one of my receivers is going to be open.
Cam Montgomery down on the turf. That was the first incompletion of the second half on Mr. Padgett. Bum wheel there from Montgomery.
So as I was saying, if they're going to double cover my tight end, one of my receivers is going to be open.
That's math, right?
And yeah, that's math. And all you got to do is go through your progressions. You're going to find them. And I guarantee you on the next play, and you see 10 going out, that's a sign. They're going to throw the ball, and they should throw the ball.
They bring in Clemens on this third down rush attempt. They think the Owls will be passing 3rd and 8 to 29. Owls bring in McCaffrey. They put Rosner out to the right side. 17-17 game, third quarter of the LendingTree Bowl, 5:40 to go. Receiver out wide to the near side, man coverage on Esdale. They've got to snap it, 6 to snap, 5 to snap. McCaffrey in motion, 3 to snap. The snap comes back at the knees of Padgett. One to throw, looks left, caught by McCaffrey, turns back inside the 20, and tumbles backwards as he gets the first down. Thank you very much to the 18. First down, Rice Owls, and there's a down Golden Eagle after that 11-yard pitch and catch to McCaffrey.
Player on defense.
That's Shorts, their leading tackler, 6-year guy from, I believe you say it, Demopolis, Alabama. Close enough there.
Great play by number 10 that time, Luke McCaffrey. Came back to the ball, gave himself just enough space to be able to fake out the DB who was all over him, faked him out, ran around him as he was coming back, and got another 3 or 4 yards on the play.
6 catches now, 59 yards for McCaffrey. 17-17. Owls knocking on the door again. First down in the red zone at the 18. Twins to the right, Esdale and Rosner. They've got the freshman Quentin Jackson there from North Crowley up by Fort Worth back in the game. His first career action. Snap. Looking right side, wide open back corner. What a beauty of a throw. Touchdown, Rice Owls. Touchdown, Bradley Rosner. Rice 23, Southern Miss 17. An 18-yard strike. Thank you very much, Bradley Rosner. The Owls are up.
Don't get it all in one quarter, baby. That's 21 points in the third quarter alone, and you still have 5 minutes and 6 seconds left. Right now, Rice Owls getting all they want. We wondered where was Bradley Rosner in the first half. Oh boy, he's come out big in the second half, and now the receivers are starting to have their way. Those guys we talked about, Esdale, Rosner, you got McCaffrey. All of them starting to really come on in and play now, and that's what you need to see.
How about Rosner, his 13th career touchdown. Number 8 all-time receiving at Rice, over 1,600 yards. And Christian Van Sickle, automatic, kicks the PAT up and good. It's Rice 24 and Southern Miss 17. We'll keep it here. 5:06 of this third quarter of play. You said it, Nate. Back-to-back touchdown throws to Esdale, the span of what? A minute and 8 seconds of game time, minute and 4 seconds as I do the math. But then they come back. It's only 5 minutes of game time later after a defensive stand. It's been offense. It's been defense in the second half working together, and the Owls go up by 7.
And I'm loving what I'm seeing right now. This is what they should have been. I know, look, okay, so they didn't do in the first half. Forget about it. There's 2 halves of football, and now what we're seeing the Rice Owls come out and show you what they can do with a full arsenal. Nice play calling by Tui. And certainly, finally, you're getting to see what A.J. Padgett can do with his receivers. So talented out there. Esdale, you've also got McCaffrey, and then you got Bradley Rosner. You have a complement of receivers. There's no reason why they shouldn't be leading this game by at least 14 points right now.
We'll wrap that drive coming up in just a second here. An 18-yard touchdown. 5 minutes on that drive. The kick is back. He's changing. Mims is back to jersey number 37. He returns this kick, blows through an arm tackle at the 20, past the 25 and the 30. And Mims returns it, and KK Orgy looks like on special teams. Is there a down out?
Timeout for an injured player.
Special teams to the far away. The Southern Miss trainers the first over there as the down player is in between the numbers to the far sideline and the sideline.
Yeah, they got a down player.
Can't tell who it is right now.
Yeah, not quite sure who that is, but I tell you what, they I just kind of watching, on the return, I could see a lot of big hits lining up to be had, and maybe this was one of those hits that happened or did not happen where it possibly should have happened. Can't quite see who that is, JP. But I'm loving what I'm seeing offensively. And the Rice Owls right now, for those of you who were saying bad things in the first half, you're probably jumping around right now saying good things. I know our Bobby Schlanger, he's just sitting here cool and calm and collected now. You know, he was a little worried, you know, as you should be.
By the way, thanks to Walter MVP giving Precious Bob his shirt, the shirt off his back almost.
Yeah.
Down player still for the Owls, 24-17.
Right.
Rice and Southern Miss, they're still huddling to that
Please
far
adjust
side.
the game clock to 5 minutes even. 5-0-0. Thank you.
It's still tough to see. We had one indication of who it might be, but I don't want to speculate on any serious injury like this.
Right.
And yeah, that you can see the dreadlocks. And
yeah, that's.
Not sure who that is. They had.
I know who it looks like.
It looks like Chamberlain, but he's wearing number 0.
That's Chamberlain. That is Chamberlain.
That's Trayshawn.
Why he's wearing 0, I have no idea.
Milkman. That's usually Dean Connors. And let me just say, Dean Connors, Trayshawn Chamberlain, is that 8 just bunched up there on the front. I think that's what it is.
You think that's what it is?
It could be.
Yeah, I know he and Dean Connor and he.
They would not win a look-like contest together.
Well, the players they do things like change jerseys and.
Not supposed to,
but that's what they do. That was Trayshawn Chamberlain. As far as the possessions for the Rice Owls, as Bobby was just telling us, it's been touchdown. Rice start the second half, touchdown. So it's kind of nice to see this. And then USM, one play equals a fumble. And then 3 plays rather, for 12 yards.
First down to the 33-yard line. Play action, low, looking to pass, strikes it over the middle, and the ball skips on the carpet, incomplete at midfield to Jones. Should specify, beg your pardon, Latrell Jones and not DeMarcus Jones, but Marcus Williams. They're the safety coming over there in pass coverage. 2nd and 10, Southern Miss, the 33-yard line.
Got to get some leverage up front. See if you can't, get a big play here, like a hit would be huge. On 2nd down, 2nd and 10. You need something good to happen. Let's see if we can't call up the blitz.
33-yard line, 24-17. Rice leads Southern Miss, 4:54 to go. What a second half it's been for the Scholars. Left to right, Southern Miss, 2nd and 10. Quarterback low, takes the snap, play action, looking over the middle, trying to get to Caston. He gets popped by Taylor at midfield. Ball came out, big hit from Taylor, and he's taking the ball, running back the other direction. Hard-hitting second half for the Rice Owls as Caston is down, writhing around in pain in midfield.
They've had enough. It's time to play be the bully. You got to hit people. You got to let them know it's coming. And so now that's what we're seeing in the second half. That was a great hit by Gabe Baker that time.
Or Gabe Taylor.
Taylor, I'm sorry.
We'd have a story if it was Gabe Baker.
Yeah, I know, we really would. He came back to play for Rice.
Coming from his bachelor days.
Absolutely. But Gabe Taylor with the great hit, and that's what you have to do. Deliver the clean hit. Can't be dirty. Deliver the clean hit. And if they can't get up, at least it was a clean hit.
What was the other reality show Gabe was on in the offseason?
Rolling on the field is a completed catch. The receiver was down before losing control of the ball.
They jump across the jungle gyms.
It was
and they do the
yeah. I watched it.
Yeah.
I actually watched him because I want to see how good he was going to do if he was going to be taken back to the mainland. But right off, I'm not quite sure. Good hit.
Could be a hand injury, as he's not walking well, but an indication that they're looking at his hand too. So maybe that helmet came on to hit the hand.
In cold weather, and I can tell you, if it hits your hand in cold weather, that's hard.
Rice 24 and Southern Miss 17. Southern Miss got a touchdown last couple minutes of the second quarter, but since then, back-to-back touchdown throws to Esdale in this third quarter, and then Padgett found Rosner in the most beautiful throw of the season in the back corner of the end zone, and the Owls led. A lead right now. Southern Miss fans barking about something, as something might be challenged here. I'm not sure. Something got their attention. Are they wanting a targeting? But now play is halted, and both teams are going back to their.
It's not a targeting call, though. I'm not quite
so
sure.
Maybe the ball was loose. Maybe that was the Owls fans causing a stink over there, rightfully so.
Challenging the ruling on the field of a completed
So this could be Owls football.
Oh, it could be.
We were focused on the big hit, but then when Taylor got that, they blew it dead. And so the Owls could have the football around midfield.
The Owls could.
Mike Bloomgren definitely going to challenge this one. Now we get a look at the big screen there. When Caston got hit, he's falling down, and because of that, he got hit on the hand.
Are you trying to say plays incomplete?
Looked like the ball was coming out when he landed. So we'll see. Southern Miss fans don't like it one bit, as you can imagine. All the momentum in this third quarter on the Owls' nearby home sideline here at the LendingTree Bowl at Hancock-Whitney Stadium in Mobile, Alabama.
That ball was loose. It's a clean hit. That ball was loose.
And now Taylor dealt the hit and came up with the football, too.
After further review, the ruling on the field is confirmed. It was a catch. The ball was stripped out by the defender. Rice will lose their challenge for the remainder of the game and is charged their first time out of the half.
What do we say again? Up is down, black is white. We just don't understand. When we think one thing, you might as well safe to assume the other.
I'm telling you.
And when it got slowed down there, it was tougher to see. But
now they're ready to go. So Rice needs to be ready to play defensively here. And you know this is the Wildcat for them.
21 unanswered points for the Owls. They lead 24-17. Southern Miss ball, 4:43, third quarter, first down, just inside Rice territory at the 49-yard line. Shotgun. Back to, this is Gore. He pumps. He goes down the left sideline. He's got a guy, but he overshoots Brownlee. And a flag comes in. Taylor there in coverage along with DeVones. But what do we have here? And now we have a fracas back near the line of scrimmage. Braylon Carroll getting into it with some offensive linemen for Southern Miss.
Well, you got a towel down on the ground. That belongs to wide receivers. So
are they calling defensive holding here?
Defensive, yeah, it's going to be defensive pass interference.
Prior to the pass, holding, defense, the 2, 10-yard penalty, automatic, first down.
So that's why the ball was overthrown so much. They're saying DeVones held Brownlee there.
And that's why the towel was on the ground, too. So you got evidence. But here's the thing. He didn't have to because he had safety help. That's the bad part. He had safety help.
Yeah, and it's not so much holding. You just kind of threw his arms at him. He didn't slow his progress down, but 6 one, half dozen the other, I guess. Got a couple tight ends in there right now. One is Ladner, one is Cavallo.
Play off of him just a little bit, DeVones.
You got Gore as the, they call it the superback now. Takes the direct snap, runs left, gets popped, spins around the 35 to 30, right hash to the 20, cuts it inside by Taylor in the 15. The ball squirts out. The ball is loose inside the 10-yard line. Orgy near there. They're saying.
Ruling on the field as the runner was down prior to losing control of the ball. First down. Southern Miss.
Well, that helps the Owls out after Southern Miss did recover that, but about 8 or 9 yards back upfield, Southern Miss will have it. Well, that Frank Gore is something special.
He is, but they need to pop him just one good time. I'm telling you, it's coming down. Okay, this is on Southern Miss.
And now more flags come in. They are raining down from the heavens here on a chilly Alabama night. Banish and Ramsey duking it out here. Maybe that's Isaiah Floyd. This will be one of those off-sitting penalties.
Ball start.
Nope.
Offense. Number 51. 5-yard penalty. First down.
Bryson Mays from Bolivar, Tennessee. Another West Virginia transfer. Yeah, that did not look like your garden variety false start penalty, but we'll take it as it's backed up. A first down and 15 back at the, call it the 19-yard line. Gore out of that shotgun. One receiver, Willis to the right alongside with Jones. The big stud future NFL draft pick, Brownlee to the left. 24-17. Rice leads under the 4-minute mark, third quarter. Gore back to pass. Flings it high, running under the ball, and catching it is Mims. What a high arcing catch. A beautiful pass by Frank Gore. And they're an extra point away from tying that one up. Mims gets his third touchdown reception of the year from 18 yards out.
The ball got caught looking into the backfield, thinking it was going to be a run. And the receiver just ran right on by him. You can't. The one thing that defensive are taught not to do not stare and get caught looking in that backfield. And if you do that, you're going to get burned, and it happened again.
Remember that part of the game where there was no offense? That's not it in this third quarter as the extra point try is up, and it sneaks through that right side of the upright.
We didn't say they were going to give up now.
I didn't either.
No, we didn't say game was over. We just knew that Rice could play a whole lot better than what they had been playing, and now we're seeing it. So, yeah, Southern Miss is making a run. And we'll give you that drive in just a moment, JP.
Gore's third touchdown pass of the season, as I said. Mims, his third touchdown catch. It goes 4 plays, 67 yards. And it only took 1 minute and 8 seconds off the scoreboards to our right and left. 3:52. I believe we've got a game going here, Brother Griffin.
I believe we have a game as well, sir. The one thing I think when you look back, you have to credit that the Rice Owls defense for not giving up more than 17 points, because it could have been worse in the first half, and all of a sudden they come back out here in the second half and start putting some points on the board. So now, yes, you do have a game. Now, who's going to be able to deliver the biggest blow, as we go into this game and move forward? Third quarter, Rice needs to put another 7 on the board.
All right, Thompson back at his own 1 to return this bourgeois kick. Nice chilly night under the lights here at Hancock-Whitney Stadium. End over end kick, and another fair catch is called inside the 5-yard line. That's a good one, though. That brings it out to the 25-yard line, and the Owls and the suddenly red-hot offense comes back on the field. A.J. Padgett, 14-21 passing for 211 yards, 3 touchdowns, and no picks. 8 different ball carriers for Rice, by Cam Montgomery, 7 carries for 63 yards. And the Owls have 7 different receivers, 6 for 59 for McCaffrey. Padgett 7 of 8 here in this second half. Owls football right to left here. 24-24 ball game. Shotgun snap, looking over the middle, caught at the 30-yard line, and Rosner will belly flop around the 31. He'll get 6 yards on that first down play. Second down and 4.
Southern Miss a little concerned about the passing game now. They're playing in quarters. And so now with them playing in quarters, guess what that does? That releases a man from your guys who are playing up front, from your front 7 or 8. So now all of a sudden you might be able to run the football at a pretty good pace here.
Showing a shot. We don't have a sideline guy this trip, but Cam Montgomery on the bench with ice on his right knee. Man in motion is Gruen. Snap, play action right side. Running is Padgett. He gets stuck around the 30-yard line, and very favorable spot if they give him this to the 31. Gill helping out there, the first one to give a lick on him during that Southern Miss defense, and suddenly, just like that, it's third down and 4. Hobbs there to finish off that play too.
I tell you what, this is starting to sound like a real football game, because now you've got both fan groups. They're getting into it, and Southern Miss sounds loud coming from over there. Rice needs a really big play here.
A little different than Hawaii, ways in order, right?
Shut them down, man. This is big.
24-24 game, 3rd and 3, the 32. Here is Padgett out of the shotgun. 3 receivers just off the right side of the line of scrimmage. Rosner near side. Shotgun snap to Padgett. Throws it over the middle. Behind Esdale, but he makes a one-handed catch and runs up for a first down at the sideline. Midfield into Southern Miss territory. Brooks finally shoves him out of bounds at the 43. What a grab. Isaiah Esdale let it all hang out in his last game.
Player on defense.
2:19 to go. 25 yards to Mr. Isaiah Esdale.
I am loving what I am seeing right now. A.J. Padgett coming to life in this game. And that was a great pass because he had a defender in his face. Isaiah Esdale just had to make a big play. And he came up with the big play, a one-handed grab. That ball was thrown well behind him, but he still was able to contort his body just enough to be able to make the catch.
Not easy.
And get up the field. No, it's not. No, I can tell you it's not easy at all. but he was able to make that play. That's the veteran savvy and experience that he brings.
Yeah, they help out their leading safeties. Jay Stanley leads them in picks and PBUs on the season. So the Owls a little sugar huddle there, trying to take some extra time there. The play clock is started. 2:16 to go, third quarter. Rice 24, Southern Miss 24. They use the huddle at the 50-yard line and then break into their positions. They've got Quentin Jackson, the true freshman. His first action of the season's been tonight. Got twin receivers to the left, one receiver right side, Rosner. It's the tight end, Gruen, near side. Line of scrimmage will be at the 43. First down, Owls. Padgett checks his wristband for the play call. Gruen, the tight end, in motion. Shotgun snap, play action, looking over the middle. They throw the slant, but it's too wide of the 30-yard line, incomplete to Rosner. Hobbs there, some good pressure coming around that edge. 2nd and 10 now at the 43.
Yeah, they showed you single man on the far side out there where Rosner was, and all of a sudden, the safety deal was just backed up. He just backpedaled and got into the play, so that took away the single, and you saw Rosner going to the seam. Once he went into the seam, it was pretty much dead.
Trey Filippi checks out.
So look what they've done now.
And now they bring, I guess that was given
McCaffrey.
Long a spell there as guards, but McCaffrey comes in there as a receiver. 2nd and 10 to 43. Here's the snap. Padgett looking right all the way. Goes deep ball, looking for Rosner deep. Incomplete at the 15-yard line. And they had Eric Scott there, stride for stride, but that was way overthrown for Rosner that far away. 2 jersey number 2s duking it out of that play, but 3rd down 10 at the Southern Miss 43.
But you saw what they did on that play. So they brought in the slot to take away the double team, right? And so Rosner was one-on-one. It was going to take a really good throw from A.J. to complete that pass and get down the field to try to get inside the 10, maybe even a touchdown.
Owls are 4 for 9 on 3rd downs. They set up shop left hash, 43-yard line, 3rd and 10. Shotgun snap, Padgett looking right, throwing deep right, fading it deep right side. That's way wide of Esdale as Scott had him blanketed, but that was closer to the cheerleaders than it was to Esdale. 1:33 to go. Owls will have to punt here. 24-24 game. Glad that you have settled in with us tonight here, wherever you are across this great land of ours.
I've been asking for them to test this secondary all night long. And finally they test the secondary and they get 3 big plays out of it. Well, now you got to go back to something that was done earlier. You got to go back to your run game.
Punt comes back for Hunt. End over end, back to Brooks. Brushes it off at the 10, inside the 5, takes a left turn, and that'll be down at the 1. What a job by the blue and gray. That's DJ Arkansas going down there on special teams for the Rice Owls to down that one. And how about that battle of field position for a Hunt to pin him deep?
Great punt.
41 yards on that pinner.
Great punt. He did a phenomenal job getting it down and just letting it die. And it's down at near the 2-yard line.
Yeah, they call it to 2. You're right.
But a great punt and great job by the special teams to get down there and pin it inside that 2-yard line. Now you have a chance, if you're Rice.
Okay.
You have a shot to get something done in the end zone there, Bobby, where it says South Alabama.
Home of the Jaguars here in Mobile, Alabama. They've been friendly to us. First down, their own 2-yard line. Southern Miss's quarterback low, bending his knees. Clapper for the snap, takes it, hands off to Gore, wide hole right side. Jukes Dunbar, runs up the near side, the 20, the 30. He's got Chamberlain in the open field. He jukes in the 50. But then Chamberlain holds his position, and then Gore runs up to him, and Chamberlain ushers him out of bounds. A touchdown-saving tackle inside the 40. Good gosh.
Well, the motion, you saw 2 Southern Miss players.
An injured player on defense.
2 injured players, one Chamberlain inside the Rice bench area and one sitting back at the 30-yard line. Sorry to interrupt there, but
that happens to be that's Gabe Taylor. That's Gabe Taylor at the 30-yard line. And let's see who else we have.
It was Chamberlain on that tackle. He was a little bit late getting up, and you see the trainers in that red bench, the far right red bench, they're tending to him.
So Southern Miss sends a couple of players in motion they moved from right to left. And when they did that, that cleared a big hole for number 3, Gore Jr.
He's okay.
Well, I mean, if you give him 3 yards of a head start, he's gone. He's got that breakaway speed. Now, the thing is, what does Rice do to combat that? They got to find a way to set the edge after Southern Miss sends 2 players in motion, because that's all they did. They just cleared out, the right side so Gore could run for daylight.
Taylor's still down for Rice. He has not gotten to his feet yet. Can't see. They look to be working on the lower half of his body. It was a 59-yard run by Frank Gore Jr. He's now up to 217 yards rushing.
Oh, my God.
That is a high against a Rice House defense. Laughing at Nate's comment, not the fact there, but Ragsdale, Keiko Ragsdale had 122 yards for North Texas. So this year, that is the I had that.
I think there's
the 6th 100-yard rusher the Owls have allowed this year.
There's a stat that goes for Southern Miss and against Rice. When Southern Miss rushes for 150 yards, they only have, I think they're like, what is it, 6-1, 5-1? When Rice gives up 150 yards, they are 1-4.
Not as good.
I believe, yeah.
First down at the 39-yard line, and Taylor is off the field now. So now Chike Inabogu comes in. You got Williams at that safety spot, back deep, and Nyquil shifting over. So you got Williams coming in for Taylor, but in that Viper spot is Inabogu coming in. 24-24 game. Rice and Southern Miss. Gore getting at breather after that long run. You got Lowe back in there at quarterback for the Southern Miss Golden Eagles. Here's the snap. Handoff Gore. Up the middle. Big pile of blue and gray. It moves forward. Good job by the Southern Miss line blocking there for Gore to run downfield after contact. 4, maybe 5 yards on that gain. Second down coming up. Pick a number out of that Owls defense.
I just saw George Nyquil.
What George do?
He got pushed down on his keister, and then he gets up and he gets in the defender's face. I'd love to know what he said.
George, as nice as they come, but he flips that switch on the field. 2nd and 6 at 35. 24-24. Lowe takes the snap, play action, lots of time, throws a deep ball down the left sideline. Should be offensive pass interference. Brownlee pushes off and makes the touchdown catch. He just shoved McCord down to the turf. That should be coming back. Brownlee staring into the stands.
We'll see.
Saying hi to his family.
We'll see what happens here. It could go either way, JP.
Well, also the Miss players are back here. They know that's coming back.
Good.
9 seconds, third quarter.
Pass interference. Offense, number 1. 15-yard penalty. Repeat. Second down.
And just like that, 15 yards gets stepped off. Yeah, he pushed them, but I also saw, I mean, that was really good technique by McCord, because what McCord actually did was got in front of him. If you watched, he got in front of him and fell. But he got pushed down.
Well, the other contact came before at the 5-yard line. Now, that was in the end zone.
Right.
I thought it was a good call, but got this.
They'll do it again. Now, they got to get pressure. You got to get pressure.
Second down and
Lowe.
21 at midfield.
Got to get pressure on Lowe, because they're going to do it again.
Lowe at the right hash. The center is Bryce Ramsey from Gulfport. Ole Miss transfer. Twins to the left side. Tight end is Cavallo just off the line. He's from Slidell, Louisiana. Shotgun snap. 2nd and forever. Handoff. Big fella Clay rumbling to the right side, and the Owls shifting over there to shove him out of bounds around the 45. Josh Piercy, among others, to help Clay up. And got 4 yards, so 3rd down and forever.
There was a time when if you were an opposing player and you got pushed down over on that sideline.
That is the end of the third quarter.
There wasn't too much to worry about, but I'm not too sure about now.
A lot has changed, my friend.
A lot has changed.
A lot has changed,
yes,
more
sir.
ways than one. Well, don't go anywhere, gents, ladies. 24-24, going to the 4th. Fresh 15 on the clock. We're having fun. Hopefully you are too. Stay tuned with us. 4th quarter, the LendingTree coming up next. It's Rice football from Learfield.
The newly renovated Houston Marriott Medical Center Museum District is a proud new sponsor of Rice University Athletics. For visiting families and fans, the closest hotel to Rice University is delighted to offer preferred rates. Guests will enjoy 2 new restaurants, an indoor pool, a new exclusive M Club lounge, and complimentary shuttle service within 2 miles of the hotel. Visit Marriott.com to learn more.
What do you do when you need safe, reliable corporate transportation? You go Win. Win Transportation is one of the largest group transportation providers in Texas, a leader in charters, shuttles, and special events of all sizes. 5 people or 5,000. Win offers customizable team transportation with a wide range of motor coaches, minibuses, and vans. So, for safe, reliable corporate transportation, do like the Owls and go Win. Book at gowin.com. GOWYNNE.com.
Owls, Golden Eagles, closing out the 2022 season. Now let's head back to Mobile, Alabama.
Rice Owls and the Southern Miss Golden Eagles, fresh 15 on the clock, 24-24 game. As we take a peek at these Houston Methodist stats going into the fourth quarter. Oh, how the worm has turned here. Old Mo coming on the other side of the field for a while. Southern Miss 413 yards, Rice 370. And Owls 242 passing yards, all from Padgett. Southern Miss 163, but they've got 250 rushing yards as a team. Owls have 8 penalties, those have hurt, but this has been about, we call a lot of games, Nate. I need to go back and add it up. A lot of games together, but you talk about the emotional swing from one half to the next. That's been a big pendulum that's swung, and Southern Miss responded after 3 consecutive Owls touchdowns. Quite a game we have shaping up here.
180. I mean, they're football players. Eventually they will, but you've seen a 180 swing, and again, post game I'll ask Mike Bloomgren, what did he say to his guys? And I'd be willing to bet you kind of just a little synopsis of what I said. I'm sure it was partially what I said here when I was thinking about it. I know what I would tell them. But yeah, they've come out and responded, and that's what you have to do. You almost have to question their manhood after being down in the first half. You got to question their manhood because Southern Miss is not, as I've said, Southern Miss is not better. Rice is better than what they showed in the first half, and they're showing you right now how good they really can be.
Well, starting this fourth quarter, 3rd down at 16. They got to get to Fairhope, Alabama for the first down, where we had our nice dinner last night.
Yep.
And they go from right to left. I know I'm off geography-wise, but that's kind of what we do here. As the shotgun here is, what a fun one to end on, Nate, huh?
I'm telling you, man.
3rd and 16, the 45-yard line. Southern Miss now right to left at the Owls 45. Low, claps, takes the snap. Handoff to Gore, right side 40, 35, jukes Chamberlain. He put him in a washing machine. He got turned around in the spin cycle and inside of first down. What other guy that we've seen this year on a 3rd and 16, you can give him the ball and he gets a pretty easy first down. Williams there, the touchdown saving tackle.
Frank Harris.
Yeah, true. Something about that Frank name.
That's right. Huh? I know, but Frank Gore gets a, gosh.
On that run of 19 yards, Gore, 241 yards rushing. He's already set an all-purpose Southern Miss record for yardage in a bowl game. He's out of the shotgun now. He's got Dean. No, check that. They snapped it to the quarterback Low. He throws right side, diving back corner. Brownlee touchdown in the back right corner for a touchdown for Southern Miss. The lights go off partially, the flickering, the light celebration. They beat Chamberlain there, 26 yards on that touchdown. Now Southern Miss goes up 30-24.
That's 13-point swing right there. 13 unanswered points by Southern Miss until they kick this PAT. PAT's pending. So 13 unanswered points by Southern Miss. You got momentum swings, and now the momentum is Southern Miss. Now Rice needs to get it back. The good thing about it is that there's plenty of time left in this game. Rice owned the third quarter. Southern Miss is trying to own the fourth quarter. They own the first 2 quarters. And now Southern Miss is trying to own the fourth quarter. And Rice needs to say, nope, it's not going to happen.
There's a down owl on the field. He was covering Brownlee in that corner. That's really tough to see around that end.
That had to have been either DeVones or Dunbar, right?
I don't want to speculate, but
I guess, yeah. Dunbar's dad is at the game. I saw him a little bit earlier. No, actually, that would be who's down right now. That would be McCord.
Yeah, McCord there on coverage now. I look up at that replay. And he jumped and got tangled up with Brownlee. Yeah, it looks like a lower leg issue there.
Let's hope it's nothing big. Let's hope it's something like a cramp.
Taking a while to tend to him right now. We've got a brick wall that is a few feet away from him. But right now it's 30-24.
Other than the color, does this stadium sort of remind you of another stadium that we've called a game that you can think of? Other than that stadium would be in Oklahoma.
It does not at all. I know what you're getting, because that's my favorite stadium.
That's my favorite. Second
this is not
stadium
my favorite.
Skelly.
So,
yeah. Well, I understand why you say it's not your favorite, but I mean, just looking
throwing
at the
shade
brick.
now, huh?
Huh?
We throwing shade?
No. I understand why you're saying it's not your favorite. I mean,
it's a little cold.
Yeah,
that's why.
Just a little bit. Yeah. But he's up off the ground on McCord. And he's coming in, and looks like he wants to jog it off. But probably not the smart thing to do.
So Southern Miss comes on in special teams. It's a 5-play, 98-yard drive. And what was that? Fueled by the 57-yard run by Gore mixed in there. Yeah, he's got 241 yards rushing, over 10 yards a rush for Gore.
He will be playing in the league next year.
Here's Bourgeois. Extra point try. Came close to getting blocked, but it's up and through by Peyton Stevenson, another Alabama guy. Got close to having his hand on that one, but it will be Rice ball when we come back after this kickoff return. Southern Miss 31 and Rice 24. 14-18 to go in this ball game. This is Rice football from Learfield.
We interrupt your top 40 hits to issue this alert from the Karbach Brewing Company. In our efforts to brew our distinct and popular Hopadillo IPA, we have unwittingly created a monster. A monster with an insatiable thirst. A monster that will not stop until it gets what it wants. An ice-cold Hopadillo IPA. Just like the one I'm holding in my hand. Bold, flavorful, dry-hopped, irresistible. No. Sweet Mary! Hopadillo. Find it before it finds you. Bravely brewed in Texas by the Karbach Brewing Company.
Rice fans, need a place to stay while watching your Owls play ball? Located just steps from campus is the Hilton Houston Medical Center. Visit us today at houstonplaza.hilton.com or call 713-313-4000 to get that special Rice discount. Again, that's houstonplaza.hilton.com or call 713-313-4000 to get that special Rice discount now.
Also proud again to be partnering with IBEW, International Brotherhood of Electrical Workers, Local 716, lighting up Rice University and Houston for over 100 years. Congrats to the Rice basketball team for that blowout win against Northwestern State this afternoon. It was a lot to a little for the Rice basketball team. They poured it on, digging up a score right now, but Scott Parra's team 110-73.
Wow.
They go to 8-3.
That's amazing.
That's a pretty good Northwestern State team. They beat Southern Miss at the buzzer a week or so ago for Southern Miss's only loss. But Rice, Bob, I haven't called 110 points in a game against the D1 team in forever in a day. I mean, the women undefeated go to 8-0. Is it 9-0? Lindsey Edmonds' team, 9-0 non-conference. They beat Sam Houston yesterday in that Schoolhouse Mania game. So basketball rolling as football's coming to a conclusion as Southern Miss about to kick this one off here. 31-24, they've taken the lead back here.
But what would you rather be right now? Would you rather be at a bowl game or not?
By a fire. Some kind of heat would be nice, but I will endeavor to persevere.
I don't believe you.
Young Jared's about to
I can't
about to know each other a little bit better.
You'd rather be by a fire than at a bowl game. How dare you?
I should have bought a hoodie when Bob was buying his bowl shirts yesterday. I could have bought a hoodie there. All right, and line drive kick, fair catch call by.
Wait a minute. You mean to tell me we could have had a hoodie and you settled for T-shirts? Is that what you're saying?
I didn't settle for anything, but I'm now thinking in retrospect.
Oh, okay.
But I will say this, shout out, Lee, our truck driver.
Yeah.
One of the great truck drivers.
Offside. Kicking team, number 24.
How do you do that?
That 5-yard penalty. Then forced to succeeding spot.
All right.
First and 10 for Rice.
So Lee gave me this toot.
And it fits.
It fits. It stretches. It's stretching. Southern Miss guys, our buddies, making fun of me for I was short sleeving it through the pregame. Right. I'm like, I'm going to put some. I may be just a state school guy, but I'm getting warm here.
You're like the abominable slow man.
I got some Norwegian blood running through these veins, but Texas guy. 14-18 to go.
Man.
And don't put lettuce on your tacos, folks. That's a first half call.
Put lettuce on the tacos.
Southern Miss 31, Rice 24. Good game coming down to the end here. Padgett out of the shotgun. True freshman's had a whale of a contest. Shotgun snap back at his knees. Looks right, flicks the wrist. Caught by Grun near the sideline, and he just gets dropped immediately out of bounds. Grun, a guy that's come on late in this season. He gets tackled by TQ Newsom, a guy that is going to med school, as Southern Miss folks say. He's got 2 years of eligibility left, but he's going to do some really good things with his life, about to go to med school.
Well, become a doctor. Just another Southern Miss guy doing well.
See what you're trying to do there. 2nd and 5 at the 35. Rosner single coverage at the top of the field there. Left to right Owls. Padgett out of the gun. Back is the young guy Jackson. Oh, handoff. Jackson can't get out of the garage, but he gets 2-3. Good job falling forward. I remember it's so different from the summer as he got 3 yards there brought down by Booth. But seeing Jackson, he turns your head. When you didn't know all the true freshmen yet, you're getting to know him. Like, okay, that guy's got that extra scoot that a lot of guys don't have that gear.
Scoop and poof. Yeah, that's what that is. Scoop and poof. See you.
Southern Miss 31, Rice 24. 13-10 to go in this LendingTree bowl game. First bowl game for the Owls in 8 seasons. Owls 4 out of 10 on third downs. Padgett is the quarterback. Running back Ottaviano. Grun the tight end, rumbling in motion. The snap, hand Ottaviano straight up the middle. He gets near the 40 and the pile moves forward. He just crossed that plane to the 40-yard line and picks up the first down.
Had to have it, because if he didn't get it, the momentum swing would have gone towards Southern Miss. So that's a big play right there, big first down. They don't.
The helmet of defensive player number 96 came off. He must leave the game for one play. First down.
You got to know your personnel, know who's in and who's out, and take advantage of it. And now you definitely want to run the football if you can.
Yeah, especially Jalen Williams leaving. He's our best defensive lineman from Tylertown, Mississippi. Arkansas transfer.
Straight out of the country.
Aren't we all? 1st and 10, most of us. The 40-yard line. 2 minutes into this third quarter. Check that fourth quarter. Shotgun Padgett. They bunch the receivers near way. Grun goes back down to the line of scrimmage. Leaves Esdale Rosner, the receiver, is in the rotation. Here's the snap. Padgett looking left all the way. Gets pressure. Moves to his left. Outside the hashes. A hard hit at the 38-yard line. And that's Quiwan, Dominic Quiwan, Minneapolis guy. Making that hit.
See, that's the kind of hit, you have to deliver to their quarterback. And we saw that. Gabe Baker did it. You gotta keep doing it. Because Southern, if you don't do Gabe Taylor, I'm sorry. I've said that twice tonight. Gabe Taylor. You don't want defenders hitting your quarterback like that.
I made a mistake too. Don't worry. Back in 2009, remember we talked about 2nd and 12 to 38. 3 minutes into this fourth quarter. Owls need a dozen 7-point game. Owls trail. Back to passes. Paget airing it deep down the right side. He's looking for Roz. He jumps up high. A flag comes out. The guy with the hoodie, Harrell, that star safety, I think is going to be flagged here.
Like the middle of the field was wide open. Number 10.
Pass interference. Defense, number 29. 15-yard penalty, automatic.
Speaking of hoodies, Harrell gets flagged there.
There's so much to talk about here.
Well, let's talk.
First of all, number 10, Luke McCaffrey was wide open down the middle of the field. But what Rosner did with that technique, he actually created a pass interference play by jumping on the back of the defender because the defender was there. So he created that pass interference call. That was one of the smartest plays you will ever see in a football game.
Well, let's hope Rosner comes back. He has another year if he should so choose. Rice trailing 31-24. Esdale, lone receiver to the wide side of the field on the right. The true freshman Jackson out to the left. Mike Bloomgren comes jogging up to the head linesman and calls that timeout.
Charge timeout. Rice, their second of the half.
All right, one timeout remaining for the good guys in blue and gray. So that comes on a first down, the 47-yard line, and there is a timeout on the field, so we will take it too. Southern Miss 31, Rice 24, 11:46 to go in this ball game. This is Rice football from Learfield.
DoubleTree by Hilton Houston Medical Center Hotel and Suites is the preferred hotel for anybody visiting the Medical Center, the Museum District, or Rice University. We offer the largest suites in the Medical Center, complete with full kitchens, and our full-service restaurant and outdoor pool will make your stay complete. We look forward to having you experience the DoubleTree by Hilton Houston Medical Center Hotel and Suites soon. And if you need a group rate or 10 or more rooms, don't forget to call 713-528-7744. That's 713-528-7744.
Big trip on the horizon? Before you depart, you gotta park. The parking spot is a simpler, easier way to navigate airport parking, and you can save when you book online. You're guaranteed a spot, and we even pick you up at your trunk in our yellow and black spotted shuttles and take you straight to the terminal. Parking and saving come full circle at the parking spot. The Parking Spot, proud sponsor of Rice University. Visit theparkingspot.com to reserve your spot today.
Rice football brought to you by Karbach Brewing Company. Karbach Brewing Company bringing you Rice Owls football. Say Walter left me, Nate left me, but with the amount of time we have in these ESPN breaks, we could do some wood carving or something. I don't know, something to throw onto the fire.
Take a nap.
Post game, yeah. Get a snooze in.
My favorite thing to do.
More banter, talking about tacos or hoodies.
Yeah, I mean, who doesn't like lettuce on their taco? Now, I know you don't, but how many of the viewers who've been watching, don't eat lettuce on their tacos?
All right, folks, we got a Texas broadcast. If you're paying attention on the Facebook and YouTube stream, let us see. Do you like lettuce on your tacos?
Yes.
Yes or no?
Yes. You should, lettuce, tomatoes, onions, green onions, any kind of onions on your tacos.
No thanks.
Yes, they're the absolute best. You're not in this, rookie. No, I'm just kidding.
Yeah, Jarrett.
Stay out of it, rookie. Anyway. No what?
Bob in the
Bob doesn't like lettuce.
3-1. We outvote you.
I don't care. I mean, lettuce on. Hey, let me tell you what's really good on your tacos. Well, my wife makes some beautiful tacos. I mean, they're just lovely. They're delectable.
I don't doubt that.
You know what? Some nice lime on the taco.
Street tacos. Yeah.
Oh, yes, sir.
Making me hungry now.
Hey,
That's
man,
not hard to do.
I'm starving. I hadn't had anything since breakfast. I'm starving.
Oh, please.
And you know why? You paid for my breakfast this morning.
I snuck it in on you, didn't I?
You did.
Talking to Donald and
I was over there running my mouth.
Dana over there, right?
I think I'll just pay for his breakfast while he's over there running his mouth.
All right, you got Quentin Jackson in the backfield to the left of Patches. We're set to resume play. 31-24. Southern Miss leading Rice here. 11:46 remaining. First down, Rice just inside Southern Miss territory at the 47. Paget, lone guy in the backfield. Hard shoulder fake. Looking deep. Looking for Jackson. It's a high point grab. He made the grab at the 5. Signals the first down right in front of Brooks on his near sideline. Out of bounds, will say at the 13. Quentin Jackson, come on down for 36 yards.
That was incredible. He ran actually he went into motion and ran a fly route, and the defensive back actually had leverage that time. And you saw Quentin Jackson with all that athletic ability come down with the football. That was an incredible catch. Bryce Al's got something working here.
And young fella striking the first down pose just like a statue on the sideline. Here come the Owls. First down and 10 at the 13-yard line, looking to tie. Badgett back to pass, looks over the middle, thrown high, incomplete to Rosner. It bounces at the 5. And it was high for Rosner or short for McCaffrey. Take your pick in there.
He had Jackson wide open on the opposite side of the field. All he had to do, if he had looked up and saw it, it would have been over. Curtains. That would have been 6 points.
West comes in the backfield.
You know what? I don't know why you ever take him out of the game. you have him in the game running something. I mean, running some kind of a pattern. And right now, they're excited along that Rice sideline. You can see it. You can feel it. The momentum is with the Rice Owls right now. They need the right kind of play here. This is where you score. This is where you score right here.
They've got Cedeno moving into right guard next to Klarkowski. So John Long has moved out of there. 31-24. Southern Miss leads Rice. Rice trying to tie. 2nd and 10 to 13. 11 minutes to go. Padgett might be audibling here. 4 seconds to snap, young man. 3, 2. Snap comes back. Looking left, going towards the goal line. High for Rosner. Incomplete on the sideline as Rosner was covered by Scott yet again.
One thing about A.J. Padgett, he is very definitive in his thought process and his progressions. If he's looking your way, you're getting the ball, or it's coming your way. You know, he's not. He's got. I won't say he's got to learn how to go through his progressions to find the receiver. But tonight, I know in 3 different situations I've seen receivers open just when he's delivering the ball, and if he had taken just a split second to look to see where the play's really going, it would have been a touchdown, quite possible.
5 of 11 on 3rd downs tonight for Rice. Padgett right hash, 3rd and 10, and the flags come flying in from every corner of Hancock Whitney Stadium, and a penalty comes. Looks to be motion against Rice.
Full start. Offense, number 78. 5-yard penalty.
Onion was second penalty
3
of the game. 3rd? Okay,
yes.
I'll trust you. I can't trust your taco opinion. I'll trust you. All these years. You're not a Texas guy. It's okay. California guy. Mississippi guy.
You know, try lettuce on your tacos with tomatoes. Oh, my God. Here comes Ashley.
3rd down and 15. More taco talk in a second. The 18-yard line.
Fresh tomatoes, Ashley.
What do you think here? Are you in a 4th down? Is it too early to think of?
No, you got to go 4 downs, man.
If you get about 10 maybe, but anyway, we'll let the play transpire. 3rd and 15 at the 18. Noisy Southern Miss contingent. Shotgun snap with the knees. Padgett surveying left. Now he's running it. 15. Padgett's got some green. The left side, the 10. Breaks into the baseball slide as the Southern Miss defender trying to take his head off. A dive by Jones there. He was coming. That was shorts, actually.
I tell you what.
4th down and 5 at the 10-yard line.
Padgett was shocked. The whole left side of that offensive line just opened up.
And what do we say? They got about 10, and they're going for it, Nate Griffin.
They should. Got it. You got to go
down,
for it.
A long 5 or a short 6. Owls have not attempted a 4th down tonight. Neither has Southern Miss on the season. Rice 50% on 4th downs. Padgett's got West by him. McCaffrey, one of 3 receivers to the right. Here comes the snap. Padgett looking left, throwing back shoulder, knocked incomplete at the goal line, and no flag comes in as Southern Miss will take it back over. Rosner sitting in disbelief in that red-painted end zone.
That should have been pass interference. That should have been pass interference. Defender got there long before the ball did. That should have been pass interference.
Officials swallowed the flag there.
Timeout on the field.
And we have another timeout on the field. Got to catch up on those, I suppose. 10:05 to go. Yeah, it did look like they had him draped all over. It was Scott.
Oh, he got there early.
Yeah, he got there pretty early.
He definitely got there early.
But now Southern Miss takes it deep in their own end as they lead Rice by 7, 10:05 to go. This is Rice football from Learfield.
Howdy Homemade Ice Cream is here. Howdy is an ice cream shop in Katy, Texas that makes ice cream in-house and has a unique mission to employ individuals that are differently abled. Stop by and enjoy some ice cream. With every scoop you buy, you help support employment for special needs. Coming to Rice Athletics venues in the fall.
Hey y'all, this is Michael Felder, co-host of College Sports Now. We're breaking down all the action from around the country every week during the football season. We'll look beyond the box score and keep our finger on the pulse of college football from September all the way through the national championship game in January. Listen all season long on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, or wherever you love to get your favorite podcast. And be sure to follow along on Twitter at CSNowTweets.
Welcome to the LendingTree Bowl in Mobile, Alabama, featuring Rice and former conference rivals Southern Miss. Here's the voice of the Owls, J.B. Heath.
Well, reminded of something during the break. You don't have that penalty that sets up the third down in 14 or 14 and 15. They got the 10-yard play then, but penalties have been a story tonight. 9 penalties, 57 yards for the Rice Owls. They've been outgained 458 to 421. But right now, Southern Miss leads Rice 31-24, coming down the home stretch, 10:05 to go in this dandy of a bowl game between two old Conference USA rivals.
Now, 3 of those penalties have been false start penalties, right? So by the offensive line.
Yes. Had a couple illegal men downfield.
Yep.
Or one at least.
Yep. You got to clean that kind of stuff up. Because if you clean those things up, then it's not 3rd and 11. It's not 3rd and 16. It's not any of that. It's 3rd and 5, 3rd and 4, 3rd and 2. You're moving the ball down the field.
Right now, Southern Miss taking over. First down, their own 10-yard line.
Need a big play here.
10:05 to go. Owen turned it down as Lowe will be out of this shotgun.
They won't throw it. They got 3 back in the backfield.
Lowe today, only 7 of 14, but he's thrown for 170 yards, 2 touchdowns. No picks in this game. Lowe in the gun. Got Gore by him, who's been Mr. Everything tonight. Takes the snap, hands to Gore, sprints up the middle of the 10, 15, right side the 20, finds Chamberlain, stiff arms him, and gets brought down. You know what's crazy about that? It's about a 16-yard gain. Yeah, that will stand. That's about an average carry for him tonight.
It is.
He is, before that carry, so that'll be 18. He'll go near 260 yards rushing now. Got that big wrestling belt on the sideline. Not very original, but I like our cape and cane better. First and 10, the 26. 31-24, Southern Miss. They're looking for a lot of clock off this drive. Back to pass. Lowe slides to his left. Good footwork. Pointing improv play. Dances to his right. He heaves it out of bounds. Inuchuku there, bringing him down. And Lowe is down inside the 5-yard line, but a flag came in. Are they looking at a personal foul, or are they looking at a grounding penalty?
It could be.
He threw it too early for a grounding penalty, I thought.
It could be a face mask. Let's see what they call here. Could be grounding. At the discussion there.
Yeah, maybe a holding on Southern Miss's big fella Doss. But I'm telling you, I saw the replay of it. They threw the flag too quickly.
Which could indicate holding.
Yeah, not a grounding.
Yeah, that could indicate either a holding or a face mask.
And then you throw in the variable that it very well still could be a grounding because the pass was not near the line of scrimmage. It was not outside that invisible tackle box. But Southern Miss 31, Rice 24. Here we go now. What is going on?
There are 2 fouls on the play, 1 on each team. Personal foul, face mask, defense Offense, number 91. Intentional grounding. Offense, number 8. His fouls offset. Replay. First down.
Yeah. Tonight's broadcast brought to you by a bad studio monitor there. That feedback coming back. But anyway, after all that,
as long as you listen to your analyst, you'll be fine.
I've usually found that the case here, ending our 11th season. Now 1st and 10 after all that. Offsetting, correct?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. 26-yard line. We've got Clay next to Lowe. Gore gets a break for a change. Cavallo tied in motion. Here's the snap. Handoff, and Clay will switch hands with the football, dip his way to the left, and he met the stone wall of Myron Morrison. The Atascocita product brings him down for only a gain of 2 yards. 2nd down and 8 around the 28-yard line.
Oscar used a really big play. I'm sure the folks in Atascocita are watching Myron tonight, as they are. That's a really good football team over there, as they say.
Gore comes back in after that brief break. They all hop up and look to their head coach Will Hall for the play call. 2nd and 8 to 28. 5 left to snap it. Comes back and he throws. He shows it to Gore. He takes it, bends his way around the right side, and Chamberlain there in the backfield this time. He's had a rough night defensively for the Owls, but stays active and drops Gore for a rare loss on the night, a loss of 1.
That was a good play, though. I mean, you just have to have plays. 4th quarter, you're kind of moving towards mid-4th quarter. Actually, you're there.
I think so, yeah.
Yeah, you're there now. So they need some big plays here defensively.
Southern Miss 3 of 6 on 3rd downs. They need about 9 here for their own 27-yard line. 31 to 24. Rice trailing Southern Miss. Been a great second half. Shotgun snap back to Lowe. Twirls the football, looking up high. Throws over the middle, tries to get it to DeMarcus Jones, but that's too long, incomplete at the 40. Got Chris Conti and George Nyquil back there in defense. So there you go. Owls exactly what they needed after they gave it up on downs earlier. Owls will get this football back with plenty of time and down 7.
We're going into overtime, JP. But in the meantime,
okay.
In the meantime, there's plenty of time to put 7 points on the board. And right now, the Owls need really good field position, and they score. And so let's see what happens here with special teams. I'd love to see a good return.
Thompson back to try to do that to 33. Owls bring some pressure. And Hunt gets the punt off into the Alabama night. Thompson in traffic, former FCS All-American, gets caught in the phone booth and gets sandwiched by a pair of Southern Miss defenders. It's crunched down at the 31-yard line. So the Owls will bring it back, coming right to left after that punt for the Southern Miss Golden Eagles. There's a down Golden Eagle back at the other side of the field. It's a 17-3 game at the half. Southern Miss. Then Rice outscored Southern Miss in the 3rd quarter, 21-7. And so far, the only points in this 4th quarter, Southern Miss is Frank Gore Jr. threw a touchdown pass. Excuse me, that was in the 3rd quarter. But Southern Miss scored in this 4th quarter, the only scoring to go up 7-0.
Boy, the more you can do in regards to Gore. You know, he's running the ball, he's throwing touchdown passes, he's doing all those things that it takes to get to the next level, and certainly playing extremely good football tonight. And thank goodness that Rube Scott Rea actually was able to get up off the turf.
And we have a timeout on the field. 7:37 to go. Southern Miss 31, Rice 24. Back after this, it's Rice football from Learfield.
North Star Pressure Washing, the only power washing company you will ever need for all your commercial and residential properties. Serving Houston and the surrounding areas for over 10 years, and now a proud sponsor for Rice University sports programs. Call us today for a free quote at 281-989-9244, because at North Star Pressure Washing, we never forget that your image is our business.
Hey, it's JP here to tell you that, yes, there's more Rice Owls content out there for you to consume. Subscribe and download the official podcast of Rice Athletics, Rice Owls Insider. Rice Owls Insider provides a unique new look at a variety of head coaches, players, and other integral voices inside the Rice Athletics department. Plus, you can find archive coaches shows as well. For the best in Rice Owls content, subscribe to Rice Owls Insider, the official podcast of Rice Athletics. Available on Apple, Stitcher, and Spotify. With Nate Griffin, I'm JP Heath. About halfway through this fourth quarter, Southern Miss leading Rice 31-24 after that stoppage. Looking over at the scorecard up in Arlington, Duncanville leading North Shore 21-14. That's just a second quarter score, so a long way to go there. Duncanville, a couple of guys on the Owls defense for Duncanville. Owls have this ball. Here it is, Padgett. First down and 10, starting from their 32-yard line. Shotgun snap, back to Padgett. Play action, has to duck down. He gets wrapped up and slammed down. A sack by Dalen Gill. Middle linebacker, Ole Miss transfer. Huge loss of 7 yards on that play. Tough one, as that was few sacks taken on the night. That might have been the first taken by A.J. Padgett there. Tough recycling up on the stat board, but Padgett didn't have any sacks taken in that first half. Now, second and 17 to 25 under the 7-minute mark. Padgett in between two backs now. Two receivers set. Esdale right. Snap, Padgett looking right, gets spun around. Another sack. And guess who? Gill again. Got some help penetrating into the backfield. Latham helping out as well. Back-to-back sacks, and just like that, it's a second half of momentum, Nate Griffin. It's third down and forever for Rice inside their own 20.
When you go with split backs, you figure you got enough protection back there, so you should be able to at least block 7, right? You should be able to block 7. But that time, these guys are figuring ways to get through the 7. And that's why you've had back-to-back sacks.
Third down and 24 at the 18-yard line. They bring in Lewis, their defensive end. Esdale in motion. Snap, roll out to the right side. Throwback screen, dangerous, almost intercepted, but knocked down. Groom, the tight end, was the intended guy, or at least near there. And Habas almost had a Saturday night stroll into the end zone.
A lot of pressure they brought that time because they felt like or knew that Padgett was going to throw. So how do you offset that pressure? Right now, Tui is talking. Marcus Tuiasosopo is talking to his quarterback and telling him, hey, don't worry about it, we'll figure it out. There's enough time in this game. But actually, that is a problem because now Southern Miss, they've come up with a riddle in order to be able to solve the situation here.
Well, it's getting late early, too. Here in the 6-minute mark.
Exactly right.
12 seconds to snap it here as Hunt going to punt it back here to Brooks. Tough punting night for him. It's a spinning punt that comes down to the 49-yard line. A fair catch. Nyquil on that coverage after that 37-yard punt there for Hunt. So they'll send it up near midfield at the 5:50 mark to go in this ball game. Southern Miss 31 and Rice 24.
I know about Southern Miss. They many years they know how to close out games. So it's going to be up to Rice to come up with the 7 points needed to get into a tie. And you need a big defensive play here. Same kind of pressure they put on your quarterback, you should be able to put on their quarterback. Where is that pressure?
And Gore not out there. They've got Clay in the backfield for Southern Miss. Gore has been a man on a mission tonight. Snap back to hit hard as he throws deep down the left sideline, wide of Brownlee at the 20, incomplete as Dunbar was with Brownlee stride for stride. 5:44, fourth quarter. Southern Miss 31 and Rice 24.
That is excellent coverage that time by Dunbar. Stayed in the face of the receiver. Just at the last minute, he saw the receiver's eyes looking up for the ball, and he was able to get his hand up even though I don't think that ball would have been caught anyway.
Still Clay in the backfield with Lowe gyrating there to the line of scrimmage. Cavallo, the tight end. Twins left for Southern Miss. Second down in midfield, right to left. Snap, give to Clay. Dips to the right side. And Nyaquan meets him on the edge. Good to see Gabe Taylor back in the game for the Owls, playing that run. He led up at the last second, so no gain there. Third down and 10 at midfield for Southern Miss.
Gabe Taylor plays like he's 6'2", 215.
Now,
love his heart.
Now Gore comes back in on a third down. They actually gave him 2 yards there. They just had a phantom 6 feet where they just spotted the ball down to the 48-yard line. They're 3 of 7 on third downs. They're content to chew a lot of this clock off. Gore back in there. Remember, he's been money on third and long runs here tonight, especially the second half. They don't have a lot of time here. 3 seconds, 2 seconds. Lowe, the shotgun, gets the snap, hands it to Gore, runs up the middle just like that, gets the first down, drops the football. Owls pick it up. Rice has it at the 30. Just when you least expected it. George Nyaquan, ho-hum, grabs that rolling off the carpet, picks up his second fumble recovery of the season, and ladies and gentlemen, the Owls have the football back.
That's what you have to do. You got to turn them over now. Here's the thing. Gore isn't known for fumbling the ball. That's the big thing right there. He's not known for fumbling the ball. So that was a play you had to have by the defense, and it was stripped out by, that's a good strip.
Gabe Taylor.
Gabe Taylor coming up with a big paw at the right spot, right time. Good job there, Gabe.
Yeah, Gabriel reached around and punched it out with his right fist, and Nyaquan there at the 30. So here you go, 4:47 to go. Southern Miss 31, Rice 24. Here's the snap, handoff to Jackson, and the true freshman who had not played as a Rice Owl before tonight dips, and he is down at the 32. Newsom and Booth there to bring him down. They'll give him a yard, maybe. Second down and 9 at the 32. 4:32 to go.
Trying to get some cutbacks for him. But I think, he's been nice the entire night. But I think what you have to do, if you can run some wheel routes with him, if you can get him in the slot, get him out in open space where he can actually do some damage.
Paget standing tall. He's got Ottaviano back behind him to his left. 10 to snap it. You're not in a position to be milking a lot of time here, Owls. Twins right. Shotgun snap to the true freshman Paget. Throws it over the middle. Incomplete to Esdale at the 34. The backup middle linebacker Newsom reached and knocked that one down. So at least it's not terrible as that stops the clock at 3:59. You'd rather have that completion, but third down and 9 to 32.
It really puts you in tough situations because now, Tui is trying to figure out what to call. What do I call for my quarterback so he can make a play? This is third down, and you're kind of bordering on fourth down territory here.
That's what I was just going to wonder about. You still got enough time left, but you only got one timeout remaining. Esdale motion to the far away. He's had a great game tonight. Ottaviano the back. Snap. Back to Paget. Looking middle. Cox puts it down. He gets bumped. He gets sacked. And now you can't go for it. Back to the 27-yard line. Sack is made by Gill. Oh, that's his third second half sack. Those might all be in the fourth quarter, actually. But now Rice will have to punt it back. And Southern Miss, that clock just continues to roll down. That might have been your last chance, Nate.
Not good for him here, man. You don't like what I'm going to say here, but I say you go for it fourth down. I'm sorry.
Not at 4th and 14. If it was 4th and 3, I could see it, but not 4th and 14.
Maybe you own the shot.
That's a good point. I'm not saying that's a bad point. And you might need to hurry, guys. You wasted another 30 seconds off the clock there as Hunt gets this punt off. And Brooks coming up running to make that fair catch call in stride at the 45. So 3:10 to go. Rice trailing Southern Miss 31-24. Some post-possession holiday revelry there with some Owls and Golden Eagles locked up. But here we go.
Speaking of locked up, the Golden Eagles have locked up the Rice Owls since the end of the third quarter going into the fourth quarter, and I don't understand why. I mean, you got some penalties working, okay, yeah. You kind of beat yourself in that regard, but they have some plays to the boundary they were running in the third quarter that we're not seen in the fourth quarter.
Can I copy off your work here?
Yes.
Frank Gore, that's why. Frank Gore Jr. to be more specific.
I mean, Frank Gore Jr. is a big reason why, but you've had Isdale, you've had Rosner, you've had some other guys, Jackson.
And you know what's frustrating? You couldn't take advantage of that Gore fumble. He never fumbles, and they could. It was bounced up there, and just bam, bam, bam. Austin Armstrong, the young DC whiz, he wins that little chess match there. 1st and 10. Southern Miss, it's on 44. Line drive, shotgun snap, hand to Gore, sprints right side, the 40, 35-30. In the open field, jukes 2 or 3 guys, the 20. Near side, the 10, the 5, and he gets into the corner, just inside the pylon for the touchdown. Southern Miss, 55 yards, church on a Saturday night.
How does that happen?
He's been money. He's gone over 300 yards rushing on that carry.
How does that happen? I don't even know how that happens. That play has been working for them all night long.
Yeah, and even on that 3rd down, remember how it sounded I was being sarcastic. It's smart, Alec, but you see it in high school where you have like 3rd down and 9 and they'll still run it. I mean, this type of offense you don't see a lot, and they're just giving the Owls such a different look, and they've responded now with now they've had 21 unanswered points after the Owls had 21 unanswered points.
Gap drive, they hit it every time. AB gap, they hit it every time, man. And he, all night long, they have not had an answer.
Offside, defense number 19.
Have an answer.
After is good.
Just don't get it.
Point after try is good. Josh Piercy went down after that extra point try, or was that the on the PAT? Okay, Josh Piercy came off under his own power, but 2:57 to go. Southern Miss 38 and Rice 24.
Wow, 14 points. They scored 21 points. This kid, Frank Gore Jr., I'm telling you, man, he's having a night.
Yeah, unofficially, do you have an unofficial total, Bob, because the stats don't? They decided to not work. Nate going to make his way down to the field here. Frank Gore distracted us. The internet's gone out. So other than that, things are going great here. 38-24, Southern Miss over Rice. He had 2:57. I don't know if that was how long the stats were frozen, but let's just say Frank Gore Jr. Will probably get the Player of the Game award, the booth to my immediate left, as 329 rushing yards now. Nate is making his way down. Thank you, Jared. The Southern Miss side, 21 carries, average of 15.7 yards per carry. So now, of course, mathematically, it's still not out of reach, but it is, say again, getting late early here, as Padgett is the back. Excuse me, I keep saying that. The Padgett is the quarterback there. My lips starting to freeze here. McCaffrey was in the backfield there, and he takes this throw coming his near way at the 30. It's incomplete. And that is young fella with the hoodie, Harrell there. I don't know. Maybe that's my simple mind, but he's the only guy with the hoodie out there. But it stands out with the yellow sleeves and that yellow hood coming out of his helmet. Owls have Ottaviano as the back. Receiver left, Rosner. Right, McCaffrey and Gruen. Shotgun snap, Padgett. Looking over the middle, slings it, caught by Gruen, the 35-yard line. Big fella wrestling his way free to the 39-yard line. Newsom brings him down, 14 yards on that play. Owls have to hurry here. First down and 10, 2:47 to go. They've only got one timeout remaining. Shotgun snap, Padgett. Looking left, pumps, rolling now to his left, runs up to the 35 and sprints out of bounds. And a flag comes in. Or that's in the Southern Miss sideline. And now more flags coming in. I wonder if it will be an offsetting penalty as it's too far away. Got a lot of stuff to sort out here on that far away. Another look here. The in-booth monitor is a little bit behind us. Southern Miss coaches were really yelling at Booth, their defensive end, after he was getting in with Serva. There are 4 flags on the field in between the hashes, so the numbers, and that far sideline there. Well, Luke McCaffrey is the one that got hit late, but Luke was the one that, it was a run by Padgett, I thought. And when those other flags came, Padgett was standing out by the numbers. The Southern Miss player came off the bench and made some contact. So if you had an end of the play and a post-possession play, could you have a 30-yard penalty? You could. I would not see why not if both of those were on Southern Miss.
There are 2 fouls in the play, one during the live ball, one during the dead ball.
There you go.
During the live ball, personal foul, illegal blindside block, offense, number 10. That would be a 15-yard penalty. After the play, unsportsmanlike conduct on the defense, number 94, his first of the game. That 15-yard penalty will also be enforced. The yardages will cancel. It will repeat first down.
After all that. So, yeah, it's the only thing I did not do the hunch correctly. I should have listened to young Jared. He's trying to explain that. So, the blindside block on McCaffrey, and then the Southern Miss player Booth that came off the bench to commit that infraction. Nate Griffin going downstairs for some post-game conversation coming up here in just a second. He might have gotten trapped up near the elevator trying to make his way down. Holler at me, Nate. He's usually the talkative one of us two.
Well, I'm having a real hard time trying to get down to the field.
Did you not make the deadline there, that 3-minute window?
I am
okay.
I'm efforting.
I like it. I like the effort. So first down and 10, the 39-yard line. Back to pass Padgett, looking right, going up the seam. It's incomplete to a rolling McCaffrey inside the 40-yard line. Stanley, Tolles, those are 2 separate players back there. Pass defense. Sounds like a good Southern offer, though. I don't think they'll be exchanging addresses for Christmas cards after this one. It's been a chippy second half in the last few minutes of real time. Left hash, second down and 10 to 39. Shotgun snap, Padgett a little below his knees. Gets hit hard as he throws back to the right side for Esdale, incomplete. He got stuck hard by Dominic Kwewan. True freshman pouncing back up. He's as tough as they come. And
sorry, I got a nice young man who's going to show me how to get down there. Having a hard time trying to manipulate this stadium.
Yeah, it's a tough one to get around. As now Padgett goes down, as he got hit really hard by Kwewan.
Yeah, I see him. He's sitting down on the turf right now, trying to figure out what's going on and where I am, but where he is, rather, speaking on his behalf.
I think he got hit in the side there, and when he went down, and it's just Nate. You look. Nope, it wasn't Kwewan. It was he was there around. Could have been Tolles coming in on a safety or corner blitz, but yeah, now Padgett, of course. I mean,
yeah, he's got to come out. So now his backup has to get in there for him.
See what the Owls do. 2:20 to go, by the way. Southern Miss 38, Rice 24. Nate, I think the key in this second half has been Austin Armstrong for Southern Miss, their defensive coordinator. The way Southern, and obviously Frank Gore, he put the points on the board. But the way Southern Miss responded defensively after the Owls' wonderful response that they came out in the second half, Southern Miss has just turned the tide of this game defensively.
Right, 3 really quick touchdowns. Well, not really quick, but they responded with 21 points. They answered. And I was really surprised the defense gave it up. But I tell you what, Frank Gore, something special.
Here we go. Shoki Atrache on the Owls puts McCaffrey in motion. 3 receivers roll out to the right side for Atrache. Dumps it out, near side, juggled and caught by McCaffrey, the 47. What athleticism and grace and eye-hand coordination there. Lewis makes that stop, but 4th down now and 2 yards. This definitely be the ball game if the Owls don't get it. Down 38-24. They need a lot, and there's not a lot of time. Atrache, the backup quarterback, and time is called.
30 seconds. Charge timeout. Southern Miss. They're first of the half.
So Southern Miss calls that one, and they have 2 timeouts remaining. So Atrache, 6'3", 204, redshirt freshman from Bradenton, Florida. Last game he played was against UTSA. He was 9 of 19 passing for 89 yards. And did not play in that North Texas game. Rice in danger of falling. It's for the last 4 games of the season to go to 5-8.
They got saved by that timeout.
You think so?
Yeah, I mean, you know,
I see you now.
Trace,
Nate is in the house at the 5-yard line.
Yes, sir. They gave a Trace enough time to, you know, sort of recover, recalibrate.
All right, Nate. Quentin Jackson is there in the backfield.
Oh, I see why number 3 is playing so well. His dad is here.
Atrache, 4th down. And a long one. Shotgun snap. Shoki looking left, looking middle. Pressured as he throws right. It's juggled and intercepted by Jay Stanley, his team high 5th of the season. And that'll put the nail in the coffin late this Saturday night. Southern Miss will win the LendingTree Bowl. Owls do have 1 timeout remaining, but there's 1:44 to go.
Yeah, Frank Gore Sr.'s here, so that's why Frank Gore Jr.'s having the game this way. But you just saw that. I think that last pass and interception it's a microcosm of the entire season, JP.
Yeah, at least the last part of the season, right?
Yeah, it's been a microcosm of the season. And, you know, now you look at turnovers there, you know, Rice. How many times did we turn the ball over tonight? So we were tied. Actually, we were 1 ahead of Northwestern for most turnovers during the course of the season, and now we made the dead last.
First down for Southern Miss. And they go shotgun snap low. Gives it to the young fella. Is that Dean or Clay? 28 or 20? Yeah, Clay gets a yard. 1:30 to go.
Tell you what, you know, Southern Miss showed you they may not have
more flags coming in here, Nate.
I'm seeing it. I'm seeing it right now. And, you know, it's really a shame. You know, you come out here to play football and you end up doing more arguing and fighting than you do playing. You stop all that. Game's over. I mean, you had a chance to do all that.
Holding.
And not allow, you know, those kinds of things to happen. You had a chance to win this game.
Bolding some Houston smack talk as he's the one Houstonian in their 2D. Klein Oak kid. Panthers, I believe, Klein Oak.
After the play, unsportsmanlike conduct, offense number 20, defense number 8. That is their first unsportsmanlike conduct of the game. It'll be 2nd down.
Yeah, ESPN has the graphic. 329 yards rushing. How about Southern Miss? 361 rushing yards for the Golden Eagles.
No, that's actually Frank Gore Jr. 300.
Did I say senior?
Yeah, did you say? No. I mean, in terms of rushing yards.
Most of them? Okay.
Yeah.
I say that because somebody sent me a tweet from Tom Fornelli saying he's He's Frank Gore Sr. now. Them's the rules. With Dad in the house, he's probably taking over the Gore mantle. Handoff left side, stumbling Clay around the left end. So, Nate, that'll do it here. A couple more snaps, a couple kneels, maybe some more flags coming in. A frustrated end to this game, like a frustrated ending to the season. Owls are 5-4 after that UTEP win, and they still get the bowl game. They'll never be able to take that away from them. But it is a tough way to end, tough pill to swallow here on Saturday night in Mobile, 38-24. One more snap here for the Golden Eagles.
Yeah, it is, and I really felt like the Owls would play much better football. JP, got to be honest with you, I didn't think that they would be so dominated as they were. They got dominated by Southern Miss tonight.
Yeah, in that second half, second part of the third quarter, final knee comes, and that'll do it. Hopefully cooler heads prevail in a very tense second half. Rice Owls falling in this one. Appreciate you going down there in the middle of that fray. Nate, we'll hear from Coach Bloomgren coming up in a second, but the Owls going bowling and falling short 38-24 to the Southern Miss Golden Eagles. 3-0 on the clock. If that's his last game as a Golden Eagle, which it probably is.
They just gave the game ball. So that kind of tells you what's about to happen in regards to Frank Gore Jr. He's going to be playing in the NFL, and that definitely was his last game as a Golden Eagle.
Daddy's got something to be proud of, and all of Hattiesburg and surrounding area has something to be proud of. As Southern Miss Lending Bowl champions, LendingTree champions here. As we'll hear from Coach Bloomgren coming up, and maybe a couple Owls in the post-game festivities. Get to that coming up in a little bit as Southern Miss ends up winning this one 38-24.
Yeah, this is a tough one. You can see it on the players' faces, as they're coming off the field. This is not the way they wanted to end the season. But tell you what, the one thing you don't want to do, or you don't want to happen, you don't want another team to come in like they did and dominate the way they got dominated. So it's just a real tough night tonight. And Coach Bloomgren is approaching me now. I don't know if he has any other deals here, but let's talk to him now. Coach, this was a tough one tonight.
Of course it is. It's always tough when it's a terminal game and you have a chance to win a trophy and win rings for these guys and you don't get the job done. The part that's tough is that they battled back and did everything we asked of them in the third quarter. We gave them our best shot, and you know what? Southern Miss, you got to take your hat off to them. They freaking responded, and they kept running the ball, and their defense stood up when it needed to. So they did a heck of a job, and we didn't have quite enough.
You talked about that 21 points that you scored in the third quarter. What'd you tell you guys at halftime? I'm curious.
I just told them, guys, that was not our best, and we know it. We know how this thing needs to go. We need to play off each other, and we need to play the best half of football we've all ever played. And if we do that, if we go down there and put the first drive in the box, and then we can get the ball back to the offense quickly, we'll put ourselves in position to take that 2-score lead and make it nothing. That's exactly what our kids did. And then we even went and took a lead, and so I'm proud of them for that. But we got to find a way to finish games. We had a chance to win this game in the fourth quarter, and we didn't get it done.
Yeah, some things happen we do know. We're going to tell them now.
I'm going to tell them I love them. I'm going to tell them, I'm really proud of the growth that they had this year and the foundation that these seniors have started to build. It's been another step forward, and we've just got to continue to grow in this program. These guys got to take a big step in the next whatever it got till the season starts, whether it's 200 days or whatever that number is. We need to take some big steps.
We'll see you in 2023.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
All right. So there's Mike Bloomgren, head coach. And, of course, I'm going to try to catch up with a couple of players if I can. In fact, I'm going to see if I can grab Gabe Baker real quick. But
Gabe Taylor.
Gabe Taylor, I'm sorry. I've been calling him Gabe Baker all night long. Let me see if I can grab. You got a minute? Put these on. Real quick. Go ahead, take over for now. Let me try to get him wired up here.
Hey, Gabe, you got me? Okay, no, we're just we're waiting on.
Not yet.
Okay. Southern Miss Golden Eagles win in the finale 38-24. As they take this W. Owls with the 21 unanswered points. In the third quarter, they had 2 touchdowns within a minute's time, and then another 5 minutes later,
Hey, JP now?
Yes, sir.
JP, go for it.
Hey, Gabe, what did Southern Miss do so differently? They did sound like they just kept running the football. What was the difference for them in the end, you thought?
You just couldn't tackle. You missed tackles. That's why I'm going to miss tackles, extra yards.
What did you like about that comeback? You guys scored 21 points, but it seems like your defense had some momentum too.
We scored twice back-to-back. Came back, got a hard hit, incomplete pass. Refs gave them the yards. I don't know.
What do you say your teammates now, Gabe, as you look at the end of this season and try to recover?
Excuse me, I didn't hear that.
What do you say to your teammates now? You know, this is it for you guys.
Right. Remember this moment. Remember how this feels, and don't let it happen next year.
All right, very good. Gabe Taylor spending a few minutes
Appreciate
with us.
you, Gabe. Thank you.
All right, man. Thanks a lot. We appreciate it. It's tough, and you can see that he's really not very happy right now.
Can understand that. Appreciate him joining us. We got a lot to get to in our post-game festivities, brought to you by Little Woodrow's. Rice Falls here, the LendingTree Bowl to Southern Miss.
Hey, before you go,
38 to okay.
Let me see if I can grab Isaiah Esdale.
Okay.
Real quick. Can we do this?
Sure, if
Isaiah?
you want to. Yeah.
Let me talk to you for a minute about the game. You guys had some opportunities to win this game, but it just didn't go your way tonight. Your thoughts?
I'm not even really sure. Just, I don't know, miscommunications. Just people I don't know, being in the right spot at the right time. I wouldn't say it was effort or anything like that. I think everybody played their heart out. The way we played in the first half and then the third quarter, that's a whole different team. If we were playing like that the whole game, it was a whole different outcome.
You have a question for him, JP?
Hey, Isaiah, you had those back-to-back touchdown grabs after not having one all season. It was such a cool way to see you in there. What did you guys do so well to get back in that game?
Just went back to the fundamentals. We haven't played a game in like 2 weeks, something like that. And we just were working all week, every day. So we just stuck to it, stuck to what we know, and I just ended up in the end zone. I'm grateful for it. It didn't go that way all season, but other people were there. We had good wins, so I can't complain.
Well, we know it's tough right now, but we appreciate the one season getting to watch you. Thank you very much.
Yes, sir.
Back
Thank
to the
you.
team. Thank you very much.
Pleasure to watch, man.
We'll come back more of our post-game 38-24 Southern Miss over Rice. It's Rice football from near field.
Hey, Oscar, wake up. Hi, this is Otis and Oscar, the talking spokes oysters for Acme Oyster House. You've probably seen us on TV. My friend Oscar is, sleeping. You know, we oysters like our pets. Anyway, drop by tonight for a dozen raw, a dozen char-grilled, a seafood platter or po' boy, and maybe a few laughs. Come Acme, bro. Not you. Acme Oyster House. Life's more fun with seafood.
Flight by Yingling, the next generation of light beer. For those who don't follow trends, but craft them. Flight by Yingling is uncompromised refreshment from America's oldest brewery. With only 2.6 grams of carbs and 95 calories, this is premium refreshment. 6 generations in the making. Don't just raise a glass, raise the bar. Flight by Yingling, the official beer partner of Rice Athletics. And now available for purchase everywhere in Texas. The Yingling Company, Fort Worth, Texas. Please enjoy responsibly.
The true teammate takes on every day with a winner's attitude, gets up when they fall down, and leaves it all on the field. There's a group of teammates who do all these things every single day. But they're more than your typical athlete. They're kids dealing with life-altering diagnoses. Team Impact pairs these kids with college athletic teams as part of a 2-year program, getting them off the sideline and into the game. The collegiate student-athletes gain a new teammate, a new friend, and a new perspective. For more information, visit teamimpact.org. Team Impact. All in, all together.
College sports fans now have access to hundreds of weekly podcasts that zero in on the college sports world. Now available in the Varsity Podcast Network and part of the new Varsity app. The app is free and available from wherever you get your favorite apps. Download the Varsity app today to have access to hundreds of national podcasts as well as your favorite team-focused podcasts. The Varsity Podcast Network now available for free on the Varsity app. Download from the App Store and listen today.
Rice Sports Network from Learfield. Welcome to the Little Woodrow's post-game show. Coming up, post-game reaction, including stats and highlights, other scores, and a look ahead at what's next for the Owls.
The Rice Owls fall to the Southern Miss Golden Eagles here in this LendingTree Bowl as the stats are refreshing. And there we go. One click of the button. We are back. The big story of this game, when you look back at this from years from now, what will pop out is two things. Rice getting a bowl game for the first time in 8 seasons, and it was a Frank Gore show. He has back-to-back career-high games. He had 199 yards in their regular season finale against the Louisiana Monroe Warhawks, but then he comes back and has 329 yards rushing in this one and had 2 touchdowns, a long of 64. As that's the big story in this one. They get 550 total yards and 361 rushing yards for the Southern Miss Golden Eagles, as they had control of the game in the first half. Were leading Rice 17-3 at the break, and the Owls had 21 unanswered points, and the Owls were leading 24-17, but then 21 unanswered points for Southern Miss to end the ball game and then to end the Owls season. Stay tuned, more coming up here. Ashley will update you with some scores across college football from today. Rice falls in the LendingTree Bowl 38-24. It's Rice football from Learfield.
Whether running a marathon or walking your dog, every movement matters. But when you're in pain, simple activities can feel unbearable. At Houston Methodist Orthopedics and Sports Medicine, our specialists can help you heal faster using the latest technology, minimally invasive procedures, and advanced physical therapy. As the top-ranked hospital in Texas, we have the expertise to keep you moving and help you get back to doing the things you love. Houston Methodist, leading medicine.
Houston, we have a cocktail. All Hands Canned Cocktails are made with 6 times distilled craft vodka at a sturdy 10% ABV to ensure you never have to sacrifice the quality of your provisions. Now available in 6 natural flavors, including raspberry lemonade, ruby red grapefruit, cherry limeade, cranberry and vodka soda, and vodka tonic classics. Follow the adventure on Instagram at @DrinkAllHands and try these bar-strength cocktails for yourself at the next game. All Hands, damn fine cocktails. Proud sponsor of Rice Athletics.
North Star Pressure Washing, the only power washing company you will ever need for all your commercial and residential properties. Serving Houston and the surrounding areas for over 10 years, and now a proud sponsor for Rice University sports programs. Call us today for a free quote at 281-989-9244, because at North Star Pressure Washing, we never forget that your image is our business.
DoubleTree by Hilton Houston Medical Center Hotel and Suites is the preferred hotel for anybody visiting the medical center, the museum district, or Rice University. We offer the largest suites in the medical center, complete with full kitchens, and our full-service restaurant and outdoor pool will make your stay complete. We look forward to having you experience the DoubleTree by Hilton Houston Medical Center Hotel and Suites soon. And if you need a group rate or 10 or more rooms, don't forget to call 713-528-7744. That's 713-528-7744.
Good evening, Owls fans. I'm Ashley Gentry back in the Learfield Network studios. Rice versus Southern Miss. Final score 38-24. Owls putting up a fight in the second half, but just not enough on the offensive side of the ball to bring home that LendingTree Bowl champions title. Looking at some other final scores and updates around this bowl game Saturday evening, UAB defeated Miami, Ohio this afternoon 24-20 after a wild finish in the hometown Lenders Bahamas Bowl. Blazers with a huge defensive stop on the 2-yard line to keep the Redhawks just shy of that game-winning touchdown to bring in the win. Oregon State making it look easy, steamrolling the Florida Gators 30-3 to win the Las Vegas Bowl earlier this evening, and it was no different in LA as Fresno State taking it to WSU, getting the dub 29-6. SMU and BYU in the New Mexico Bowl, an expected offensive battle with both teams averaging over 30 points per game. That should be a fun one out west with BYU leading in Albuquerque 24-10 coming up on the final frame. 9-3 Cincinnati falls short to 7-3 Louisville, 24-7 in the Wasabi Fenway Bowl earlier today. Cardinals headed home with that victory. Texas Bowl action with North Texas and Boise State headed for the second quarter with a score of 3-0 with North Texas with that 3-point lead. It's Mean Green versus Broncos in the Frisco Bowl. North Texas coming in 7-6, Boise State 9-4. That'll do it for me in the Learfield Network studios. Owls fall 38-24 to SMU in the LendingTree Bowl tonight in Mobile, Alabama. We'll send it back to JP and Nate for their final thoughts right after this. You're listening to Rice Football from Learfield.
Big trip on the horizon? Before you depart, you gotta park. The parking spot is a simpler, easier way to navigate airport parking, and you can save when you book online. You're guaranteed a spot, and we even pick you up at your trunk in our yellow and black spotted shuttles and take you straight to the terminal. Parking and saving come full circle at the parking spot. The Parking Spot, proud sponsor of Rice University. Visit theparkingspot.com to reserve your spot today.
Have no post-game plans? You do now. Head down the street to Little Woodrow's in Rice Village and relax over indoor and outdoor games, sports, and drink specials that a college student can't refuse. All you have to do is bring your student ID to enjoy $2.50 domestic drafts. Also, don't miss out on our Thursday college nights as we've got $2 domestic drafts and $3 shot specials. Follow us on Facebook and Instagram to stay up to date on all of our upcoming events and specials. Little Woodrow's, the official Rice Owls game day headquarters.
Houston, we have a cocktail. All Hands Canned Cocktails are made with 6 times distilled craft vodka at a sturdy 10% ABV to ensure you never have to sacrifice the quality of your provisions. Now available in 6 natural flavors, including raspberry lemonade, ruby red grapefruit, cherry limeade, cranberry and vodka soda, and vodka tonic classics. Follow the adventure on Instagram at @DrinkAllHands and try these bar-strength cocktails for yourself at the next game. All Hands, damn fine cocktails. Proud sponsor of Rice Athletics.
No one wants to fight the traffic to and from the stadium or arena. You don't have to when you go Win. Win Transportation. Enjoy the game, not fight the traffic. 5 people or 5,000. Win offers customizable group transportation with a wide range of motor coaches, minibuses, and vans, giving your trip an extra special touch. So when it's game time, remember, all you need is Win. Book at GoWin.com. GOWYNNE.com.
Rice Owls fall to the Southern Miss Golden Eagles, 38-24 in the LendingTree Bowl here in Mobile. Glancing at some of the team stats that told the story of this one, I come back to the 361 rushing yards, but 329 of the 361 from the legs of third-year sophomore Frank Gore Jr., but 550 on the game. They didn't need much from Trey Lowe. And they got 189 passing yards, but Lowe is in, and it's such a unique offense. You don't see this multiple type of, I don't know, you call it not necessarily triple option, but just the
it's just multiple.
Just like the multiple, the multiple looks. Generally you have one or the other, the pro style that Rice runs, but I'm telling you, 3rd down and 9 and 10, you're like, okay, you know he's getting the ball. And what did he popped off a lot of 3rd and long runs. And
he popped off a 3rd and 16, JP.
16 yards a carry tonight.
He popped off a 3rd and 16. Got the first down on 3rd and 16. When I'm at midfield, when I'm thinking there is no way he gets his 3rd and 16 in midfield.
Did it.
Excuse me.
And then, you know, another big thing was he turned it over by Gabriel Taylor hitting that ball loose, recovered by Nyakwal. And then bam, 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 Austin Jackson, their DC, draws up those 3 straight blitzes, 3 straight sacks or 2 of the 3 sacks?
2 sacks.
And
I want to say a big defensive play, but 2 sacks for sure, back-to-back.
Owls had to give it back, and they didn't have an answer. So while it was Frank Gore Jr., I thought the Austin Jackson call of the defense and responding to Rice's run in the second half was huge. A.J. Padgett throws for 295 yards in defeat, 3 touchdowns. Young man's going to be okay. The true freshman, redshirt year for him. He's redshirting. He's coming back as a redshirt freshman next year. 3 touchdowns, no picks. And Rice was led in rushing by Cam Montgomery. He left with an injury. 7 rushes, 63 yards tonight among 8 different Owls rushers. And Padgett spread it out. At first, he was, it's no surprise that things started picking up for Padgett. Ended up with 7 different receivers tonight. And led Esdale 3 grabs for 83 yards and 2 touchdowns. And McCaffrey 7 for 67 tonight.
I will say this. There's something to be said for a guy who has not played all year and then comes in and tries to lead you to, a last game of the season win and then a possible bowl win for your team. There's something to be said about that. But he's got a lot to learn, in terms of defenses at this level. I'm sure he's had a chance to sort of learn, but not experience. And so now he'll get the experience. He's experienced, some defensive play and what to look for and how not to be fooled by some of the things that he saw. This year and next year, it'll lead to his development as a better quarterback. So next year, he should really be good coming into the season.
And don't forget T.J. McMahon also going to be back for the Rice Owls. Shokia Trace out there. We'll have a lot. We'll talk about it more here in our Little Woodrow's postgame, but more summing up the season on a whole. But like you said, towards the end of the game, a lot of that second half of the fourth quarter, just a few plays capsulized what the Owls went through this year. They fall to Southern Miss's Golden Eagles 38-24. Owls in the season at 5-8, and Southern Miss gets to say they are a 500 team. 7-6 they end the season. Stay tuned, more coming up. The Little Woodrow's post game. It's Rice football from Learfield.
We interrupt your top 40 hits to issue this alert from the Karbach Brewing Company. In our efforts to brew our distinct and popular Hopadillo IPA, we have unwittingly created a monster. A monster with an insatiable thirst. A monster that will not stop until it gets what it wants. An ice-cold Hopadillo IPA. Just like the one I'm holding in my hand. Bold, flavorful, dry-hopped, irresistible. Go, sweet Mary! Hopadillo. Find it before it finds you. Bravely brewed in Texas by the Karbach Brewing Company.
Flight by Yingling, the next generation of light beer. For those who don't follow trends, but craft them. Flight by Yingling is uncompromised refreshment from America's oldest brewery. With only 2.6 grams of carbs and 95 calories, this is premium refreshment. 6 generations in the making. Don't just raise a glass, raise the bar. Flight by Yingling, the official beer partner of Rice Athletics, and now available for purchase everywhere in Texas. The Yingling Company, Fort Worth, Texas. Please enjoy responsibly.
With MyFitFoods, meal planning isn't hard. We've got options on options for ready-to-eat meals. It's no secret why MyFitFoods is the best choice for meal prep. We have the best products, price point, and people dedicated to serving you. Stop by our store, only a mile down the road from Rice University, and fuel your body the Rice way today. MyFitFoods. Give a fit.
Another season of women's and men's college sports is underway. Follow your alma mater or favorite team in their pursuit of the prestigious Learfield Directors Cup at L Directors Cup on Twitter and online at thedirectorscup.com. Trophies will be awarded in June 2023 to the winning institutions in all competitive divisions. Learfield Directors Cup, the crowning achievement in college athletics.
Rice Owls fall to the Southern Miss Golden Eagles in the season finale here. The Owls had not gone bowling in 8 seasons. Win this one, the pain of this one subsides when this is over. The Owls can still say they were a bowl team this year, but there still is a lot to go to get back where they think they can go. Next steps being a conference championship contending team, going up a level, so to speak, going up to the American Athletic Conference. And then being a 500 team, but
you said it.
Go do that
first.
Yeah.
You need to be 6-6, okay? And then you need to work on
7-5,
8-4, 9-3.
I'm getting too greedy, huh?
Yeah. Well, just stay with if you stay with the facts, and what I'm not saying but if you look at the facts,
chatting here.
They were 5-7. and because of grades, they got to come to a bowl game. So that gave them, it should push them a step ahead, really. They should be ahead of schedule next year when they start the season. Because now, we went to a bowl game. Now you know what it feels like, guys. The guys who return. So now we need to win 6 games. And so people won't be talking, oh, you're backed into a bowl. I don't care what we backed to a bowl, whatever. We still came to a bowl game, period. So now you earn it by winning 6 games, and now nobody has to question whether or not you're good enough to be here. When you lose to Southern Miss, now people are saying, well, they were a 5-win team anyway. So those are the kinds of things that you want to avoid if you can, by simply coming out and playing your best football from the first quarter. They played like that in the first quarter, lights out like they did in the third quarter. Southern Miss would have been worried. I mean, big time. But they never were. They had Frank Gore. When you have Frank Gore, I guess you just don't worry. You just run him. And you make a few defensive plays. You get some stops. You get some sacks. You put a young quarterback in trouble, a place where he's never been before. As Mike Bloomgren used to say, we're going to take teams out to deep water. Well, they took Rice out to deep water in the fourth quarter, and they weren't able to survive. So
I found the stat I was looking for, as Southern Miss's Frank Gore does have the Southern Miss single-game rushing yardage record. And so that's saying something with a long history of some good
really
football
great
there.
Backs, yeah. And one of them I played with Ben Gary, one of the best Southern Miss backs to ever play the game, who ended up going to the Baltimore Colts. They were the Baltimore Colts at the time. He's no longer with us, but he's really been great. And there have been some other great backs. A few of them, Sammy Winder, who played with the Denver Broncos.
Edo Smith.
There you go. You've had some really great guys come through Southern Miss, but this guy is special.
He's different.
I'm telling you, man, when you can.
And they had the other team around. Like, we've seen him in the past years. We saw him last year and the year before.
Yeah.
They didn't have the line and the rest of the offense that was together. It was him carrying the offense. Now he had improved, and he was going along with a much better offense, you think?
Texting with a good friend of mine, Reg Willard, played running back at Ole Miss. He just hit me and said, Gore was a beast. Gore beat us. He was a long-time coach. Do you know what they did all night long, JP, tonight?
Ran Gore?
They ran the same play. They just run Gore. They ran the same play. Every time. A-gap, B-gap, A-gap. They did not do anything that Confucius says. Like sometimes, you and me will get into these little chats, debates, off air, we confuse each other. And then we start laughing. Yeah, like tacos and no lettuce. How you do that? But anyway, that's the same question. How do you let this guy, you let him hit A-gap, B-gap all night long, and he just took, once he hit the second level, once he saw there was nobody at the second level, good night, curtains, end of discussion, he was gone. And that's what they did for the most part all night long. I'm confused by that because I know our linebackers they're better. They read better. But tonight, there was no answer for him. There really wasn't. And remember the stat. Running back gets over 150. Rice is not winning.
It's been tough, yeah.
It's been tough.
Stay tuned more. We have one more segment coming up. We'll tie a bow on the season. Rice falls here to Southern Miss in the LendingTree Bowl, 38-24. Some final words when we come back here in Mobile. It's Rice football from Learfield.
Buy the best for less at Shoppers. Shoppers has the lowest prices on John Deere tractors. Don't leave money on the table with the best tractor at the best prices of the year. Shoppers makes it so easy with just a few clicks at our website. We dare you to compare. Go see our specials by Googling Shoppers at SHOPPAS. Build the tractor package of your dreams with our Build It, Price It, Own It tool. And we'll deliver your John Deere tractor for free. The best for less at Shoppers. All things John Deere.
Big trip on the horizon? Before you depart, you gotta park. The parking spot is a simpler, easier way to navigate airport parking, and you can save when you book online. You're guaranteed a spot, and we even pick you up at your trunk in our yellow and black spotted shuttles and take you straight to the terminal. Parking and saving come full circle at the parking spot. The Parking Spot, proud sponsor of Rice University. Visit theparkingspot.com to reserve your spot today.
What if your preferred hospital could also be your primary care provider? At Houston Methodist, we go beyond hospital care. offering you everything from flu shots to well-woman exams to managing your weight and cholesterol. And our primary care doctors and specialists are connected all across the city. So whatever the need, wherever you live, we can be there for you.
Visit HoustonMethodist.org to find the care you need at locations throughout Houston. Houston Methodist, leading medicine.
Your one-stop for all college sports is the Varsity app and the brand new Varsity Network website, thevarsitynetwork.com. Keep up with your favorite teams and the rest of college sports, no matter where you are, with thevarsitynetwork.com. Live and on-demand broadcasts, your favorite college-centric podcasts, with stories and video around college sports and your favorite teams. Be sure to download the Varsity app and check out the brand new Varsity Network website, thevarsitynetwork.com.
Well, that is it for us for here for now. Final thoughts on this season, good man.
Well, I'm proud of the fact that, the Rice Owls got to go to a bowl game. That's most important. They've got some things to work on, and I think they know it. This was a good football team. This was the best team that Mike Bloomgren has had since he's been here. That's the most important thing. Mm-hmm. And the most consistency that he's had. I think now it's a matter of being able to get some guys out of the portal. That's what's going to happen. And continuing to recruit the way he has done a bang-up job recruiting. There's no question about that. He's done a bang-up job and brought in some really, really great players. But now he says it. He basically told us we have to learn how to close out games. And I think once the Rice Owls learn how to start closing out games and taking care of the ball much better, and understand that when the team hits you in the mouth, you have to hit them back in the mouth, and you got to hit them harder. Mm-hmm. Then you'll start to see them win games on a regular basis and get to bowls, and that's eventually what they want to do.
I will take growth from this season, as you saw guys that really helped lead the program, and who knows who comes back. It would take a longer podcast edition to talk about everybody, but
that's right.
The way Luke McCaffrey jumped in, making that slide from quarterback to wide receiver, made it look easy, and it's not an easy thing to do. Bradley Rosner coming back from 2 years off, and he had a great season, and you just talked to the heartbroken Isaiah Esdale. Owls have a lot of promise in the future, we saw from the last couple games, Braylon Walker and Quentin Jackson. So those are guys that we'll be looking forward to for next year. I know Juma Otoviano has some eligibility, but Cam Montgomery's gone. That'll sting because he had the makings of a good season. And on defense, Ikene Nwachukwu has a year coming back, but
that guy
he'll be
playing in the NFL.
Yeah,
in fact, I think he gets a tryout in the not too distant future. He's going to get looked at by the NFL. So that's the guy who's going to play in the NFL. But the guys on this team, you can't find better young men.
Amen.
You cannot find better model students and better future model citizens, and what they're going to do for the community. Wherever they go, it doesn't matter. They will be successful, and I'm proud to be affiliated with this program. I look forward to it every year. And I look forward to talking with you whenever we talk. It's always exciting.
What you got here?
I had to purchase jerseys.
Nate's
jerseys
got a whole new wardrobe.
Yeah, from my no. These are from my wife and my daughter.
Okay, you had two of them.
If I come to the bowl game and I don't get them something, I'm toast when I get home. So I have to do that, man. I love my wife and my daughter, and I will always love them. And I get them stuff. They want stuff. I get them stuff.
So I don't know when he got that, Walter. He must have squeezed that in.
On the way in.
Okay, good.
I'm on the way in.
Hey, that's it for us. Remember, to everything we give thanks. Thanks to everybody who has been a part of this, and thanks to the listeners. Thanks to the sports information staff tonight with the old left-hander, Hacksaw Jack Duggan, for helping us out. And Chuck Poole and crew for Rice. Thanks to Walter all season. Thanks to young Ashley back in the studio for doing an outstanding job keeping us on air. And for our roving sideline reporter coming back and forth, Jason Metko, for helping us out on his broadcast. And the one and the only irreplaceable Robert A. Schlanger for helping us out in the booth, as always, for going on almost 5 different decades he's helped out.
Bob is amazing.
Different broadcasts.
He is amazing.
Brother, you know I love you, and we'll be back sooner. We'll be at, did you know, the Owls' next football game, September 2nd, 2023.
Where we headed?
At the Texas Longhorns. So, Arch Manning and company.
Oh, boy.
we'll see that usher in the 2023 season.
So we'll start the season in Austin and Texas. Walter. Oh, my God.
That's it. That's all. Nothing to see here, right? But have a great rest of this night, everybody. God bless. Go Owls. Rice fight. We'll talk to you on Rice basketball coming up here on Monday. And then get a much-needed Christmas vacation. Merry Christmas and happy holidays to all. But for Nate and Walter and Bob and Ashley and others, I'm JP again. Have a great night. God bless. Go Owls. Rice fight. And we'll be talking to you in 2023. This is Rice Football from Learfield.